sliding around all over the back of Skelton himself and going for it. What a move from Noah Montero. It didn't work in the right-hander, so he set him up in the left and gets the move done. Now on the inside comes Bernier. Bernier gets through onto the grass briefly. Otherwise, Ianello's going to get you first on the inside of the hairpin. A bit of a cut-off. He runs wide, and Ianello's going to get them both. Ianello takes the lead away instead. Things for the DPK driver. Watch for Trefeloff. Big launch on the inside. Squeezes Palomba. What a move from the German. Absolutely textbook. Big lunge up the inside from Rosati. My goodness, that is the bravest of overtakes on Victor Oberg as they come up and over the crest. Will he make the lunge? Yes, he does. Babiwana gets through. They can just go for it and have a look and see. He is going to try on the final bend to get past Van Waalstein. They're going to go side by side, but Van Waalstein is going to get it from Trefeloff. Ladies and gentlemen, it is World Championship Day. We've been waiting for this all season long, but the FIA Karting Championship now brings us the KZ World Title Campaign. We also have the International KZ2 Super Cup and the season finale for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Jake Sanson and Kai Bacchini with you in the gorgeous Swedish sunshine. It has been exemplary weather all the way through, and we are in for an excellent show this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be an outstanding day of racing. As you can see, we got 14 degrees weather, so a little bit more chilly than what we've been used to over the course of the season. We've had some very hot weather indeed over the course, but 77 humidity, and there you see 0 kilometers an hour wind, so there is basically no wind, no tailwind that will be for these drivers. I'm sure they'll be pretty thankful for that.
And it's definitely the coldest start we have had to a season finale as well this year, because it's been very, very tricky over the course of the morning. The air temperature is only 12 degrees Celsius at this moment in time, creeping up to 14 in this part of the morning. Before we get started, let's have a quick word with one of the drivers who should be putting on a show this morning, Kaius Siksnelis of Lithuania. He talks up his chances ahead of the KZ2 Super Cup.
Usually my preparation is in Lithuania. I usually go to the gym 5 or 4 times a week, and on weekends I usually just train with KZ2 in my own track, in Vilnius in Lithuania, and basically that's it. If there is possibility to fly to Lonato, let's say, or Adria to test, then I go to Italy to test. Because it's always better to test somewhere else where it's, where the track has license and there is more drivers. I think it's quite important because you learn everything. The lines are a little not like KZ2 and OK, because I went from OK to KZ2 this year, and basically the biggest difference is the 3 brakes. Sorry, there's 2 brakes in the front now, so basically that's the most different thing for me, because the gears was not so difficult for me to learn, but the braking and how hard can I brake and everything was the hardest thing for me. And I think you need that. So next year, let's say, second year, you can go to KZ1. So you know everything what you need to do. I have no idea, maybe next year I don't even do karting. We'll see, because my plan is to do GT cars in the future. So I don't know, maybe I will just do a couple of races like European Championship or World Championship. Just, to prepare for cars, and maybe if I have a good result, then maybe I will do KZ1, but I don't think so. Maybe I'll stay in KZ2. For me, there's quite a lot of hairpins, and usually it's easier to overtake in the hairpins. So for sure there will be more racing than in Adria or Vakrezov, because the track is quite wide as well. So basically I think there will be good racing here. If you do one mistake in one heat, let's say you don't finish, that's it for you. It's almost impossible to start in top 10. So then in the final, let's say you start 18 or 20, because you didn't finish one race. And basically that means it's so difficult to get a podium or even top 10 finish, because everyone is so close to each other. and everything, and one mistake can lead to disappointing weekend.
So time to start the day with the qualifying heat for Groups E versus F. It's Sam Luye in pole position and Giuseppe Palomba on the front row with KZ2 Final and Paavo Tontteri on the second row. Otto Carbonell and Jesper Sjöberg, Nikita Atamanov and Angelo Lombardo from Hubert Petit and Jorge Pescador, Axel Bengtsson and Juho Valtonen, Mats Thomsen and Leonardo Marcellia, Kasper Kalasma and Isaac Jakobsen, Johan Sanchez and Albin Karlsson. Peregrine Arsen will be alone on the next row as Marcus Funder will not be taking up the start of this final heat. Then Kasper Nadolski, Paul Ribera, Roman Sharapov, Roman Grinwiz, Siim Liedma, Arto Odrolanta, Justin van der Schaft, Jan Pokos, Karim Jayem and Benjamin Lindsen. Now, of course, this is the most important heat of the weekend for all of our KZ2 drivers, Kai, because this is their last chance to become one of the top 36 drivers in the points rankings. Only 36 get through to the final.
Yeah, for anyone that's been struggling over the course of the weekend, this race is very important to them. Maybe even as important as the finals, which we'll have later on in the day's runnings. But the last chance final for a few of the drivers over the course of the day. Obviously, if you've had good results so far, it doesn't matter as much as just getting the best result possible for your starting grid position for the final. But for some, they're going to be giving it their all.
Well, let's not forget that they only have 3 front tyres and 3 rear tyres to take them from the start of time qualifying to the end of this heat. They only get a box fresh set of tyres for the final. So some drivers will have waited till this race to put their 3rd fresh tyre on the front and rear on the kart. So it's now or never. They've got to get this one done, and they're going round again. So it's a false start. Someone has got a problem, and it's one of the Birolats in the middle of the fray. That's the 199. That is Albin Karlsson. So Albin Karlsson with a problem off the start. He will get started again by the look of it. He's trying to. Go on, Albin. Yes, he has got going. Now he's got to start the race, sadly, from the back of the grid because he is the reason for the additional formation lap. So he will now have to take his place at the back of the grid as they form up. So that means that the rest of the drivers will get another formation lap to explore the circuit, get a bit of heat into the tyres. That will benefit some, but for those who have decided to put a fresh tyre on the kart as well on the front and rear, they've obviously got to try and make sure that that is as up to optimum temperatures possible off the start, because this race is critical. We could see some fireworks in these KZ2 races.
Yeah, we definitely will. I think it will be interesting to see how drivers play their fresh tyre into account, because obviously, do you want to put it on the front? Do you want to put it on the rear? And what side do you put it on? Because obviously, it is quite a diverse circuit. We are running in a clockwise format, but there is a lot of twists and turns.
So this is going to be a very tricky heat for a lot of the drivers who want to make progress through the field, especially those who are starting in the lower positions. You've got to hope that nothing goes wrong on the start. You've got to make sure you time it to perfection. You do not need a jump start at this point because any penalties are going to be very costly at this latter end of the race weekend. The last race for each driver that forms up on the grid in these 3 KZ2 heats. And for Sam Luye, it's been a very positive weekend for him so far. The young Swiss has been very consistent over these 4 races previously. So now he will line up on the grid in position. The grid space is left empty for Albin Karlsson, who takes up his position at the very back of the field. So he will take up the last place on the starting grid, and he will be there in position. We just wait for the green flag to fly at the back of the field once Albin Karlsson is in position. And then once he's able to do so, we will go racing for the start. The green flag is in the air. The red flag is pulled away from the start. This should be a launch away from the start here at Kristianstad. The final heat for E versus F. Here we go, and it's a cracking start from Palomba. What a launch as he beats Luye to the first corner. Round the outside, a good start from Paavo Tontteri. He's going to try and outdrag Signelis, and he does. So he's through, and there's contact further back. That is Mats Thomsen off the road, and also the 173 I noticed. That's Axel Bengtsson. So both drivers off. Bengtsson is walking away from the kart. He's not going to get started again. He knows there's already big damage, and there's another kart in trouble off on the far side of the chicane as well. That looks to me like that looks like Paul Ribera. So Paul Ribera has had a problem as well. He's also out of the race, but Paavo Tontteri is swarming around behind Sam Luye. Giuseppe Palomba is already disappearing.
Palomba with a brilliant jump off line, got into the first corner first, and then just disappears away from the rest of the field. In second position, though, it's going to be Luye chasing him down. Watch out for Tontteri in third position. Has a little look to the inside. Isn't able to make anything stick yet, though. Not quite going for the overtake just yet. But, that's a very big squeeze there from Luye, as going to the other side of the circuit to stop Tontteri from going past.
That was so close indeed from Sam Luye, as Paavo Tontteri trying every trick in the book. Luye is just parking the bus again and holding that inside apex. There's no way you're getting past me, says Sam Luye, but Paavo Tontteri wants to make make the move. There is a rather disappointed move up to the second position. Tonterri has squeezed Luye, has managed to get through into second place. That was Axel Bengtsson walking away. Very disappointed indeed. Paul Ribera out of the race as well, as we know, along with Marcus Funda, who didn't start it. Sixnelis there in front of Artur Carbonell, or at least was. Now Pescador has come through into P6. The Spanish driver from Valencia has come through in front of Nikita Artemonov, I think that is, in 7th place. Then Sjoberg, Hubert Petit, Kaspar Kalasma, and Angelo Lombardo, who's just outside the top 10 for the moment, ahead of Isaac Jakobsen. But there's still a long time for them to go in this race. 13 laps, 11 laps left then as we go into lap 3. And Paavo Tonterri has set off on the mission to close up on Giuseppe Palomba. Sam Luye clearly doesn't have the pace to run with Palomba and Tonterri. He's already 2.3 seconds back and desperately trying to keep his position because he doesn't want to score too many points in this race, because you get 0 points for the win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And it's like a reverse golf scorecard, if you will. The one with the lowest accumulated points through the weekend is the one that will start at the sharpest end of the field. So Pescador trying again on Kaya Sixnelis. Up to the right, into the hairpin flick. They treat this as a hairpin. It's actually 2 corners, but they go in quick succession. What a move there from Jorge Pescador. He just got on the throttle at the right moment to zip up the inside of Kaya Sixnelis. The Lithuanian had no time to react to that at all. So a great move from Pescador. He's now P5.
Yep, great move there, but it seems like Yuya is just struggling to find the pace in this morning's race, as he's just not able to catch up and keep with the boys at the front of Palomba and Tonterri right now. But he's got a lot of pressure on him behind right now, with Artur Carbonell tries to chase down the back of that Tony Kart driver, parking it on the inside line, but up the inside. Carbonell has a little attempt for the overtake, isn't able to make anything stick though, loses him a lot of time as the rest of the pack behind now catch on to them. But Luye really struggling right now.
I'm not sure he's gone for any of the fresh tyres, whereas Palomba and Paavo Tonterri may well have done, and that is why they are able to get a little bit more grip and more speed out of the kart and stretch away. Luye is quite fortunate that Carbonell has actually backed up a little bit. Pescador in there with Sixnelis and Artemonov. So they continue their challenge. Kaya Sixnelis still looking very solid there. The 127 there is Jesper Sjoberg in front of Hubert Petit. We had a close call on the beginning of the last lap with Per Gunnarsson and Jan Pokos. They almost got together in turn 1, and they just about managed to stay away from each other. There was a little puff of wheel smoke as they went into turn 1. But now Paavo Tonterri sets the fastest lap as he tries to close in on Giuseppe Palomba, and he's already got that gap down to 0.7 of a second. So Tonterri clearly feels that he's got a winning machine in this heat as Sixnelis closes up on Pescador, goes for the left, goes for the right, doesn't make the overtaking move. He's not close enough to make that one happen yet. Tonterri, fastest of all in Sector 1, fastest of all in Sector 2, so he's really pushing the race leader Giuseppe Palomba. And as they come into the final bend, it is going to be an interesting lap from him by comparison. He was half a second quicker than Palomba on the previous lap around. As they come through this time, he is 0.6 of a second quicker on this lap. My goodness, he's absolutely storming Tonterri. Palomba may not even know he's that close yet, and Tonterri doesn't want to give him any suggestion of that. He just wants to overtake him nice and quickly before he's even got time to react. He may even throw it up the inside in the next hairpin. As he goes into the left, he's going to have a chance out of the right. Now he knows he's there, so Tonterri's missed his moment, really. Palomba will start defending like crazy because there's no chance anyone else is going to get close enough. Tonterri doesn't even need to defend. Palomba tries to cut back across. No worries. Paavo Tonterri is there. Watch him disappear from now on.
Brilliant move there from Tonterri to take advantage of a certain situation, gets himself up the inside and gets himself into the lead right now, setting the benchmarks is Tonterri right now. Palomba just not able to respond with the same pace as 0.6 a lap quicker now. That's a massive margin separating the lap times of the two drivers, but this time round you can see a little bit slower is Palomba. Well, 0.8 slower is Palomba that time round. They both lost time because of the overtake. Of course, that will both slow them down. But Tonterri, where has he found this pace?
Well, we've seen this a lot with the Birolats, actually, in KZ2 in particular. They get a spectacular start, and they pull out a bit of a gap or get themselves higher up the order. And then by about lap 5, lap 6, where we're at now, they seem to lose pace. And they just drop like a stone. So it's almost as if they're perfect in the first couple of laps, and then they just can't maintain tyre temperature. They can't seem to get good traction and good grip around the course in quite the same way as their opponents. We saw this yesterday as well from both Palomba and Alessio Piccini, if you remember. So this is going to be an interesting way to play out into the race tomorrow. Maybe their strategy is purely focused on the final. As long as they've got a reasonably good position in the heats, it doesn't matter so much about what happens in them. They can get a reasonable start, focus on getting through in a decent position in the heats, but where they can really make a play is in the final. And I think a lot of teams have come into this weekend knowing that as long as they get a relatively decent position, they don't need to show their cards in the heats themselves. They just need to keep themselves fairly stable. Big lunge on the inside from Arthur Carbonell on Sam Luye. Luye did not know that move was on, and that was very opportunistic from Arthur Carbonell. That was absolutely beautiful.
Carbonell leaving it as late as you can there to get himself into third position right now. But yeah, I was going around the paddock talking to a few of the drivers, and I think not quite a few of them haven't really been showing their true pace in the heats. So going into the finals later on today, we need to go in with a fresh mindset and expect the unexpected, as especially in the academy, I know a few of them haven't really been pushing their pace to be sussing out the opponents, where they're quicker than them and where their weaknesses are going into the final, because that's when it really counts. They are long races and it's all in endurance.
Always fascinating to see what drivers are going to do when. Jorge Pescador has got pressure again from Kai Sixnelis. Sixnelis got overtaken by the Spaniard initially, but now the Lithuanian is coming back strong. This is what happens again with the Energy Course chassis. It starts a little bit weak, but then it really picks up the pace to the second half of the heats. And this is where we've seen, not just for Sixnelis, but also for some of his teammates in the fold as well, the pace really comes to this chassis in the second half of races. And I'm sure Signor Panigada and the boys have been working so hard to get this car to be a race-winning machine. And it certainly bodes well for the final. If Sixnelis is towards the top 6, he has a shot of the podium. They've been working very hard indeed. I know the AD Motorsport team with Alexander Dahlberg and his crew as well have been very intense in terms of their preparation and training. So we could see some very impressive performances from them. Angelo Lombardo, the new fastest lap of the race. He's just done a 50.866. So a new fastest lap time comes from the Paralin driver. And that is Kai Sixnelis still hounding Pescador. Still a bit of a way to go in this race. They've got 3 laps to go at the end of this one, and that's still a 1.22 kilometer course. But Paavo Tonteri has extended that gap to 1.5 seconds to Palomba. If he's not careful, Palomba is going to be very much in trouble. From Artur Carbonell at the end of this race, he's got that gap down to 0.5 seconds.
Yep, the track just over 1 kilometer, but it's very quick in terms of lap times because it's a very high-speed circuit. It's all about carrying as much speed as you can through the corners, and we see that through the first and second corner in these KZ and KZ2 classes. You just drop a gear through each corner. There's no need to really brake, and then you go down into turn 4, and that's your first major braking zone of the day. But 3 laps remaining of this race. It looks like Tonteri has already sealed this race up and made it his own. But Lombardo sets a fast lap, 50.808. So similar lap times to what the leader's doing right now. Just 1/10 quicker than Tonteri on that previous lap. The Paralin looking strong. Paralin have been very strong this weekend. James Wharton, he seems in high spirits this morning to perform well.
We've had a collision in the second sector. 2 carts have come off together there, unfortunately. That is one of the Intrepids, the 195. Unfortunately, going out of the race there, that is Per Gunnarsson, and he's come together with Jan Pokos. So those two that have been having that almighty tussle all the way through the race, they finally ended up being spat out of the racetrack. So that is not where they wanted to end up their heat. But it's very tricky for Palomba. He's now got Carbonell and Sam Luye not far away. Carbonell is the kind of driver that will make a big launch. So let's see if he goes for the inside line. Palomba knows he's there. Carbonell's going to attack on the inside. Palomba very nearly doesn't give him any room at all. Carbonell just about manages to make that one work. My goodness, Artur Carbonell with so much strength and discipline. He manages to make the move there on Palomba with the smallest gap in history to play with.
Yep, just dives the cart down the inside and makes sure that the other driver knows that he's here, because when another car's on the inside of the corner, there's nothing really you can do about that one, and Carbonell knows it as he gets himself into second position and pulls away from Palomba and Luye. But with that overtake being made, that opens up Palomba to Luye for vulnerability.
This is such a great drive from Paavo Tonteri. He's really good at finishing off his heats in style. He usually comes up with a good strategy in the last heat of the weekend to really maximize his position on the starting grid. He really needs the fortune to come with him in the final now as well. Paavo Tonteri, definitely a good potential world champion in the future, and certainly looking like an international KZ2 Super Cup contender for this afternoon. He's one to watch for sure, And the CRG team would love to be on the top step of the rostrum for the KZ2 Super Cup here today. Paolo Tonteri is not a bad bet for it as he comes out of the final hairpin, looking very strong all morning long. He takes the checkered flag. Perfect run from Tonteri. Second for Artur Carbonell. Third is just going to be Giuseppe Palomba in front of Sam Luye, Jorge Pescador, and Kaya Sixnelis. But Tonteri, smooth as you like, and a full 3 seconds clear of Artur Carbonell.
Wow, that's an extravagant gap there that Tonteri's managed to pull over Carbonell in second position. Carbonell, he is not a slow driver by any means necessary. So with Tonteri being able to pull that gap, that just proves a point.
So both Jan Pokos and Per Gunnarsson were actually able to finish their races despite their little moment out on the circuit. So they were able to get the race finished in the end, despite being quite a considerable way back from the rest of the field. And I think Mads Thomsen, who had his off on the first lap as well, he was also able to finish the race. So the only retirements were the ones we had on the first lap, Axel Bengtsson and Paul Ribera. And then Marcus Funder, the man who didn't quite manage to get the race started. Glorious blue sky here over the Assen Ring. It's a very rare weekend in the FIA Karting Championship to come to Kristianstad without a single drop of rain affecting the weekend. So far, we've been very fortunate. Paolo Tonteri, Artur Carbonell, and Giuseppe Palomba in the top 3. Sam Luye, Jorge Pescador, and Kaya Sixnelis from Hubert Petit, Angelo Lombardo, Jesper Sjoberg, Juho Valtonen, and Leonardo Marcellia. Isaac Jakobsen and Kasper Nadolski. Nikita Artemanov in 14th in front of Johan Sanchez and Siim Liedmar. Then Kasper Kalasma and Karim Jayem. Then Artur Ajaranto from Rowan Grinwiz and Albin Carlsen after his problems on the start. Roman Sharapov and Justin van der Schaft in front of Benjamin Lindsen and Mads Thomsen. Then Jan Pokos and Per Gunnarsson after their little moment in the race. Axel Bengtsson and Paul Ribera failed to finish. Marcus Funder failed to start. So, fabulous opening race of the day then in Groups E versus F. It's going to be C versus D that come out onto the circuit next. And we're going to see one of the talented youngsters who's made the transition from the OK category to KZ2 for this World Championship weekend on home soil. A Swedish driver we've talked about many times in the FIA karting paddock, Norton Andreasen of the Ward Racing team. We caught up with him to see how he rates his chances this weekend.
Yeah, it's been going quite good this far, and it's really fun. It's a lot different to what I normally drive, but it seems to be going quite good. I think KZ2 is like the step into KZ, and of course you need to get used to everything with the gears and front brakes and starts and everything. And yeah, it's a great way to get used to it. I really like the flow of the track. I've been driving here quite a lot, not in KZ2, but in other categories, and I really like the flow of the track. It's really nice when you get the speed here. Yeah, it's difficult for sure, but I'm gonna do my best, and they are quite experienced other drivers, so yeah, this is my first race, and I'm gonna take it as it comes, really. At the moment, we haven't decided yet what to do for next year, but I really like KZ2 for the moment, and yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's much more physical to drive these karts with the shifting and everything, and you have to prepare quite a lot before the race, and I think I'm ready for it.
Be very interesting to see what Norton Andreasen can do on home soil, and the Ward Racing team obviously going gearbox racing for the first time in the FIA Karting Championships at least. And what a place to do it at the Assen Ring. This place has such history with the FIA Karting Championships, both in the European and world competitions. The last time the FIA Karting Championship hosted the World Championship for gearbox at this circuit was back in 2016. In 2018, it hosted the OK categories World Championship battle as well as the OK Junior, and that was the year that we saw fantastic victories for Victor Bernier in the junior and Lorenzo Travasanuto in the senior. And of course, in the race after this one, he is going to come out on the front row of the grid to try and beat David Trevelov in their hunt for pole position. And this race itself is going to have 4 Italians in the top 4 positions. Danilo Albanese, Giacomo Polini, Alessio Piccini, and Fabrizio Rosati. What an incredible rafter of drivers to be on those first 2 rows.
Wow, that is a big front 2 rows. And them all being Italian as well, that kind of just adds to the element. But Danilo Albanese, we've seen some amazing performances from him over the course of the weekend. He'll be looking to take another win here in the heats for the KZ2. But can he do it, as he'll have a lot of pressure from behind?
He certainly will. Danilo Albanese and Giacomo Polini on the front row of the grid from Alessio Piccini and Fabrizio Rosati. Thomas Imborg and Victor Oberg from Joey van Spunteren and James Wharton. Jean Nomblo and Marcus Kayak from Rodrigo Ferreira and Valentino Fritsch. Daniel Vazil and Marco Torman. Tobias Sjogren and Gerard Sabrian. Jamie Day and Thanapong Pangsatumnu. Francesco Leoni and Giorgio Carrara from Lucas Reybok and Kasper Janssen. Adrian Janicki and Alexandru Iancu from Karel Kret and Mihai Mancheyan. Then Michael Farshu, Frederick Kiekenberg, David Rem and Johannes Gabrielsen. 30 drivers, and it will be very tough to see which of the 4 Italians on the first 4 places on the grid is going to have the best of it. Danilo Albanese had a mixed bag yesterday, victories and some tricky results as well. Giacomo Polini was looking pretty comfortable until he had a contact with Fabrizio Rosati and then ended up missing his front fairing, so ended up retiring from the race. Alessio Piccini has been very quick off the start, but not as able to sustain it through the course of racing. And Rosati has had plenty of solid aggression, but it's not always been controlled. So, with those 4 drivers at the front end of the field, and the likes of Imborg, Oberg, Van Spunteren and James Wharton waiting in the wings, this could be one of the most exciting races we've seen so far this weekend.
Well, I think exciting's one way of putting it, as we're going to see some brilliant action all the way through the field, not just at the front end, but also in the mid-pack and the rear of the field. As talking about the rear of the field, make their way around the final couple of corners and onto the start-finish straight. There's Danilo Albanese, puts his hand on the rear wheels. You can see him moving the kart forwards and backwards. That's so the rear tyres don't stick to the ground. Well, any of the tyres don't stick to the ground for a better getaway when the lights go out.
Danilo Albanese and Giacomo Polini on the front row of the grid for qualifying heat for Groups C versus D in the International KZ2 Super Cup weekend. The flag will drop at the front end of the field and the drivers will be given leave and license to race for the first corner. Here we go. The flags depart and now the lights come on. When they go out, they will race at Kristianstad for the final time before the final, and it's a cracking start from Polini and a good start too from Rosati. He's going to try and cut across his teammate. He does indeed. Not a great start for the pole sitter Danilo Albanese. He drops into 3rd position as the field swans its way through. We've got an off at the first corner. That looks to me like one of the Tony Kart chassis at the back end of the field there driving through. So not a great start for one of the competitors at the tail end of the field. Has managed to get going again, I believe. So they will just make up as many places as they possibly can. That was Alexandru Iancu. And we've got another off there, one of the Birolart drivers going wide at the back of the field. But out in front, it is Giacomo Polini in the lead of the race in front of Rosati and Albanese. Not the start Danilo Albanese wanted at all.
Not the start he wanted in any way, but a brilliant start there from Polini to get himself with a very early lead. He will try and run away with that one, but Albanese, I'm sure he will not let that one slide as they come around the final corner, up over the crest, and across the line for the first time. Polini will lead the race, but watch out in 2nd position as Rosati will be chasing down the back of that CRG chassis. The 2 Kart Republic drivers, will they work together?
Well, it was David Rem who went off on the first lap, as well as Tobias Sjogren. In fact, Tobias Sjogren has had a crash on the final corner and is down on the straight. So Tobias Sjogren, his kart seems to have had a spin there. That's the Mach 1 chassis. So he is on the start-finish line, desperately trying to get his kart going again. There he is, and that's a bent axle, so there's no way he's going to get that kart started. What a shame for Tobias Sjogren. His race is over. But out in front, it is still Polini from Rosati and Albanese. Alessio Piccini P4. Thomas Imborg is in 5th place from Wharton and Van Spunteren. Victor Oberg is trying to creep his way up the order as well on the Parolin chassis in the PDB Racing colours. But let's see as they come through over the line once more. Polini, Rosati, Albanese. Here comes Piccini, Imborg, Wharton and Van Spunteren on the inside line. A good overtaking move there from Nomblo as he gets through on Marco Torman on the way through to the first corner. And there are going to be a couple of big moves, not just yet. They're still going on lap 3. And Polini is trying to stretch away from Rosati and Albanese. Look at this queue that is piling up behind Piccini. And this is exactly what we said. Off the start, he's not bad at all. But then you just start to lose rhythm. You start to lose grip. It's like they can't keep hold of their tyre pressures at Birolart in the KZ2 races. Certainly in the first couple of laps of the race. It starts to come back a little towards the end. But by then, the damage is already done.
Yeah, we saw this with Luye in the previous race as well. Just didn't really have the pace, started dropping off and all the way down the field. He had to go defensive from pretty much the start of the race to hold on to his position. Just didn't seem like he had the pace here, and that might even be the case for Piccini as well. But James Wharton, he's had a good start, get himself up in a 6th position. He'll be looking for another top 5 finish, and it will be great to see if he's able to make it into the final. But Polini just pulling away a little bit from the 2 Kart Republic drivers, just not able to close the gap enough.
Well, Rosati and Albanese have a lot of work to do as they try and close down Giacomo Bellini. Looks as though they're going to keep it nice and amiable between them. Giorgio Carrara, the Argentine, has got a 51.396. Fastest lap of the race, quicker than all three of the drivers up at the front end of the field by over a tenth of a second. So he's really stretching out that advantage at the moment. Here's James Wharton, tucked up behind Alessio Piccini, the Australian driver on the parallel. James Wharton trying to get himself up another position. Having a think about it at the moment. We know it's about 8 o'clock in the evening where you are in Australia if you're watching along, but this is definitely going to be a tough one on the inside from Wharton. Beautiful move into turn one. That is so hard to get right because you're already committed to the inside and dropping a gear. That was well read by Wharton, and he holds Piccini at bay on the way through turn 4 as well. James Wharton looking so much more comfortable and confident this weekend behind the parallel steering wheel. That is exactly where he wants to line things up, and he's able to control the pace in front of Piccini and Oberg.
Outstanding positioning there from James Wharton to get himself up the inside in a very late overtake. In such a high-speed corner, we haven't seen anybody pull that overtake off at the front of the field with such fast drivers around him. But James Wharton clearly felt comfortable in making that move, gets himself in a 5th position. Now will be chasing down the Piccini ahead of him. Sorry, not Piccini. It's going to be Imborg. So he's going to be chasing down Imborg ahead of him. But James Wharton, he's going to try and get this Charles Leclerc by landing chassis on a move.
Now, Giacomo Bellini's just set the fastest lap of the race at 51.0, but Rosati and Albanese are responding to him. They're going with him, as it were, so they are keeping quite close to Bellini, and they're actually starting to chip that gap down a bit. Rosati sets the fastest first sector of anyone in the race, and Albanese was only slightly, fractionally slower than that, but both were quicker than Bellini, so it's not going to be too long before the CRG driver in the lead of the race is going to have big pressure from the Kart Republic twins. Imborg in 4th place, Wharton, Piccini, Kayak, Oberg, Van Spunteren, Vasil, Nomblo, Fritsch, and then Jamie Day. That goes a long way down the field, that little bit of a gap between the drivers there, so you've got a huge amount of talent, and that looked to me like Valentino Fritsch getting on the inside of Jean Nomblo and the final bend there to get into 11th position. Fabrizio Rosati sets the new fastest lap at 50.925. How about this move on the inside line? No problems for Marcus Kayak. He gets through, as does Victor Oberg. So big problems for Alessio Piccini. He leaves the door open, and that's enough. And on the inside, that is Daniel Vasil trying to get alongside Joey Van Spunteren. The Romanian can't quite get past the Dutchman. So Van Spunteren holding him at his edge there. A good run from the CBB Sport driver yesterday, and he looks like he could get another solid top 10 today.
Yeah, it's looking to be a good result, and a top 10 finish will definitely be accompanied, and they'll be hoping for that one. But Bellini in the lead right now. He's getting caught a little bit there by Rosati in 2nd position right now. It was 4/10 of a second, and across the line is 3/10 now. So if they do catch a 10th lap, they will be able to overtake by the end of the race. That's a move from the 116 up the inside as Vasse makes his way up the inside and gains another position, but we pan our eyes back to the front of the field, and the Kart Republic twins have been split up a little bit. There is actually more of a gap separating the two Kart Republic than there is between Bellini and Rosati.
Absolutely right. Rosati has dropped Albanese and is now going after the race leader, Giacomo Bellini. He's almost with him as we see Jean Nomblo diving up the inside there to try and get past Valentino Fritsch. He's not able to make the overtaking move in behind Joey Van Spunteren as they... Oh, that's a problem. That is unfortunately one of the Cosmics. I think that's the Gazebski race team driver, Adrian Janicki. So Janicki is out of the race, and I'm fairly sure that will also be him out of the weekend. The front fairing actually parts company from the car. Look at how close Rosati's got to Giacomo Bellini now. Surely the overtaking move is going to come any moment now as they run up towards turn 4. He might even do the move before Bellini even realizes how close he is. They come out of 4, up the crest, little bit of air time, and up to the hairpin. Rosati's not giving him any opportunity. Will he check over his shoulder? He's not going to focus on that at the moment. So Giacomo Bellini not intimidated in the slightest by Fabrizio Rosati. Will he defend? He's not even aware he's there, and he goes for him, but he gets straight back in on the exit. Rosati's not going to give him any edge, and he gets the lead out of the victory at the moment in that particular corner. Holding on at the moment. Now he's trying to keep the kart nice and planted to stop down to the Albanese coming through. Yellow flags flying, so he can't make the overtaking move. We've had a couple of karts come off at the final turn. That's Kasper Janssen and Lucas Raybach that have come together. So they're out of the race, unfortunately, in the final turn. But the yellow flags flew, which meant that Albanese couldn't get close enough to Polini to make the move. There is Kasper Janssen walking away. It's been a rather unfortunate weekend for the Swede, as he now has to sit and watch, or lean against the fence and watch, depending on which is going to be the most comfortable for the remaining 4 laps of this race. But Polini under so much pressure from Albanese. Albanese looking for a way to get back into second position. He will be frustrated having dropped back to third off the start, particularly seeing as how he's began the race from pole position. But Giacomo Polini led most of this race, and now Fabrizio Rosati looks like he's going to take his first heat win of the weekend, just by being in the right place at the right time, closing in on Polini and not giving him any suspicion at all that he is going to make the move on the inside line. So out of the final hairpin, back up the straight, Rosati, Polini, Albanese, James Wharton in fourth from Imborg and Kayak, then Victor Oberg, Daniel Vazil, Alessio Piccini and Joey van Spunteren from Fritsch, Nomblo, Day and Ferreira. Gerard Sabrian is in front of Marco Torman as well, and then Giorgio Carrara from Tanapongpangsatumnu, Francesco Leone and Frederick Kickenborg, who's up 8 places from the start. Good recovery drive from him. He's made up more places than anyone else in the race. But Albanese still trying to find that gap on Giacomo Polini. Polini's not giving him any space at all.
There most likely would have been less damage done if Polini hadn't battled for that position, because that means that Albanese wouldn't have gained as much time as he would on the 2 drivers ahead of him. But the driver for the CRG chassis right now just about holding on to second position, but under a lot of pressure from Albanese behind. Albanese, he still does have a couple more laps. They'll be making their way onto the penultimate lap this time round. So 11 laps completed. Just 1 more lap after this one. Time is running out for Albanese if he does want to secure this second position.
So this is the opportunity Albanese might be searching for, coming out of the right-hander, up and over the top of the crest. You get a tiny bit of air time there, just a couple of millimeters off the ground because of the sheer acceleration of these gearbox karts. And then you come up to the right-hand hairpin. Polini's starting to protect. He realizes he can't quite get close enough to Fabrizio Rosati on pure pace. Marcus Kayak sets the fastest lap of the race, having worked his way up to 6th position, the Estonian. So good work from him. David Rem and Alexandru Iancu appear to have dropped a long way down the order after their problems in the last couple of laps as well. I think both of them have had an incident somewhere out on the course, so they have fallen back down the field. But into the last lap comes Fabrizio Rosati. He can't afford to back down though. 0.4 of a second is all he's got over Giacomo Polini. And Danilo Albanese just wants to get into second place, but you've got to be careful. You don't want to throw too many chances up the inside. You can't throw away a possible second position or a possible third position in these heats coming into the last race before the final, because you do not want to drop a long way down the field. Think about Senna van Walstein and his incident with Artur Carbonell. Albanese trying to set up an undercut maneuver on Giacomo Polini in the hope he can get there. Polini still defends and covers the inside line. Albanese wants to get a nice switcheroo on the way out of the hairpin. Can he come through to the right? Not yet. Up towards the left-hander. Double apex. Can he catch Polini out? He's working very hard to close up. There's only 1 corner to go. Can he dive up the inside hairpin and make the bid? He might just get him on exit the way things are going. Rosati's going to get the victory. It is going to be Polini in front of Albanese. James Wharton, though, fighting his way up to 4th position. A great drive from the Oz. And then you've got to Imborg and Kayak in the top 6 from Oberg, Vazil, Piccini and Van Splinteren. Fabrizio Rosati, though, that was an exemplary race drive.
Brilliant job from Rosati to dominate and take the win, gets himself into the lead and then has no pressure from there on. But a brilliant defensive drive from Polini as well, as he was just able to hold on to that second position with a feisty Albanese right in his mirrors. Well, if the karts did have mirrors, but it will be a 3rd position for Albanese, and it's the CRG who splits the 2 kart republics.
So this will be an exciting battle for the drivers coming into the final. We know that Rosati, Polini, Albanese and Wharton are all going to be there. Alessio Piccini fell all the way to 9th in the end after a very tricky opening start to the race. So it's going to be a very difficult situation. So let's see if the competitors are going to have a rip-roaring race in front of us in the final later. But for the last heat of the morning, for these drivers, Fabrizio Rosati, Giacomo Polini and Danilo Albanese in front of James Wharton, Thomas Imborg, Marcus Kayak, then Victor Oberg, Daniel Vazil, Alessio Piccini down in 9th and Joey van Spunteren in 10th position. Then it is Valentino Fritsch in front of Jean Nomblo and Jamie Day, Rodrigo Ferreira ahead of Gerard Sabrian, Marco Torman, Giorgio Carrara and Thanapongpangsatumnu of Thailand. Then it is Francesco Leone from Frederick Kickenborg Michael Farshu made up 6 places. Karol Kret made up 3. Mihai Mancheyan was in 23rd in front of Johannes Gabrielsen. Then Alexandru Iancu in front of David Rem. The retirements, Kasper Janssen in front of Lucas Rybok, Adrian Janicki, and the man who was out on the opening lap, that is Tobias Sjogren. There is only one KZ2 race still to come, and that's going to be the race that pitches Group A versus Group B. Before we give you the personalities that are going to head out onto the circuit and give us that battle royale in KZ2, let's take you back to time qualifying and the 3 drivers that will be starting their last heats before the final from pole position. In the Academy Trophy, it is David Walter. In KZ2, it is Senna van Waalstein. And in the KZ, it is Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
We started with the qualifying. I saw the time going more and more down. I think, we're not gonna get the lap. There was not so much time, so we just go out in the first, and all the drivers come, and I just think, I just need to go get the lap. The job is not done. The heat tomorrow is hard, but starting pole, so I'll see what's happened tomorrow.
Oh yeah, starting off Wednesday, we started off pretty good, pretty strong. We were directly at the pace, so we were quite confident. But coming into Thursday, the speed wasn't there anymore. So yeah, we needed to work hard. We did a lot. The team, they give it everything. They did an amazing job as well. And yeah, this morning we finally found back the pace. And yeah, coming into qualification, we didn't expect. Yeah, we know we had a chance for a pole position, but we didn't know it was like this. We made a perfect lap, 2 perfect legs to be exact, and yeah, ended up in pole position, so really happy with that. Yeah, the mood in the team, of course, everybody is really happy, but yeah, we can be happy, but the job isn't done yet. So yeah, for now it's good. I take a little bit more of confidence with me to coming into the heats tomorrow and for the final on Sunday. But yeah, we just have to keep working and hopefully have the best result on Sunday.
So yeah, it was a really good start of the weekend, of course, and we've worked really hard through the practice, and yeah, in quali we just put all together. I did all my best to put a lap together, and yeah, I got pole position by only 2,000, and yeah, really happy about that. Oh, for sure, now I know that I can make a better start, so I can fight more in the front. Yeah, of course, the gap is really close between me and the others, so it's gonna be tough tomorrow. But yeah, we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
So the drivers are going to get ready for their pole position starts in each of the 3 classes. The last KZ2 race of the day before we get to the final of the International KZ2 Super Cup itself is the next race out on track. And get this, Senna van Waalstein, who started from pole position and then in his first heat had an incident with his teammate Arthur Carbonell, who dropped all the way back to 28th, has now got to go wheel to wheel with the 2 drivers who were the most consistent up at the front end of the field yesterday. Lorenzo Travasanuto, 3 wins out of 4. David Trevalov, 3 wins out of 4. And it's just Trevalov's pole position by a single point, because the race they didn't win, Trevalov was 2nd, Travasanuto was 3rd. This race is going to be the deciding factor as to who gets pole position for the 2021 International KZ2 Super Cup. Van Waalstein can't quite make it happen, but he can certainly improve his position for the final. But between Travasanuto and Trevalov, this is a sneak preview to the big show.
Yeah, this is going to be a big heat in the eyes of everybody. Heat A versus B. So in theory, this is going to be the fastest drivers in the race that we're going to see all day from the KZ2. Well, apart from the final, of course, in the heats, I mean. But Van Waalstein is going to be starting on pole. He'll be trying to throw a spanner in the works versus Travasanuto and David Trevalov. But pole position is really going to go the way of which driver is going to be which driver is going to be able to beat the other. Is it going to be Travasanuto or is it going to be Trevalov? We can only wait and see.
This is so close as well. You genuinely can't predict who is going to have the best of the draw from these 2. Both competitors have been so fast over the course of the weekend, and this is the first time they'll actually get to go up against each other on the same bit of racetrack. But it won't be the last, because, of course, they'll have to do it all over again in the International KZ2 Super Cup final later today. But how on earth is going to have the opportunity between these two? It's so ridiculously close, and they have been putting on quite the show for us yesterday. So what can we expect from qualifying heat A versus B? Well, your guess is as good as ours. Senna van Waalstein coming out onto the circuit to get himself into pole position, and then it will be Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trevelov next in tow. There is so much at stake here. Jean Louillet fourth on the grid, Rasmus Janssen and Laurens van Heupen, then Jennis Savico and Chris Hahnen, Robert Kindervater and David Lewinsky, Ben Tornqvist and Martin van Leuven, Alex Dahlberg and Lorenzo Giannoni, Matti Kukovski and Alex Schmitz, Charlie Anderson and Brandon Nielsen from Thomas Guedes and Norton Andreasen, Ken Oscar Alger and Joseph Knopp from Lasse Karlsjoj and Jesper Westerholm, Jakob Wojcik and Matthias Torrigiani, Kenneth Hildebrand and Giuseppe Fusco, then Damian Valla, Laura van den Hengel and Greg Caton of the United Kingdom. Now, here's a scenario for you. Trefelov has 2 points accumulated, Travasanuto has 3. If both of these guys have an incident of some kind and drop down the field, guess who's going to get pole position? Samuel Louillet. So there is so much at stake for these two. They cannot afford to mess up, or the Swiss driver for Tony Kart is going to get the pole.
Louillet on pole. How's this one going to work? It's going to be a very tense race. And I'm sure Trevelov and both Travasanuto are going to be feeling the pressure on their shoulders, even if they are out in front. They are going to be wondering if anything's going to go wrong. Then Louillet might end up on pole. Who would have guessed that?
It's a very, very close battle and a very, very tough race ahead of us, this one, because obviously it will decide the pole position for the KZ2 Super Cup. Trefelov, as I said, has 2 points accumulated. Travasanuto has 3. You score 0 points for a win. 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. So you've got to score as high a finish as possible to get as few points on the board as possible. It's like the results of a golf scorecard. Whoever has the fewest is the one that will come through. But Albanese has 10 points in fourth. Tonteri has 13 points on fifth. Palomba has 16 and sixth. Jean Louillet has 23, as does Thomas Imburg. Victor Orberg and James Wharton both have 25. And Senna van Waalstein, if he gets a win, is going to be just outside the top 10 of the starting grid somewhere. There's the green flag at the back of the field. So now the drivers will get ready. Is it going to be Travasanuto or Trefelov on pole? We're about to find out. Let's do it! Good start from Travasanuto. Not a good one from Trefelov. He falls in behind the 114 of Jean Louillet. So they go through turn 4, go through the first couple of corners without too much incident. Everybody just about tucking through the chicane. But it is a good start from Senna van Waalstein. He leads the way, the Dutchman in front of Travasanuto, then Jean Louillet, then David Trevelov. But he always has a little bit of a slow burn, and he gets quicker as the race goes on. So don't despair if you're a German and a fan of David Trevelov. There's still plenty of time for him to get on with this. Jennis Savico is putting off a major move around the outside of Chris Hahnen, and he's done it. He's got up into 6th position. What an overtake from Jennis Savico. You cannot overtake around the outside at turn 6, or at least I didn't think you could. He's proven it's possible.
Well, you didn't think, but now you do. So not the best start there from Trevelov. Travasanuto getting the upper hand off the line there, but across the line, Senna van Waalstein actually has a little bit of a gap back to Travasanuto. If that gap stands, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But Jean Louillet, with a brilliant start, gets himself in a 3rd position. He'll be feeling the pressure of Trevelov behind. And then watch out for Van Heupen in 4th now. Sorry, not in 5th. Oh, that's a big issue there.
That's Alex Dahlberg, his first race as a team manager in the AD Motorsport. What a real shame that hasn't gone his way. Here's Laurens van Heupen trying to take on Trevelov before Trevelov can catch up to the top 3. So that would throw a spanner in the works. Laurens van Heupen doing a great job here as he tries to work his way back into contention. And even with Senna van Waalstein looking good for the race win, he's not going to get into the top 10 of the start for the KZ2 Super Cup. So he really needs to stay in the lead and maximise his chances. Travasanuto in 2nd place. He's looking like he'll be pole position for the Super Cup. Trevelov will have to settle for 3rd. For 2nd, I should say, the way things currently are with him in P4. But Laurens van Heupen is trying to catch him and pass him for 4th position. This is not what Trefelov needed. They come through the hairpin at 4. Savico in front of Hahnen, Tornqvist, and then Janssen, Van Leuven. Brandon Nielsen is in the mix there as well. Chris Hahnen has to move to cover to defend from Ben Tornqvist. Rasmus Janssen is next in the queue as well. Jennis Savico doing a great job. Don't forget, the DPK Racing team are not used to racing gearbox either. This is their really first campaign at doing so on the Alonso kart chassis. And we've had an incident. There's been 2 separate incidents, one into turn 6, one out of turn 6. And so we've got 2 karts involved in that one. It's Ken Oscar Algra who ran a little bit wide. Giuseppe Fusco has gone off the road completely. And Kenneth Hildebrand there getting going again as well. That's Fusco returning to the circuit. Hildebrand has spun off in the background and has retired at turn 6. So Van Walstein continues to lead Travis Zanuto. There is Hildebrand as he takes his kart away. Fusco, I think, has managed to get going, but has brought his kart straight back into the pits by the look of it. And now on the inside, that's Harnen. Harnen gets his beat on Jenny Savico, and he gets through. So too does Ben Tornfist Pearson. So Fusco and Hildebrand are out of the race, but there are still great battles going on here for 6th position as Harnen has got through into 6th ahead of Tornfist and Savico. Then it is Rasmus Janssen, and the 120 in the mix there is Martin van Leuven. Ken Oscar Algra picks up a warning flag. Clearly, they feel that he may have had an interesting part to play in that incident. David Lewinsky and Alex Schmitz, by the way, have not started the race. I think Lewinsky has a little bit of sore ribs or sore wrist or whatever it might be from the roll yesterday. Up the inside, Janssen gets the move now on Jenny Savico. That puts him into P8.
Yep, brilliant move there, but I've got a question for you, Jake. If Trefilov is able to gain one more position, they'll be tied on points, will Travis Zanuto and Trefilov. Who will take pole position then?
Well, that's a very good question. If they were tied on points accumulated, then it will go the way of timed qualifying on countback, and that will mean, obviously, that it will be Lorenzo Travisanuto that would get pole position. So Trefilov needs to catch and pass Jean Louillet and then pass Travisanuto as well. 4th position isn't going to be enough for him to start the KZ2 Super Cup final from pole position. He needs to catch and pass them, and that's another driver out. That's Damian Valler. So Damian Valler of the CPB Sports Squad, he's out of the race. Now we've got Chris Harnen trying to get well clear of Tornfist and Janssen. Savico's trying to keep Martin van Leuven of the Energy Course squad at bay. Fastest lap of the race, David Trefilov, 51.0. Here he comes. The German is going to get into his stride. We've seen this time and time again as up the inside of Harnen goes Tornfist. So Tornfist gets into 6th position. Harnen is there in 7th place. Now we need to keep an eye on David Trefilov when we get a chance, because now it's time to close up on Jean Louillet and make that overtake. He's really settling into the rhythm. We saw this from the SRP Maranello yesterday as Savico tries to shake off Martin van Leuven in the battle for 9th position, but Trefilov is closing down on Jean Louillet in their battle for 3rd position. The 114 and the treble 1 of Louillet and David Trefilov, they are squabbling away as they trade sector times, and I can tell you that Trefilov is quicker than Louillet in both of these sectors. Look, he's already made a bit of an impression there as Chris Harnen is trying to shake off Rasmus Janssen as well. They go through the chicane. Watch out for Janssen. He might make an opportunity here on Chris Harnen. Big launch, big dive. That'll do. Chris Harnen tried to resist it. David Trefilov, another new fastest lap, a 51.0 for him once again, a 51.013 this time. And he is catching up to the drivers in front. Jean Louillet is going to have very little response as we go into the next lap. Here we go. Trefilov has caught up to Jean Louillet. This is not going to be easy for the Swiss to hang on to.
No, it isn't at all. Louillet is going to be under a lot of pressure very, very soon, as Trefilov is pretty much all over the back of that Tony car as they go around the final corner. Not really much Trefilov can do in this situation right now. He's not close enough to be within the overtaking range of the driver ahead of him, so they go through the first corner. It's all about just closing that gap down to a minimal amount of space between the 2 cars, as it looks like Trefilov is just a little bit too far back right now. If Louillet is able to keep up this pace and able to challenge the pace which Trefilov is putting down right now, he might just about be safe.
And this is what we saw from Trefilov yesterday. He didn't always start the races perfectly quickly, but he certainly found his feet in the midpoint of the race, and that's where we get to see him at his best. So now he's going to try and catch and pass Jean Louillet. He needs to get through into 3rd position. He needs to plan this move quite carefully. You don't just want to go gung-ho on the inside and hope that it's going to stick. You need to try and figure out where Jean Louillet is going to be more vulnerable. David Trefilov just calculating and working his way around the course. He is a lovely young man, David Trefilov. Works so hard with the SRP Maranello squad, and this is his best chance yet to pick up his first FIA karting title. He will want to grab that chance with both hands. Here is the vice champion of Europe. This is Senna van Walstein. With that split helmet design, it's the Ayrton Senna tribute lid on one side and his own colours on the other, separated by the Dutch flag in the middle. And that is quite the incredible design, but Senna van Walstein still trying to recover and make up for lost time after his clash with Artur Carbonell yesterday. He will know in the back of his mind that it will be almost impossible to win the International KZ2 Super Cup without a little bit of luck come his way, but he's going to give himself the best chance. Andrea Kimi Antonelli watching on, knowing that his race is coming, and it's going to be a very interesting challenge for him as he fights for the KZ World Championship later on. Here is Senna van Walstein battling away with Lorenzo Travasanuto. Travasanuto not catching him, but he doesn't need to catch him. He can just stay in second place, and all is well for him to be in pole position for the Super Cup. He doesn't need to stretch himself here, Lorenzo Travasanuto. And you know what? That will be the first time he has started a final from the front since Alaharma, the World Championships of OK in Finland 2019. So that is a big moment coming in for Travasanuto. He now gets the fastest lap of the race at 50.74. I think he senses that this could be his moment.
Trevalov and Travasanuto are trading fastest laps right now, but 3/10 is what's separating Trevalov and Luye right now. He's just not close enough, not able to close that gap just enough. Maybe the dirty air may be playing a factor in closing the gap to the driver ahead, but it's never really seemed a problem for Trevalov. He's always been able to arrive onto the back of a driver and get past him. But is Trevalov being held up by Jean Luye ahead, or is it just an issue himself?
It could also be a tyre choice issue. Jean Luye may have gone for a fresher tyre to try and maximise his chances in the final end. You can see in the background there, poor Kenneth Hildebrand just having to sit and watch as the race plays out in front of him. But this is not easy. Lorenzo Travasanuto just trying to pace himself, take his time. This will not be the main race as far as he's concerned. Second place will do. He doesn't have to worry about passing Senna van Walstein. He's going to start at least 10 places ahead of him on the starting grid, the way things currently go for the Super Cup final later. But this is about maximising himself, Travasanuto. He's actually catching Senna van Walstein. What a way to confirm it. If he can get past him, if he can catch and pass Van Walstein, then that guarantees pole position. There's no way Trevalov would be able to come back from that. Even if he finished second, Trevalov would still pick up 2 points, and that would put him on 4 compared to Travasanuto on 3. So if Travasanuto can catch and pass Senna van Walstein, that would guarantee pole position, and that would certainly put the fear into everybody else out there. Travasanuto absolutely determined. It's great to see him back. He's had a bit of a hiccup in 2020. 2021 was very much about learning his new craft of KZ2. I think he's learned all he needs to learn, doesn't he?
Yep, and it clearly seems so over the course of this weekend. He's been very quick and posing a challenge to all the drivers out on the field. I think everybody sees him as a target. Everyone sees him as the benchmark of the times that are being set so far over the course of this weekend. But Travasanuto, if he is able to close this 3/10 gap over the course of one lap, this would be a very impressive run from Travasanuto to take the win. That would mean he would have won 4 out of his 5 heats. How impressive would that be?
It certainly would. People talk in this paddock. They say, well, it's one thing to win the championship in a direct drive. It's one thing to win the championship in gearbox. But if you can do it in both, then that really is quite an incredible display of your versatility, your diversity behind the wheel, and your discipline and stamina. And Travasanuto is just one step away now from being pole position in the International KZ2 Super Cup, the last stop for any gearbox driver to go into the World Championships and the European Championships of the KZ category. So Travasanuto is just going to cruise home behind Senna van Walstein. He's proved the point. He doesn't need to overtake him. He's just going to follow him home. And it's a perfect start to the weekend then out of the heats for Lorenzo Travasanuto. He will line up in the International KZ2 Super Cup on pole, but Van Walstein takes the final heat from victory, from pole position. Travasanuto second, Jean Luye third, and David Trevalov in fourth. That books the German on the front row of the starting grid alongside Travasanuto. Senna van Walstein, though, calm and collected, solid and smooth. He's done the best he can after the difficulties of yesterday morning.
Yeah, he has done an amazing job to make his way through. Senna van Walstein, it was not the greatest start to the weekend. He unfortunately will not be starting in the top 10 for the final. He will not be able to improve his position now, so his position is secured on the starting grid. But Senna van Walstein has done a great job to recover from such a difficult morning, and what would have been such a mental toll on himself to bounce back from a mistake like that. That is a great trait for a driver.
It certainly is. From Senna van Walstein's point of view now, he's done all he can to get himself into the best position for the KZ2 Super Cup final. So now it's all down to fate and circumstance. We'll just have to see what happens from here on in. And oh, that is the 187 looking for a recovery. That's Kenneth Hildebrand. Can you come and get me? I don't want to be here much longer, thanks. He's just waiting for the recovery crew. Senneman Wildstein and Lorenzo Travasanuto from Jean Liet and David Treveloff. Lawrence Van Heupen and Benjamin Tornqvist from Rasmus Janssen and Chris Harden. Jenis Savico, Martin Van Leuven. Brandon Nilsson and Charlie Anderson from Matti Kukovski and Lorenzo Giannoni. Lassie Karlsjoj and Ken Oscar Algra in front of Mateusz Torrigiani and Jesper Westerholm. Then it's Joseph Knopp in front of Robert Kindervater. And then we will see Norton Andreasen ahead of Jacob Wojcik, Thomas Guedes ahead of Greg Caton and Laura van den Hengel. The retirements, Damian Valla, Kenneth Hildebrand and Giuseppe Fusco. And then we had a retirement on the first lap as well, which was Alexander Dahlberg, and non-starts from David Lewinsky and Alexander Schmitz. That is the KZ2 qualifying heats all wrapped up. Next up, the Academy Trophy. So the Academy Trophy, the competition, the 12th annual running of this event, where drivers from all over the world are selected by their national sporting governing bodies and given the chance to compete on the world stage. They all have the same kart, they all have the same chassis, they all have the same engine, the same tyres. Everything is absolutely identical. They're only allowed one mechanic to assist them over the course of the weekend. There are no teams and therefore, hopefully, no politics. And it's wonderful racing out there. The drivers do an absolutely magnificent job throughout the weekend. It's been mighty close all the way through the season, and it is definitely going to be a great end. One of the drivers that's been able to represent her country over the course of the season, Tyler Jean Robinson from South Africa. We caught up with her on Friday morning to see how she has coped with the 2021 Academy Trophy campaign.
Well, the track's quite a nice track. I did do some testing. I really like the track, but unfortunately we are struggling a little bit, especially in the first session now that we just did, but we're working to improve, and I hope this weekend goes really well. We only have a grid of 8 kids, so I've learned a lot of racecraft, and I've learned that the competition is at a really high level here. It's extremely difficult. I mean, to get to the front, it's just minor things. I mean, the times are so close. To qualify in the top, it's just a matter of a few hundredths of tenths. So it is really, really difficult. There's nothing really I've disliked. Obviously, the driving's been the most fun, and the racing. The speed, it's just amazing, the adrenaline. It's something I've always enjoyed. It's amazing. Hopefully a top 15 finish. We have had bad luck. We normally do have top 15 pace, so that's going to be my goal for this weekend. And you should see me at the front racing my heart out.
I really feel for Tyler Jean Robertson this season. She's worked so hard, and you've looked at her over the course of the practice sessions this year. Time qualifying has never really gone her way over the course of the 3 weekends. She could be in a much stronger position in each of these race weekends. But then that's the difficulty. Fortune always colours the opportunities that you get in these forms of racing. And in the Karting Academy Trophy, with it being so competitive, they don't get any testing in these karts at all. They don't even see the karts on the circuit until the first practice session on Friday morning, so they get very limited running. And it all comes down to the ability you're able to show on the circuit. But motorsport is motorsport. Problems will still occur, and bad luck sometimes daunts you.
Yeah, Ty Jean Robinson, it really just hasn't been her weekend. It's a shame to see that she isn't in the position that she should be able to. We know she has the pace to be at the front, but unfortunately that just hasn't been the case over the course of this weekend, and I really do hope that next season is better for her.
It would certainly be good to see her return and wave the flag for South Africa once again, but it's been a very close weekend indeed for the Academy drivers. 2 heat wins yesterday for Singapore's Dion Gauda, along with the victories from Riccardo Iannello and David Walter, the Italian and the Dane. So now there's all sorts to play for. And don't forget, we've got a title fight on our hands as well, as Maciej Gledij, David Walter, Alexander Bondarev, Yvan David, they're all in the hunt for the title. So there's a lot that can still happen over the course of this weekend. A lot of things can change, and we'll see some great talents showcase themselves out on the circuit. The drivers very excited about racing at Kristianstad as well. This circuit really does seem to favour the Academy drivers. They love the challenge, they love the undulation changes, and the diversity of the corner types and the cambers. It's a very difficult challenge for drivers, especially if you've never been here before, as the majority of the Academy Trophy field haven't. But for Maciej Gledizh and Ludwig Franzen on the front row of the starting grid, this is a big opportunity for them. They need to maximize it. Maciej Gledizh, despite getting pole position for this heat, therefore being on the front row of every heat he's got so far, he's not been able to convert it into a race victory yet. But I have a sneaky suspicion that we haven't quite seen the best of Maciej Gledizh yet. Ludwig Franzen has not quite been able to produce the race-winning performance yet either from the front row of the starting grid. But it's definitely going to be very exciting to see what he can produce. So it's Maciej Gledizh of Poland and the home hero Ludwig Franzen, then Leon Zelenko and Riccardo Iannello from Oscar Wurz and Darius Babiawana. Then it is Renaud Francoeur and Leo Robinson. We'll see Bart Harrison on the fifth row beside Matti Koenig. Then Alexander Skelton and Maxi Schleimer, Jaakko Leitinen and Federico Alrifai. From Junior Kim and Saul de Colombres, Matti Prus and Philip Garner. Tyler Jean Robinson is alongside Alberto Benitez. A big hello, by the way, to Theo Makuris, who is watching along and supporting his countryman Bart Harrison. He was actually out in his Academy Trophy car testing the other day at Rye House, reliving old memories. And he, of course, represented Great Britain last year and had a top 3 title campaign fight, and was great to see him. He is hoping that his countryman Bart Harrison could do a similar job.
Yeah, Harrison, he's been looking a little strong over the course of this weekend, and now the drivers, of course, in the Academy class will have a rolling start in comparison to the standing starts, which we've seen for KZ and KZ2. So forming up now will soon be underway.
Well, he's had the fast-paced laps. He was fastest lap a couple of times yesterday, but has not quite been able to convert that into a decent result. Qualifying is such a tough mission here. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are, up to the first corner. And Maciej Gledizh is going to be followed in by Leon Zelenko, who gets a great start. Not a great launch away from Ludwig Franzen, but he's maximised it. 3 karts off in the background, 4 karts off in the background, facing the wrong way as everybody comes through, and that's not gone well at all for several competitors in the field. I think that might be the 527 that's facing the wrong way. That, I'm afraid, is Tyler Jean Robinson, the South African, and also in there, the 534, the Mexican Saul de Colombres, and we've also lost Matti Prus and Philip Garner, who has restarted, I should note. So Philip Garner is continuing on, the Nigerian, but that is a race retirement for Matti Prus, the Czech Republic racer. So that, I'm afraid, is game over for him in this one. But out in front, Maciej Gledizh has been able to hold fire. There's Bart Harrison trying to work his way through the field with Renaud Francoeur. So a good start to this one from Bart Harrison. He really has made a big step and launched forward. Riccardo Iannello not with the greatest of starts. So this could be a very open house race as Leon Zelenko in second place is being hunted down. Oh, that's Wurz in third position. Bart Harrison is there mixing it up in the middle of the pack there with Alexander Skelton. I got confused there, of course, because Oscar Wurz does carry a Union flag on the top of his helmet because he is half Austrian and half English, resides in Monaco, and that's where, of course, he is there in Monaco. With the flag he runs. Renaud Francoeur up to third position. Iannello comes through. Darius Babiawana trying to battle away with Oscar Wurz in there as well. So that is Francoeur, Iannello, Wurz and Babiawana having a great tussle over third place. And watch out for Ludwig Franzen, who's got himself back together again, and he is now in 7th place trying to charge his way forward.
Iannello and Babiawana just made their way through on Oscar Wurz there. So Wurz dropping another 2 positions. He was in 3rd position before the start of that lap, and he makes that position back on Babiawana. So Wurz, he did lose those positions, but now he's trying to gain them back as much as possible. But at the front of the field there, Gledizh pulling away from Zelenko in 2nd position right now. Renaud Francoeur will be trying to chase down the top 2 now. So 1.5 seconds is nearly what separates Zelenko and Francoeur right now.
Maciej Gledizh half a second clear of the Croatian, so they will continue to battle. Renaud Francoeur, who still has a great chance to win this FIA Karting Academy Trophy after his dominant run at Wackersdorf in Germany. So let's see if they are going to get this together. Riccardo Iannello got the podium last time out, of course, on home soil. Oscar Wurz is right in the mix there as well in 5th position. And then Darius Babiawana, the very impressive Romanian, who goes through on the inside line there, gets the overtaking move, still holds the inside line for the following hairpin. So as long as he doesn't drift out, which is exactly what he does do, Oscar Wurz keeps his car to the inside line. Nice move from Oscar Wurz. That was well held and a very tricky maneuver to pull off. He just waited for Babiawana to blend out of the throttle in the hairpin. Here comes Ludwig Franzen. He now takes the position in the final turn, and Bart Harrison is getting in there as well. This is terrific stuff, but on the throttle, it looks as though Babiawana is going to draw level. Harrison's going to keep himself to the inside line, and Leo Robinson gets the inside maneuver there as well. Terrific racecraft from Franzen, Harrison and Robinson. They all managed to get past Babiawana.
A jaw-dropping sequence of overtakes there as Leo Robinson picks up the fastest lap and shows that with an overtake as well on that lap. So with an overtake on that previous lap as well, and fastest lap at 54.935, and Leo Robinson making his bid on Bart Harrison as well, racing on an Algerian license as well. These two drivers will have raced in the UK, and it seems like they're taking it over to Europe as they race side by side. Harrison tried to go up the inside, not able to make it stick though. Leo Robinson managing to hold on to the position for now, but going forward, Bart Harrison has a little look up the inside. Leo Robinson just leaves in the room that he needs, but not much more.
This is so close. Now Harrison gets his move on the inside of Robinson, the Algerian, but they come off the corner together and Robinson's got him back. Brilliant racing from the two. Now here comes Harrison having a look again on the inside of Leo Robinson. Can't quite make it stick. But watch out for Darius Babiawana. He is not going to hang around for long. Skelton is getting closer to them as well, as is the German Maxi Schleimer. Harrison launches on the inside of Robinson. Babiawana getting alongside him as well. They go over the top of the crest, almost banging wheels. Brilliant racing. And that is Harrison and Robinson through on Babiawana. But Robinson wants a little more. Bart Harrison is still the man holding him at bay. Brilliant racing.
Harrison now in front of this pack, but Leo Robinson, seeing that Harrison is able on the same pace as him, he'll be wanting that position back as soon as possible, and we'll be looking for an overtaking opportunity when it arrives towards him. But we look forward towards the front of the pack. This is the 5:18 now, so we look a little bit further back. But our leaders, we haven't actually talked much about them, so they come across the line now. Gladish and Zelenko still with a little bit of a gap back to Franco. Then you got Ianello and Wirtz.
Well, Harrison's protecting Robinson and Babiawana, but as you say, Zelenko is actually catching Maciej Gladish at the moment. Fastest lap of the race, though, comes from the home favourite, Ludwig Franzen, who gets a new lap in to try and close in on Oscar Wirtz. Here's the train further back. Harrison, Robinson, Babiawana, and then we've got Schleimer, Skelton, up the inside goes Robinson. He gets the move on Harrison. Babiawana tries to get through as well. I was going to mention the battle behind, but this is too close for comfort. Harrison slides in on Robinson. Babiawana gets alongside. Robinson still holds the inside line for the next hairpin. Now he makes the bid on Harrison, gets through. They both drift wide. Babiawana trying to split them, comes round and gets past Harrison on the outside line. Terrific racecraft from them, and now Babiawana's only got to deal with Leo Robinson, having already dealt with Harrison. Harrison is almost dropping into the next queue of carts of Skelton, Al-Rifai, Schleimer, Leitinen, Kim and Koenig. So very close stuff, but here is Leon Zelenko closing in on the race leader, Maciej Gladish, as they battle away for the victory. Zelenko would dearly love to take a heat win. Gladish just wants to stay as consistent as possible.
Yeah, Gladish needs these points if he wants to be starting on top of the tables, but Ludwig Franzen once again getting the fastest lap. But I think that is one of the best battles I have ever seen between drivers, Leo Robinson and Bart Harrison. As soon as one driver gets through, the other reacts straight away. And talking about it, they're even battling now. So Robinson manages to make his way through again, but no, sorry, that's Wirtz. I get the helmets mixed up there. Wirtz is battling with, that is Franzen and also Ianello.
So Ianello almost got the move done there on Oscar Wirtz, but Ianello is not able to secure it. Ludwig Franzen, with a string of fastest laps, has now caught up to them. He's not waiting around. He gets the move on Ricardo Ianello. Ianello got a podium on home soil. Ludwig Franzen still feels there's a chance to do that here at Kristianstad. It would be wonderful if he could raise the Swedish flag on the podium later in the Academy Trophy final. He's got a good chance of it, so now he's just got to keep pushing and hope and pray that he's going to have the opportunity. Now that is a retirement. That is Matti Koenig. So Koenig, unfortunately, has driven very hard indeed this weekend, but that drops him out of this heat. Hopefully, he's still going to have a chance of being in the final later. But Oscar Wirtz, then Ludwig Franzen, and Ricardo Ianello. Babiawana is the next man in the queue, a little further back. And then it's Robinson and Bart Harrison. Alex Skelton and Federico Al-Rifai have managed to catch up to them now, so there's a 5-car battle brewing as those 5 drivers, with Babiawana at the head of the train, still getting very close to each other. But going into the final lap, Maciej Gladish is going to have the pace here over Leon Zelenko. He's only just maximising what he needs to out of this race. So Maciej Gladish looking good to take his first heat win of the weekend. That doesn't quite sound right, does it?
No, it doesn't. We've seen Gladish up at the front of the grid all the way over the course of this weekend. And for this only being his first heat win, well, he's got to have been saving something, but Bart Harrison picked up a warning flag. I'm guessing that's for the battle that he's been having with Leo Robinson and also Babiawana. So that's a shame to see one of the drivers picking up a warning flag. Can't quite catch what that was for, but there we see Wirtz trying to hold on to the fourth position right now as Ludwig Franzen applies pressure on the back. Is he able to slip up the inside? No, he isn't. Defending on the inside is Wirtz right now, just about holding the inside. Wirtz doing a great defensive drive right now, but Franzen just looking left and right, left left and right trying to find a gap.
He can't quite make it unless he goes for the move in the final hairpin, and that might be his only chance. The victory is going to go the way of Maciej Gledizh in front of Leon Zelenko. So Gledizh will be happy with that. Third place for Renault Franco. That keeps him in the title battle without any problems at all. Wirtz, Franson and Ianello finish at that. A great battle all the way to the line. Babiwana in front of Bart Harrison and Leo Robinson. From Skelton, Al Rifai, Schleimer, Leitinen, Kim, Benitez and Garner. So Kim and Schleimer swap positions on the last lap, as does Benitez ahead of Leitinen. In fact, I'm not sure, has Leitinen actually come through? That's Philip Garner coming through. So yes, Leitinen has crossed the line in 15th place. But what an incredible run from Maciej Gledizh. He leaves his best for last, and that is a very important heat win at a critical time in the weekend, right before we get to the finals.
Yep, performing when he needs it most. Maciej Gledizh, that'll put him up the order when it comes to the starting grid for the Academy. But remember, we still do have another Academy heat coming up, so even more battling, and that will finally sort out the orders for the starting of the final. But Zelenko, it was just a little bit too much to ask if he wanted to find half a second on the final lap and also make his way into the lead.
So terrific battles then over the course of that race, and it's Maciej Gledizh that comes home for the race victory in front of Leon Zelenko and Renault Franco. Oscar Wirtz and Ludwig Franson from Ricardo Ianello and Darius Babiwana. Bart Harrison ahead of Leo Robinson and then Alexander Skelton. Federico Al Rifai and Junior Kim from Maxi Schleimer and Alberto Benitez, then Jaakko Leitinen and Philippe Garner. And then we have the retirements. Matti Koenig, Saul de Colombres, Mate Prus, and then Tyler Jean Robinson. De Colombres, Prus, and Robinson were all out of the race on the opening lap. And Matti Koenig, unfortunately, with just 3 laps remaining. A very tricky end to the race as far as those drivers were concerned. They are not wanting to rest on their laurels by ending the heats on a retirement, so that is unfortunate. Let's catch up with a couple of the drivers from the Academy. We're going to talk to 2 of the drivers we actually saw battling wheel to wheel over the course of that race. Leo Robinson of Algeria and Bart Harrison of Great Britain. Let's see what they have to say.
Yeah, I'm really excited to race here this weekend. It's a really good track. I think it's one of the best I've been to. Hopefully this week we can get good points. We got an okay round in Adria and a not so good round in Wackersdorf, so hopefully here can be good. Yeah, I just came out from my first session at the circuit. It's really banked. I love the banked corners. It's like going in an airplane when they go round in circles and you feel like you're at 45 degrees angle. Yeah, and you go through all of that and it's really fun. Yeah, it's really tough. You need to have the pace to be there and you just need to hope that you're in the front and do a good enough job in the heats. Yeah, we did mini last year and we started this year doing junior and we've been doing quite well all year. And I think through the academy we've just got better and better and better. But it's really tough racing against all of the older kids. Yeah, I've learnt a lot of stuff this year. I've learnt how they race. I've learnt that I need to go to the gym. I've just tried to be at the front, and sometimes I've managed to do that, and sometimes I haven't been at the front. Hopefully we'll be in the front pack in the final, but we might not be, but I'm hoping we'll be in the front pack and able to go for the win.
It's exciting. I've never raced in Sweden before, and I've had one good round before, and I hope to get the second. I've just had a really good experience here. I've learned how professional it is and feels a lot closer to F1 than the other stuff that I do. It's really tough. They're all good drivers and they do OKJ all the time, so for me to challenge them is really hard, and I'm really happy when I'm up there at the front. I've just had a good first session. I was only a 10th off and it was the first time I'd seen the track, so I really like the track and I think I could do well.
Well, they definitely got the chance to battle it out together, didn't they? Leo Robinson and Bart Harrison, they gave us an exceptional show. Great to see the signs of things getting back together in the world of motorsport, as this is the first time we've actually got some spectators at the side of the circuit for the World Championships here in Sweden. We're obviously in a green zone here, so things are a little bit more improved. It's not completely gone, of course, but it definitely makes things a little bit easier for us to develop and to move forward, and they're being treated to an excellent show. They've got 2 races to go before we get to the finals themselves, and this last heat of the Karting Academy Trophy, it's going to give us a very interesting display, as well as to confirm who's going to be on pole position for the final. And it looks at the moment as if it's going to go the way of Singapore's Dion Gowda, but you never know.
Yeah, Gowda, he's been strong over the course of the whole weekend. He's been performing in every single race that he's been in so far. So I would not be surprised at all if we do see Gowda on pole towards the end of the day. But a surprise performance that we've had. We've been talking about the bad luck that Tyler Jean has had over the course of this weekend, but a brilliant performance so far from Caleb Grafrara. We're going to see him in this next race. He'll be starting from 4th position in the grid. He's had a 3rd and a 4th in both of his heats, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a podium from him this weekend.
It's definitely not out of the question, is it? The young man from North Carolina has definitely been stepping up the ante over the course of this weekend, and the American is definitely looking like a shade of Conor Zilic that we saw last year, who won, of course, the Academy Trophy. Yavan David of Sri Lanka is definitely one to keep an eye on. He started all of his heats from the 6th row of the grid, but how he's been able to charge his way through on that first lap to get into the top 5 on each occasion. This guy is absolutely relentless, and he may have had the problems in qualifying, but he's always found a way to storm himself back, and he still has an outside chance of wrapping up this Academy Trophy, so he's going to be more motivated than ever before to go for the big time up at the front end of the field. And it's always an exciting end to the season in the Academy Trophy, but always, to a certain degree, a rather sad one as well, because they've been an incredible cast of drivers this year. 51 competitors from the start of the season through to the front who have been representing their nations and doing an exceptional job, bringing us an incredible battle right from the start. And it's always been a tricky, phenomenal battle for all of these competitors, but they've definitely given us lots of entertainment. It's worth saying a hello to those drivers who weren't able to be with us for this season finale. 41 of them were able to get here, but for various different difficulties and circumstances, others were not able to. So hello to Sebastian Kaupeng of the Philippines, to Tigran Bunatian of Russia, as well as saying a hello to the other competitors who were not able to be with us. Sivirdis Simkus of Lithuania, Mark Kastelic of Slovenia, who's not been able to be present with us, Kanaka Guzazi, the Indonesian, who started with us at the beginning of the year and has not been able to continue, Aaron Krepchik of the Hungarian contingent as well, Jordan's Hamza Al Fayez. I was really looking forward to seeing him come out, but unfortunately he's not been able to leave his country due to the world situation. A similar one that has befallen Bahrain's Shantosh Kumar. I would have loved to have seen what he could do out on the circuit. Nemanja Jovanovic as well for Serbia. It's not been possible for Nemanja to get out racing either. So we're going to have a very tough race battle for them. So let's hope that in the future we'll be able to see them at an FIA karting category. It's been wonderful to welcome them into the community. Sadly, we've not been able to see them out on track for this season finale, but we will hopefully see them again in the future. Right, the Academy Trophy's not far away, so let's take a flying lap around the course with the man who knows it best, Ludwig Franzen. In the Academy Trophy card on the X-Prix chassis, you really do blend the throttle into the first corner. Just a slight blip is all you need to carry the speed through. You keep that energy traveling through into the second corner. In through 3, a little bit of rumble strip on the exit. Now you get a big braking zone as you try to keep the kart nice and planted through turn 4. Up and over the crest, tiny bit of air time, a couple of millimeters on the air. Then you come through the hairpin. Keep the kart nice and planted in the middle of the apex. You don't want to be too close to the curb. Then you come through into the right-hander. Again, this time you can catch the curb and a dash of white line on the exit up towards turn 8. You get very tight into the hairpin, but you keep the throttle nice and balanced as you go in through the right. Now you come up to a square right-hander. You're pretty much flat on the throttle through this, but hanging on to the kart. Double apex left. You treat this as one hairpin. Keep the kart in the middle of the circuit as you come through. Then hit the brakes into the final hairpin. A good exit gives you plenty of rhythm and momentum. The balance of the kart should be nice and planted here. And as you come up to turn 1, you've gained a lot of momentum. It's a very tough circuit, this. The drivers absolutely love the diversity and the close nature of the rhythm that this circuit gives you. Lots of overtaking chances, lots of opportunities to really feel the physicality of the kart as well, because these camber and elevation changes, it makes it a real physical challenge.
There is not many drivers at all that don't actually like this track. I think a lot of them like the fast-flowing nature of the circuit, how they're able to drive at such high speeds, but on a technical circuit as well. You need to get pretty much every corner perfect if you want to be at the front of the field, which seems like some drivers have been able to master that, even with this being their first time at the circuit. So that's great to see, especially in the Academy class. So we will soon get underway with the next heat for the Academy class, and then that will be it for the heats in the Academy Trophy circuit.
And this, of course, is the race that will determine who will start from pole position. And there's a lot of candidates. David Walter, the man who was fastest from time qualifying. He did pick up a heat win yesterday, so now he goes up against Dion Gouda to see if he can address the balance. If he gets the victory and Dion Gouda does not, it'll be very interesting to see who manages to get pole position of the two of them. And for the first time this weekend, Gouda will be starting on that outside line on the approach to the first corner. So that is an interesting factor. We've seen from Ludwig Fransson already this weekend, you've got to try and get to that inside line nice and early on the approach. Otherwise, there's a very slight momentum. If you lose that traction and get onto the marbles on the outside of turn 1, you are in disaster zone territory.
Yeah, the outside line, it's not preferable for any of the drivers around this field, but it's not as bad as we've seen with some circuits around that first corner. It is quite possible to maintain your position even if you're starting on the outside of the grid, but here is the grid.
David Walter and Dion Gouda for Denmark and Singapore, Leon Otschai of Japan and Caleb Gafrara of the United States, Alexander Bondarev of Ukraine and Nando Weichselbaumer of Austria, Nicholas Roos of South Africa, Mark Dubnitsky of Estonia, Nicolas Ambiardo and Augustin Bernier, Yvan David and Noah Montero from Selim Hanna and Lucas Flusha, Luca Neuenschwander and Lenny Kiefer, Gazai Moldlakar and Daniel Moalem, Emil Gyödrum, Stefano Cagnolo and Alexandros Papathemiou of Greece. Now, it's very close at the top end of the grid, and all of the drivers in this heat in the top 5 overall of the rankings have a good chance of snatching the pole position. Gouda has 0 points accumulated, 2 wins, 2 0 scores. Bondarev has 4. Gladys, who we've just seen finish his heats, has 5. Walter has 7, but so too does Caleb Gafrara. So it's very, very tight at the top end of the field, and it's not clear who's going to get the pole position. So the drivers will be very tight-knit as they come off the 9 laps of this Academy Trophy heat. For Dion Gouda, it's all about staying calm and staying focused. For Bondarev, he needs to attack a little bit. Let's see what happens as we go green. Up to the first corner, well planted from Gouda. He's going to slot into 3rd position. He's trying to hold it round the outside without losing too much traction. He's down to 4th. That's not too bad. Otschai and Bondarev have managed to get through into 2nd and 3rd positions already. Gouda's about to lose 4th place now as Gafrara attacks on the inside, I think that is, to try and come through into position. Yvan David's there again. How has he done it every time as Otschai now goes for the move on the inside of David Walter? That hasn't worked. It's left the door wide open for Bondarev. Bondarev going to try and come through up the inside line. 4th position is Caleb Gafrara. Now he's 3rd. Yvan David up into 4th place. And there's problems further back. That, I'm afraid, is Lenny Kiefer, who has come together. Can't quite see who he's gone there with, but they're both off at turn 5. And I think that was Lenny Kiefer connecting there rather sadly with Daniel Moalem, the Israeli. But look at these 4 already very close together. It's going to be an exceptional run. And there's 2 more in trouble. That's up at the chicane, I think. So problems there. Oh no, that's the same 2. I do apologize. Look at this over the tail. We've got Walter, Gafrara, Bondarev and David scrapping away for the victory. This is so close between the 4 drivers, and there's a little bit of breathing space between Walter and Gafrara. The young man from America, he's about to lose 2nd place. There goes Bondarev. There goes David into 3rd position, and watch out for Leon Otschai, the Japanese driver, trying to get through in the inside line as well as Noah Montero, I think that is. No, sorry, that's Nicolas Ambiardo battling away with Dion Gouda and Luca Neuenschwander. Montero battling away in the midfield with Bernier, Dubnitsky and Gyödrum. This is an amazing start. Yvan David is right there in 3rd position behind Bondarev and behind the leader David Walter.
I was just about to say, what a brilliant start from Caleb Gafrara to get himself in his 2nd position, but unfortunately he has lost those 2 positions there to Yvan David and Alexander Bondarev. These 2 drivers will be battling at the front of the field. They'll be battling for 2nd, but up the inside, is that going to be the move there from Yvan David? Gets himself into 2nd and plants it there. So now Caleb Gafrara is arriving onto the back of this battle. Will he be able to follow Alexander Bondarev through in the first corner? Yes, he will. But that is going to be Gafrara up into 3rd. And also, it looks like Otschai was able to go through as well.
Indeed he was, but with Dion Gouda down in 6th position as David gets back into 4th place on Otschai, with Gouda down in 6th position, that means that the pole position would go the way of Maciej Gladys. So this is a big moment for Dion Gouda. He needs to get back into position as Nicolas Ambiardo gets the warning flag. David on the inside of Otschai. There goes Gouda. Gouda makes up the place. That's going to put him into 5th position. Now he's hustling. Leon Otschai trying to get himself into a position as well. Luca Neuenschwander is in there, the Brazilian, and Nicolas Ambiardo, the Chilean, is trying to make progress as well. Salim Hanna of Colombia is coming through, as is South Africa's Nicolas Roos. So plenty of good battles out there on the course. But at the moment, Dion Gouda could do with making up one more place. But I think he is just about done enough here to get back into pole position by getting himself back into 5th position as he comes across the line. Yes, he has. So 5th will do, but he wants to get one back on Jevan David. If he manages that, then Gouda, the young man from Singapore, will still be starting from pole position in the final later on. It's getting very tight-knit between David, Gouda, Otschai, Neunschwander and Nicolas Ambiado. Walter is trying to get well clear of Alexander Bondarev to pull clear and get himself into position. Walter is looking at 4th position on the grid. Here comes Gouda on the inside of David, and that's also Neunschwander on the inside of Otschai. Otschai on the grass, and here comes Ambiado trying to come through. Watch out for Salim Hanna. He's trying to get in there as well. Brilliant racecraft. It's absolutely hell for leather in the Academy Trophy. When isn't it in the final race of the weekend?
Yeah, in the final heat, all of the drivers are throwing caution to the wind. There is no point in holding back anymore. This is the final race. Before the final, it's either you make it into the final or get the best position possible on that starting grid, as we see 2 warning flags out for the 5.11 and the 5.12. Let's see who that was in 6th position. That's going to go out to Luca Neunschwander, and it's also going to go out to Leon Otschai. So both those drivers getting a warning there. I'm guessing that's going to be for the incident where we saw Otschai going onto the grass. But Alexander Bondarev picks up the fastest lap of the race of 54.488. We've kind of forgot about the 2 leaders here, as they've both pulled away from the majority of the field. Asger Ferrara currently in 3rd position with a big gap back to Gouda now. It was Jevan David leading from Gouda, but not anymore.
Well, Bondarev is doing what he does best. He takes the first 2 or 3 laps to settle into a rhythm, get himself nice and comfortable, and now he's setting off on the attack after David Walter. This is what he's so good at, and this could actually benefit him if Bondarev can get past if Bondarev can catch and pass David Walter. There's a chance he may even end up on the front row of the starting grid. He's got to improve his position. So Bondarev can get past Walter. He will drop to 4 points, which will be the same as Dion Gouda, and he'll get himself onto the front row of the grid. So from Alexander Bondarev's point of view, it's now or never. He's got to catch after David Walter. 3rd position on the starting grid is good. Front row of the grid is even better. So Bondarev will be doing everything he can to get that gap down to Walter. It's down to half a second, but he's got 3.5 laps to try and do something about it. He's 0.2 of a second a lap quicker, roughly. So he does need to keep pushing, but it's not going to be easy for Walter to keep a very fired up Alexander Bondarev at bay. But great racing from Caleb Gafrara. He's there in 3rd. 4th position for Dion Gouda, ahead of Jevan David and Luca Neunschwander. Great little tussle as they come through the S's as well. And Ghazi Motlakar has got a technical flag. So problems there for the young man from Mozambique. What is the problem for Ghazi Motlakar? I can't see anything untoward as he comes through, but I will watch out for the 544 as he comes past our position to see if there's anything that is untoward with the car. It looks to me as though his rear bumper is loose and dragging on the floor, so that is unfortunate for Ghazi Motlakar. So the young man from Mozambique in Africa has not been able to finish this final heat. He will come into the pits to retire. But up the inside, that's Leon Otschai having another crack at Luca Neunschwander. They just can't keep away from each other.
No, and it seems those rear bumpers have caused problems for many drivers throughout the course of the weekend. We've seen quite a few mechanical flags go out because of the drivers having their rear bumper dragging on the floor and causing an issue for the other drivers on the circuit at the same time as them. But we look in the mid-pack right now as Leon Otschai tries to make his way past Neunschwander. Once again, we saw those 2 drivers battling earlier, and it looks like Neunschwander actually pushed Otschai onto the grass. We saw a warning from both of them, so maybe they both got a little bit too aggressive in the middle of the race here. But we are now on the penultimate lap of the race. There is not long left for any positions to be made, as Jevan David chasing down the back of Dion Gouda. He needs to make this position stick.
Yeah, David could have had a top 10 start on the grid for the final later, but losing that ground has not helped. They're all side by side. That was very close indeed between Neunschwander and Otschai. Otschai was not prepared to give best to Neunschwander, and now here comes Ambiado diving up the inside of Augustin Bernier, and he gets through as they tuck up behind Neunschwander again. Oh, and it's getting a little bit too close for comfort there as Ambiado got almost sideswiped by Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian. They just about get away with that one. There's a lot more respect from the drivers in this stage of the season as there had been from the start of the year, but that's because they've got to know each other a little bit better. They've got to work with each other, got used to the karts, got the craft of racing. They'll still go for overtaking moves, but there's a lot more respect between the drivers as they come through. Last lap, Alexander Bondarev doing everything he can to catch David Walter, who looks like he's about to secure a second row start for the final.
4 tenths is quite a big gap to cut down in one lap unless he's marginally faster than David Walter through pretty much every corner on the circuit right now. He needs to push as hard as he can if he wants to catch on to the leader and overtake him in the closing stages of this lap right now. We are into sector 3, so there's not going to be long left of the lap to go into the final section of the track. David Walter has a little look over his shoulders. He sees that Bondarev's quite far back, and it's looking like it might be a good finish for Walter to get himself on the front row of the grid.
And let's not forget that these qualifying heats, the top 10 drivers on the grid will also take 10 championship points positions going into the last weekend of the season. So Dion Gauda is about to score 10 big points as he watches David Walter and Alexander Bondarev come home first and second in this final lap. A great result for David Walter, second for Bondarev, a great drive from Gafrara. Jovan David snatches. Jovan David has snatched 4th position away from Dion Gauda on the last lap. The Singaporean was so lucky that he didn't lose more time than that because he almost lost pole position for the final there. Gauda just hangs on in 5th position in front of Leon Ochai and Salim Hana. He ties for Gladys on points, but with 2 heat wins, it is Gauda that will take pole position in front of Maciej Gladys, Alexander Bondarev and David Walter. From Gafrara, Darius Babiawana, Leon Ochai, Nicolas Ambiado, Renaud Franco, and with that overtake, Jovan David does score a point and starts 10th for the final. What a save by the Sri Lankan.
Brilliant jump from David on the final closing sections of the lap, gets himself up into that 4th position and secures himself 10th on the starting grid for the final. He will be very happy with himself indeed, but Dion Gauda nearly loses that pole position, but I'm sure he'll be happy going forwards.
Well, what a great end to the Academy Trophy that was. David Walter with a victory in front of Alexander Bondarev and Caleb Gafrara. Jovan David ahead of Dion Gauda and Leon Ochai, an all-Asian 4th, 5th, 6th run. Salim Hana and Luca Neuenschwander in front of Nicolas Ambiado and Mark Dubnitsky. Then Augustin Bernier and Noah Montero from Nando Weichselbaumer and Nicolas Roos, Lucas Flusha and Stefano Cagnolo, then Emil Giedrum and Alexandros Papathemio. Then we have 3 retirements from the race. Agazi Motlakar of Mozambique, Lenny Kiefer of Luxembourg, and Daniel Mualam of Israel. It's been a very exciting weekend. Unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to 5 of the competitors this weekend, as only the top 36 qualifying drivers will be able to take their position on the final grid. A rather unfortunate case of affairs has put Lenny Kiefer and Daniel Mualam out of the race, both drivers being recovered there. And hopefully we will see them in the final later, but only 36 of the 41 drivers will be on the starting grid. But folks, you've waited long enough here this morning. It's time to set the grid for the Championship of the World. KZ is up next. So the World Championship weekend continues for the KZ category, and it's definitely going to be a very exciting end to what has already been a very exciting season. There's one man who is obviously coming to this weekend as the favourite, having won the European Championship. It's been a difficult weekend for Riccardo Longhi, but we're certainly going to have an interesting battle from him and the Birolart squad. We caught up with him on Thursday morning to see how things were going for the new European champion.
This week for sure is the most important week of the year, no? Because it's the World Championship. All drivers want to win this race because it's the maximum result for all. It's very, very, very hard race this weekend. The work is very hard this weekend because the track is not easy, no? Have so many points for me when it's very easy to make a mistake in this track. It's difficult to find a very good balance with sprocket and chassis. It is a very hard race, I think, because the track is so difficult and need to find a very good balance with the car. the last part. Before the last corner, the track was very difficult for the gear. It's very hard because the kart slide too much in the back. It's very easy to make a mistake in this corner. It's very beautiful, the first part of the track for me. The first corner, second, three, I like this track. But it's very difficult. I think it's very hard in the race. Don't make a mistake because this track is difficult. Win the race in the category KZ is very satisfied for a very big result, the best result, no? Because it's the principal category in the kart with the other driver. The level is the top in the world, no? If it's possible win this race, it's realize the dream, no, of my life. I win the European Championship. This is one good dream I made, but okay, this is the big dream I think for all the drivers, no, because it's the World Championship. It's not easy. Arrived near this dream in 2019 when I arrived second and win my teammate Marijn. And this year I win the European Championship. I'm very happy for the result because I made a lot of work this year and arrive every time near, but I don't win the championship. I didn't win the championship, but this year I made this and I'm very happy for that. But okay, now this week is the World Championship. I try the maximum for, I don't know, but the result, but I won't arrive in the front for sure, but it's not easy.
So for Riccardo Longhi, let's be fair and let's not underrate it. It is going to be a very tall order to replicate his European Championship title here at Kristianstad in Sweden to get a World Championship title under his belt. Things have been very tricky. Pole position went the way of Andrea Kimi Antonelli by 0.02 of a second. The youngest man in the field able to get himself around the circuit in the fastest possible time in front of Noah Millel, the man who holds the KZ2 lap record around here. Fabian Federer, a brilliant qualifying from him in the SRP Maranello, third on the starting grid. Matteo Vigano, fourth position on the grid for the Club by Lennox Racing driver, and he has won both of the events coming into this weekend. So here is the event show that we're going to give you over the course of the afternoon. It's going to be an exciting battle as we get ourselves ready for the drama to unfold. We will kick off with our event show at 5 to 1. It's going to be pretty spectacular. I'm giving nothing away, but you want to be here for this. Trust me. It's going to be very exciting indeed. And then we will have our finals for KZ2, the Academy Trophy, and the KZ Championship of the World. We will have the race for KZ2 at 1:30, 2:35 for the Academy Trophy, and 3:35 we will crown the new world champion. And boy, oh boy, are we in for an exciting showcase. And let's not be... Again, let's not be flippant about it. This is one of the toughest forms of racing, if not the most physical form of motorsport in the world to win. If you win a karting world champion, you are up there with some of the absolute all-time greats of this sport, particularly in the gearbox category. Since 1983, there have been some incredible drivers to come through. Gabriele Tarquini, Fabrizio Giovanardi, Alessandro Piccini, Jarno Trulli, Gianluca Beggio, Francesco Laudato, Danilo Rossi, Jonathan Tonon, who won it 4 times in its status as the World Cup, Davide Fore, Baz Lammers, Max Verstappen, who won this when the World Championship returned in 2013, Marco Ardigo, Jared Pex, Paulo de Conto, 2 years on the run, Patrick Hayek, Marijn Kramers, last year Jeremy Iglesias, and now this year we'll find out who joins them.
Well, you mentioned Max Verstappen there. That was in 2013. Now tell you who came second and third in that race. It was Max Verstappen who won, Charles Leclerc second, and Jordan Lamb Lennox in third position. Now, who has a team on this grid? It's Charles Leclerc by Jordan Lamb Lennox.
That's right. Yeah, they've teamed up, haven't they?
Yeah.
So Jordan Lennox Lamb and Charles Leclerc together on that podium in 2013, and now they are in cahoots as they try and get the title won this time with Matteo Vigano on the front end of the starting grid. He will start 4th, but he's been able to come through in both of the heats leading into this one from 4th on the grid to come through for the race win. So there's still plenty of opportunity for that to happen. And let's not forget, of course, that we have the International Super Cup to come later today as well. It's going to be the 9th running of that event, and there are some big talents that have come through and won that as well. Dorian Boccolacci, Ryan Vanderberg, Thomas Laurent, Pedro Hiltbrand, Alexei Lando, Matteo Vigano, Emilian Denner, and Simone Cunati. Some big names. I wonder who's going to join them. It's definitely going to be a new one. That's almost guaranteed. Well, it is guaranteed. We're going to have a new driver win that here this weekend. So whoever joins that roster of drivers will definitely have earned the plaudits and the ability to go and do that. It's going to be very, very tricky. That is for sure. We've got some great talent in the mix. The highest driver in the KZ2 category, by the way, who could get that title one is Giuseppe Palomba. He was the second place driver last year. Third was Giacomo Bellini, and he, of course, is the new European champion. So there's a lot that can play out in that one. In terms of the World Championship title, well, that's the one that we're about to get our preempt into this time. It will be very, very tricky as the competitors work themselves up to a crescendo. We're going to have some fabulous battles and some incredible displays. So now let's see if we are going to have the ultimate battle in the KZ category. 13 laps around the course. As it stands, Matteo Vigano is going to be pole position for the final and the World Championship title. But it's not clear-cut yet. There are no points on offer, of course, with this being a World Championship final. It's literally just the run to the final itself, and then the winner of the race wins the World Championship. It's as simple as that. There's no championship points to talk about, just the luck of the draw to come through and the fighting talents that we will see before us. Can Andrea Kimi Antonelli get a race win under his belt? He's currently looking at starting the final from 5th position. Not bad at all for the young Italian, but let's see what he can do. Come the final heat of this weekend. Noah Milel alongside him, Fabian Federer and Matteo Vigano from Pedro Hiltbrand, who will not start. Adrian Renaudin is there in 6th. Victor Gustafsson and Lorenzo Camplese, Simo Pohaka and Paolo Ipolito, Emilian Denner and Jorid Pex, Marian Kramers and Anthony Abbas, Baz Lammers and Ricardo Longhi, Alexei Lando and Jeremy Iglesias, Michael Taylor Greenfield, Stan Pex, Douglas Lundberg and Francesco Salenta, Mirko Tozzolini, Craig Tanich, Louis Speck, Jan Kuovi and Mario Schettino. 26 of the 27 will start. As we know from yesterday, Hiltbrand will not take the start, but Vigano is going to have a great opportunity here. Can Matteo Vigano win this race and get himself into pole position for what promises to be the biggest race of his life? He is a KZ2 International Super Cup winner. He won that 3 years ago at Genk. Now he's going for the big one. But this man, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, pressure on his shoulders too. If he wins the final today, he will become the youngest gearbox world champion, breaking Max Verstappen's 8-year-old record.
Well, Vigano, he only has to finish 5th or higher in this race if he wants to start on pole position for the final going forwards. But Kimi Antonelli, we know he has the one-lap pace. We know he has the pace in general in these races. But it's just the starts that let him down, unfortunately. He's just not experienced in the class. And I'm sure as he goes forwards to develop in the KZ class, it will get better and better. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli, it's just a learning curve right now.
So the competitors getting themselves ready for the start. Have we got someone in trouble on the start? Yes, Antonelli has decided to take the inside line, the outside line, I should say, off the start. Now, he can choose where he puts his kart on the front row of the grid. He can choose to start on the inside or the outside, and he has elected to go for the outside line. He clearly feels that the inside is a little bit too dirty off the grid, so maybe he's just pulled a bit of a fast one out of the bag. Let's see, and we'll find out. Ready? Avanti! And it's a good start from Noah Milel. Alongside comes Vigano as he comes through in behind Fabian Federer. Antonelli gets through in 4th position, so it wasn't exactly the best opportunity he was able to take there as the field works its way through the chicane for the first time. Out in front, Noah Milel, the home hero, hits the front. Federer in 2nd place already as Vigano looks for a way through to come up into 2nd position. And is there going to be a run here from Antonelli? He's certainly close to them. But there's going to be a charge forward as well from Lorenzo Camplese. Another brilliant start from Camplese as the field squabbles its way through the hairpin. And there could be a couple of drivers fighting their way forward on this opening tour. Looks like Marian Kramers is getting stuck in there in the battle with Simo Pohaka as they tuck their way through. Baz Lammers trying to make up progress as he goes side by side with Anthony Abbas. The two old flames battling away together as they race for supremacy. Great racing from the two drivers as the race continues on up the order and across the line. That is Milel in the lead. Then it's Federer, Vigano, Antonelli, Camplese, Gustafsson, Renaudin. Abbas is actually charging through. It was Lundberg that Lammers was battling with. Abbas has come up to 8th place. What a start. Here comes Vigano. Vigano on the inside. Great run as he gets past Fabian Federer. So now Federer trying again to have a look, but Vigano has that second place nailed. Antonelli will now step up his attack to go after Fabian Federer. Can he make the launch on the inside? He's not quite close enough to make the bid on the inside. The Kart Republic driver doing his best to work up the field, but Noah Milel is your race leader. Vigano is hoping to close up on the Swede in the lead. But it's Kamplaze in 5th position, Gustafsson, Renaudin, Abbas is in 8th place, then Jorrit Pex and Marijn Kramers, the Dutchmen, who are both world champions, of course. Simo Pohaka, Emilian Denner, Orlando, Longhi, Ippolito, Iglesias. Then it is Lundberg, Lammers, Stan Pex, Greenfield, Tosolini, Tanic, Salenta, Speck, Kuovi and Scatino.
Federer still in a vulnerable position right now after he's just been overtaken by Vigano. So Antonelli, this is a prime opportunity if he wants to get into that third position. Of course he wants to, but it's just if he's able to find the right positioning for the car and find the pace to get himself past. But he's going to have to watch out behind him as he has a lot of pressure on behind from Lorenzo Camplaze. So Camplaze will try to hold on to it. Antonelli tries a switchback. Federer just shuts him down immediately, though. Antonelli, this is looking to be one of his better races.
It certainly is, and if he finishes where he is, he's going to end up 4th on the starting grid for the final. That's not bad going at all, and certainly a much better showing than we saw from him in Adria. So this is a great opportunity. As we got a problem at the back there, Lewis Speck, I think, maybe has he got a puncture? Lewis Speck definitely in trouble as he runs there at the back of the grid. He was the youngest man in the field until Andrea Kimi Antonelli came to play, but certainly Lewis Speck in some kind of trouble at the back of the field, the German star. So let's see if Antonelli is going to line up a move here on the inside of Federer. He has a think about it. He just can't quite slide it on the inside. You've got to remember that the drivers he's racing against, some of them are twice his age and have multiple years of experience. So it's never going to be so easy. Vigano, fastest lap, here he goes, 50.67. This is a bit of a preview of what we'll see from the start of the race as well in the final later, because it's going to be Vigano and Milel on the front row of the starting grid the way things currently stack up. Milel is going for the victory, and he will already take 5 points into the scorecard the way things stand. But Vigano has 2 points coming his way if he stays in second place. So he wants to catch and pass Noah Milel, and guess what? He's got 9 laps to do it. This is exactly where Vigano wants to be. He can do none of the hard work here. This is all going to be about Noah Milel and where he holds on to things. Federer, Antonelli and Camplaze are still fairly close together. Vigano's going to try, is he? No, Milel covers the inside line. Antonelli has another look at Federer, can't make it happen. Watch out for Vigano as he tries to make his impression on Noah Milel. It's not quite going to happen just yet. Will he make the launch on the inside? No, he's trying to time this right, is Vigano.
Yeah, Vigano, he's all over the back of Noah Milel right now, but currently, even if he does finish in second position, he'll still be on pole position for the race, so he really doesn't need to worry about getting into the lead. It would more just be bragging rights of winning all of his heats than actually finishing in that position, because he doesn't really need to right now. Noah Milel, he can also afford to drop down into second position, so both these drivers, as long as they both don't come off, they're in a good position right now.
This is a great start to the weekend for Noah Milel. The home hero would love to wave the Swedish flag on the top step of the podium for a Swedish world champion. It would certainly be the first time in many a year that a gearbox world champion would manage to take victory on home turf. You've got to go all the way back to Marco Ardigo in 2014 when he won the world title at Sarno. That would be 7 years ago that the last time a world champion won the crown on home soil. So Noah Milel definitely in a good position to be the next one to take that accolade, but he's still got to get Matteo Vigano off his back, and Vigano is going to give him every kind of pressure you can imagine as they come up to the hairpin. And once again, Vigano just pressurizing, just trying to get under Noah Milel's skin here. And up to 4th has come Camplaze. Camplaze has got into 4th place past Antonelli. So that's good, a good move from Lorenzo Camplaze. We can't count out Camplaze here. He has been such a great driver in the last 2.5 years. His win at Sarno a couple of seasons ago at the end of the European Championship marked him out for greatness. He's been with the Tony Kart factory team since the beginning of last year, and now he is really turning into a bit of a superstar in this team. Here he comes on the inside of Fabian Federer. Job done, nice move.
If Antonelli's not careful, he's going to fall into the clutches of Renaudin. Renaudin is looking strong in behind the Kart Republic driver. So Federer drops down now in front of Antonelli, the Italian driver. Obviously put it on pole position for this race, decided to go on the outside line. That clearly didn't work. That strategy maybe just not the best choice there. Antonelli looks over his shoulder. Now he knows that Renaudin is applying pressure from behind. And there we see Vigano and Milel up at the front of the grid. Vigano just not close enough to be within overtaking range of Mileo right now. Or is this a tactical play? Is he going to work together with Mileo to try and keep pressure off from behind?
Antonelli, I think, just made the move. Yes, he did. Antonelli's got past, and so has Renaudin. So Antonelli and Renaudin both get past Fabian Federer. Here's the move from Vigano. Vigano takes the lead in front of Noah Milel. He timed it to perfection. He had banged in a fast lap. He was quick in the first sector. So Vigano heads into the lead of the race. And a very nice maneuver indeed from the Leclerc by Lennox driver as he gets himself into the lead, and it looks good for Matteo Vigano. Maybe the jinx is finally broken. Surely this can be his moment.
Yep. Vigano gets himself into the lead. Noah Mileo, even with that overtake being made, he'll still be holding on to second position for the starting grid, but 0 points will be accumulated from Vigano over the course of the heats that he's managed to do over this weekend. It'll be all wins from Vigano, and he'll be happy with that one. That'll be a confidence booster going into the final. His morale will be very high.
It certainly will. To be fair to him, Vigano doesn't even need to win this race. All he actually has to do is finish 4th place, even if Milel wins the race, and he'll still be in pole position. But it's nice to give everybody that semblance of knowledge that they know that he is going to be the force to be reckoned with. Jorrit Pex trying to close up there on Simo Pohaka. Marian Kremers and Emilian Denner are having a nice little squabble in the mix there as well. That is the number 9. That's Victor Gustafsson, the Swedish driver who has lost out to Pohaka and Pex of late. And now Marian Kremers is hoping to make the same overtaking move. Watch out for Riccardo Longhi. European champion is in the mix there as well. Emilian Denner has lost out to Longhi on this lap, so there's some big shuffles in the deck this time as the field continues to squabble away. But look, Riccardo Longhi is trying to get close to Marian Kremers, the man who won the World Championship in 2019, and he is trying to overhaul as up the inside. That is the overtaking move there from Douglas Lundberg. He gets through on Emilian Denner. And can Kremers get the pass on Victor Gustafsson? Great friends off the circuit as they are in adjacent awnings, of course. The Birolart factory squad right next to the Leclerc by Lennox awning. But it's not a given when they're on the circuit that they're going to be amiable. They've just got to race each other. There's only one cardinal rule. Don't hit your teammates. Well, these are 2 different teams. Part of the same Birolart group, yes. But they are 2 different teams. And there's the move on the inside. Oh, Kremers almost made a very cheeky overtake. That's going to hold up his teammate a little bit. So now Riccardo Longhi may want to work with Marian Kremers to get back on terms with Gustafsson. Great racing, but a very tricky situation.
Kremers was just sizing up his opponent, but went for a gap that wasn't quite there. Just shuts the door, does Gustafsson, and drops back, does Kremers, into the clutches of his teammate there. So luckily he came off it unscathed and is able to catch onto the back of Gustafsson if he works for it. Pohaka gets the fastest lap, 50.417 is set by the Finnish driver in the 42.
Well, would you believe it? The finishing order of this heat, the top 4 drivers, is also set to be the top 4 positions on the starting grid for the final. Vigano, Milel, Camplese, Antonelli. That is how it looks for the starting grid for the World Championship later this afternoon. So they have been very solid and consistent throughout, but Antonelli is under massive pressure from the Super Cup winner in 2018. The European KZ2 champion, I should say, of 2018. Adrien Renaudin is pushing very hard. And look at Anthony Abbas. It's like he's never been away. Anthony Abbas, who retired from racing at the end of 2019. And here he is, battling it out with Fabian Federer. We've missed you, Anthony. It's great to see you back. Federer's now in ultra-defensive mode. Watch for Abbas on the switchback maneuver. He's going to get alongside. He's going to make a big dive on the inside. Anthony Abbas is back. What an overtake. Federer now has to move to cover Pohaka. Pohaka now gets back on the inside line, takes the place away. But Anthony Abbas, boy, have we missed you.
I have never seen a switchback so successful, but Anthony Abbas clearly showing us something new here this weekend. Final lap of the race will go the way of Vigano. So Vigano just trying to pull away from Mileo in second position right now. 4 tenths is the gap that separates the top 2 right now. It doesn't look like that gap is going to change. And Vigano looking strong to make it 3 for 3.
It's been an exemplary weekend so far from the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team's man, Matteo Vigano. He's been so unlucky in years gone by, 2019, 2020 and 2021. He's had European Championships and World Championship campaigns fall from his fingers. This all looks neat and tidy for him, and he is doing a brilliant job. If he can just keep this together and do a similar performance in the final, then the moment is finally going to come to one of the most popular men in the paddock, out of the final turn. It's 3 from 3 in the qualifying heats for the World Championship for Matteo Vigano. Great result. Noah Milel in second. He will start his home World Championship from the front row of the grid. Camplese is third, and that's where he'll start for the final. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the youngest man in the field, has been as consistent as he can be, and he will start the World Championship from fourth. It's game on from here.
That was the best race that Antonelli's ever had in the KZ there. Finishes in fourth position. He'll be happy with that result. But Noah Milel, he may not quite be on pole position, but without a shadow of the doubt, he is within a chance of being the world champion here in Kristianstad.
I would say anybody that's going to start the final from the top 6 positions still has a chance of this. Fifth on the grid is going to be Simo Pohaka. He was setting fastest lap after fastest lap in that final. If he gets a good start, he's got a chance of this. And Fabian Federer, the Maranello chassis with the SRP Racing team, they really have come out with something spectacular. But this top 10, Victor Gustafsson will start 7th, Adrian Renadin will start 8th, Jorrit Pex will start 9th, Paolo Ippolito will start 10th. Anything could happen in this World Championship final, as it always does. I can't wait. Matteo Vigano takes 3 wins out of 3. Noah Milel in second from Lorenzo Camplese. Andrea Kimi Antonelli is fourth from Adrian Renadin and Anthony Abbas. Simo Pohaka, Fabian Federer, Jorrit Pex, and Victor Gustafsson. Marian Kremers and Ricardo Longhi in front of Douglas Lundberg and Emilian Denner. Then Stan Pex, Alexei Lando, Paolo Ippolito, and Francesco Salenta. Then it's Jeremy Iglesias in front of Mirko Tozzolini and Baz Lammers from Michael Taylor Greenfield, Craig Tanich, Jan Kuovi, Lewis Speck, and the one retirement from the race was Mario Schettino of the Paralin Motorsport team. Well, what this gives us is a great battle for the title. Matteo Vigano, Noah Milel, Lorenzo Camplese, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli will be the top 4 drivers on the starting grid for the 2021 World Championship. This is so exciting.
What an outstanding starting grid. How often do you think you can say so many big names in the world of motorsport on just one timing sheet, especially at the World Championships here in Kristianstad? I don't think I've seen as many big karting drivers on the same grid.
Well, we're going to take our pause in proceedings now as we build up to the World Championship final. We'll be back at about 12:50 local time with more content for you. We're going to give you the highlights of the championship so far in the European categories, as well as the Karting Academy trophies. A reminder to everybody here at the circuit about keeping your social distance about COVID-19. Please try and stay safe and try and make sure that you are adhering to the protocols and regulations. Let's keep everyone healthy, even after the race, by making sure that we are adhering to the protocols and regulations. We are obviously very indebted to the Swedish government and the ASN, who are cooperating with us in order to run the World Championship. So everyone at the circuit, please remember the COVID-19 situation is still a factor. So let's please keep our distance and follow the protocols. Thank you all very much. For now, though, we'll be back when we come back to racing again at 12:50 local time, when the build-up to the Championship of the World will begin. The first round of the FIA Gearbox season brings the paddock to Germany on the famous Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf. It's the perfect setting for the KZ and KZ2 categories to commence their fight for the European title, and the return of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, with 48 drivers from around the world. Let's go on a tour of the Pro Kart Raceland circuit with local hero Lewis Speck. Flat out through the left and right kink and keep the kart as smooth as possible through turn 1 before a hard braking zone for the first hairpin. Keep the kart controlled on the exit and up through the gears through the left-hander before easing into the next hairpin, a central overtaking spot on the circuit. Now come 3 right-handers, which you have to balance the throttle and down change for control on each. You're changing gear at least half a dozen times in 3 seconds here. You need to keep your focus. Steady through the left and onto the straight parallel to the home straight and into the left hairpin. Back on the power, you need to scrub off a little less speed for the right hairpin, which coaxes drivers into pushing a little harder. On the straight and over the crest, blend the throttle delicately into the final turn. After a quick feather of the throttle, you can get back on the power quickly and complete one of the most physical laps in the sport for a gearbox driver in under a minute. For the 12th year, the Academy Trophy brings together young racers from 48 nations across 6 continents, even during COVID-19. Formula One racers George Russell, Esteban Ocon and Charles Leclerc all came from this class. So with equal karts, new faces and a fair playing field, it's the perfect proving ground. At the start, Renault Frankot would hold his advantage into turn 1, as Bart Harrison would lose out to Salim Hanna through the flat-out right-hander. As the pack swept into the hairpin, trouble began. Tyler Jean Robinson would spin her kart out of the race on the spot, whilst the rest of the pack would swarm up to the next tight left-hand hairpin. In the braking zone, who touched who first became irrelevant, but it didn't change the fact that Noah Montero, Tom Breiken, Oscar Wirtz, Lucas Fluscher and Mark Dubnitsky were wiped out in an instant. Several others ran off the road to avoid the incident, but the famous 5 were left to help clear the wreckage. Further round the lap, Bart Harrison and David Walter left Luca Neunschwander with nowhere to go, but it would be Walter who would suffer the damage, and he too would retire just a lap later. The marshals were rapid to react to the crash on the opening lap, and their quick thinking meant that the race could continue. Alexander Bondarev would then get a rude awakening by an opponent, which gave Leon Zelenko the chance to close up. The midfield pack was still getting settled in, but on the next lap, Frankot would have to yield to Salim Hanna, who would make his overtaking move for the lead. Caleb Gafrara tried to make his own way past, but wasn't close enough. Nicolas Roos was the next one to retire and was devastated after a tough fight all weekend, leaving his opposition to disappear into the distance. Aaron Krebschik and Kanaka Guzazi were engaged in a long duel lower down the field, as back at the front, Frankot wasn't losing too much ground to Hanna, with Gafrara ahead of Dion Gauda. But it wouldn't be long before the young man from Singapore was making his way past onto the back straight. But on the exit, the American challenged back and reclaimed the final spot on the podium, before Gauda finished the move down the home straight. Behind them, Jovan David had moved up to 5th and could have been higher had he not retired from his final heat following his 2 wins on Saturday. Frankot had managed to retake the lead of the race, whilst David was pushing Gafrara, almost literally. It wouldn't take long for Jovan David to spot his moment, as he stormed on the inside in the left-hand hairpin at turn 9. The Sri Lankan was now up to 4th. Behind the top 5, Bart Harrison was trying to fend off Darius Babiawana, but the Romanian was determined and made his move for 6th. Leo Robinson had caught Zelenko by this point, and with support from Riccardo Iannello, he was able to make his move into turn 2. He tried to leave no room for Zelenko, but the Croatian would not be intimidated and returned back on track ahead of the Algerian. Robinson wasn't done, however, and round the outside he kept his speed and held his nerve to claim the position. A bold and mature move. Zelenko was taken by surprise, and so Iannello was able to pounce on him too. Sadly, the battle had taken too long, and now the trio were too far back to make an impression on the drivers ahead. Elsewhere, Maciej Gledizh of Poland was catching Jarkko Lehtinen of Finland, and sweeping into turn 2, he made his move. Their battle was just getting started, and even more dust would be kicked up later. Babiawana finally caught up to Gafrara and made his bid for 5th position. Into turn 4, he slid across the apex and only just managed to shut the door before the American was back in front. There was even more frustration to come for the young man from North Carolina, as British driver Bart Harrison made his own overtaking move at turn 10. The duel between Lehtinen and Gledizh continued as the Finn outsmarted the pole out of turn 9, and despite a little rubbing of wheels along the back straight, it would be the Finn that made the move for position stick. It wouldn't last long, however, as no sooner had the move been completed, the Finn would then have to allow Gledizh back through at the flat-out first bend. The shift in momentum then gave Max Schlemer and Leo Robinson the chance to make their own way through, as the Finn had fought so hard to gain a position that he'd actually lost 3. Robinson couldn't quite step up the attack on Schlemer and would have to wait for another chance. Hanna entered the last lap hoping for one more chance to catch the leader, whilst Jarkko Lehtinen would have an incident in the closing stages and had to join his colleagues at the marshal's post. Not many people would have predicted a win for Frankot at the start of the weekend, and even on Saturday evening, he was looking like a contender, but not necessarily the favourite. so his wisdom, maturity and measured pace have been enough to clinch his first major victory in Europe, and a fantastic win at Wackersdorf to boot, to kickstart his FIA Karting Academy Trophy bid in fine style. Salim Hanar would finish second and Dion Gouda third. Jovan David fought back after starting 11th to finish in 4th, whilst Babiawana, Harrison and Gafrara maintained their positions to the finish. Alexander Bondarev drove smoothly to 8th, whilst Leo Robinson and Maciej Gledij completed the top 10. It's a great start for Frankot, but can he maintain this advantage?
The whole weekend we've been really fast in the trainings, and in the quali it was a really good run. Made a little mistake, but P3 overall, it's good. I feel really good after the victory. It was a really good race.
Yeah, my race was quite good. The first lap I was very fast. Then they passed me second. I was trying to follow Frankot. Then the track was dirty in the last corner, and then I was getting slower. My tires was dirty, so
yeah, I feel really great. Very long race, and we worked really hard as a team. So really pleased to come out with the podium. The race was really tough. Both Salim and Frankot pulled a really good competition. So yeah, really happy with the result. We had a mistake in one of the heats which dropped us back for our starting position in the final, which I think is where we lacked, unfortunately. But it is what it is. That's racing, and happy to pull off a podium.
KZ2 is one of the toughest disciplines of racing in the world, never mind karting. Consider this: 95 competitors bidding for just 36 places in the final, with 5 races each. 0 to 60 in the same time as the world's best sports cars, and a few millimeters off the ground. Senna van Waalstein couldn't hold on to the lead as Giacomo Pellini cleared ahead into the first corner. But 2 separate incidents, one into the first corner and then a monumental pile-up into the second, would claim 13 drivers. Van Waalstein had sneaked back past Pellini for the lead, and it couldn't have been better timed. Jorge Pescador, Marcus Kayak, Hubert Petit, Artur Carbonell and Giuseppe Palomba were out immediately. But others recovered, such as Jean Nomblo, Danilo Albanese, Daniel Stell, Martin van Leuven, Valentino Fritsch, Alexander Schmitz, Chris Harnan and Andrea Dalle. The circuit was blocked, so it was now a race against time for the marshals to help drivers clear the track. But they all knew that their chances of becoming European champion in KZ2 had been wiped out in less than 10 seconds. After a lot of hard work, the race officials had to concede that the race would need to be neutralised, and so the slow boards came out and no overtaking was permitted. It was one of the biggest crashes ever seen at the start of a KZ2 final in recent history, and a case of desperation and exuberance for some of the drivers. For Giuseppe Palomba and Jorge Pescador, who were having great weekends, it was all too much to bear. On the restart, Van Waalstein led from Pellini and Paavo Tonteri, with another Dutchman, Laurens van Hopen, trying to move forward. Former FIA Karting Academy Trophy winner Kaios Sixnelis was in 5th. Van Waalstein was keen to ensure he wouldn't lose the lead again, but the CRGs were close. Behind Sixnelis, David Trevelov was working hard to continue his strong start to the year ahead of Leonardo Marcellia for the Factory Kart Republic squad. With Marcellia hustling Trevelov, the German knew he would have to make a move and forced the issue on the inside of Sixnelis swiftly afterwards, but he couldn't quite draw alongside, and that allowed Marcellia through, with Trevelov shutting the door firmly to limit the damage. Jean Louillet decided to make his move anyway, but Trevelov defended well, and even snatched the next corner away from Marcellia without even blinking. With a lot of the big names eliminated in the first lap crash and several others involved down the order, this became a golden opportunity for young pretenders to the crown to come forward. Marco Tormen, leading the charge for Modena ASD, was actually showing up the factory Birolart drivers, showcasing how well the team is doing since winning the International Super Cup with Simone Cunati last year. The teammates at Parolin banded together to make progress. Two-time world champion in OK, Lorenzo Travasanuto, and Ferrari Academy young driver James Wharton. As the drivers ahead of them squabbled for position, the boys in red and white were creeping steadily closer. Up the road, Van Hopen had crept quietly into third place ahead of Tonteri, but the Finn wasn't being defeated without a fight. Within a lap, however, the duel was over and the Dutchman was pulling away. Luyet was desperate to get away from Brandon Nielsen, who with a pair of Parolins hot on his heels was looking particularly flustered. He needed to pass and do so quickly, or his chances at the top 5 would be over too. Having caught Nielsen, Travasanuto was ready to challenge, but even his gutsiest of lunges on the inside line wasn't enough to deter Nielsen, who just kept his line and his position. No matter what the Italian tried, the Swede wouldn't budge, and they were losing precious time stuck behind him. So the Australian Wharton decided to move ahead to see if he could challenge the CRG driver. Alessio Piccini and Robert Kindervarter would go to battle next, as the factory driver would pass the KSW team racer on their Birolats. Determination and perseverance were enough to put Marcellia ahead of Trevelov after many attempts, but he was quite defensive initially, as he did his best to thwart any retaliation from the young German on home soil. It was at this stage of the race, unseen by the cameras, that Lithuanian star Kaius Sixnelis would retire from a brilliant 5th place with a broken gearbox. It could have been a podium finish for the talented youngster, who will be back to do battle at Adria. Then Wharton set out to accomplish what Travasanuto could not. He dived inside Nielsen from a few kart lengths back and made the move. Then the Australian star masterfully boxed Nielsen into the path of Travasanuto to set up his teammate with a chance to overtake. But despite an audacious attempt into the final bend, he still couldn't pass the Swede. For now. A few corners later, and Travasanuto was adamant. He was clear about his intentions and decided to set up the overtake into turn 4. A strong, clean move that kick-started his assault on the top 10. There was no reply from Nielsen. Romania's Daniel Vazil had shown incredible speed coupled with bad luck. Now in unison with Danilo Albanese, the DR driver was fighting back, making light work of Alessio Piccini. But in the closing stages, his epic drive was undone after a clash with Giuseppe Fusco on the Lenzo car. It was yet more cruel luck for a driver who'd already had his fair share. As the final lap approached, Van Hopen realised he had run out of time to make an impression on second-placed Polini, who had just not been able to keep up with Van Waalstein. It had very much been the Dutchman's weekend. Pole position in qualifying, 5 wins, and a dominant display in the final. The CPB Sport driver made it look plain sailing, and the next question is if anybody can catch him in the title race. Gracious in defeat, Giacomo Polini would claim second place, setting up an epic show between two valiant sportsmen at Adria in August. Van Hopen finished behind the leading duo in third, with the top 10 all covered by 10 seconds. Marcellia and Tonteri were hunted down by Trevelov, Luyet held on ahead of Wharton, and Nielsen survived the onslaught from Travasanuto. So, now we know who the title contenders are. But can anyone defeat Senna Van Waalstein in 2021?
Coming into the final, it was obviously we had a good pace and we knew we had a chance for the win, but we also know there were other contenders that were really fast, so it was a bit of a gamble. But in the end, we managed to get it throughout the third lap. The first laps were quite a bit difficult because Polini was fast as well and Laurens was behind there. After lap 10, we managed to pull a little bit of a gap and from that moment on, we just tried to manage it. And yeah, in the end, we managed to win the race, so it was quite good. Yes, it was a really good race. Second position is the best result for us today because Senna was a little bit faster than us, especially after some laps. The pace was good. And we try next race to do better.
I'm super happy for my team, for Sodi Kart. We see an unbelievable driver. He makes the work because he pole position, all the heat, final. For me, this weekend, Senna was really strong. I'm really happy for him, really happy for Sodi Kart because we make a lot of effort to arrive at this sort of results. So all my team also was really fast, especially some driver who not so fast normally, so I'm really happy.
KZ differs from KZ2 in that the kart and driver must weigh 5 kilograms lighter, which makes these drivers the most physically fit and intense competitors in the world. Max Verstappen won in KZ back in 2013, and now he's leading the Formula 1 World Championship. Put simply, if you win here, you're one of the world's greatest racing drivers. Emilion Denner had dominated the weekend thus far in qualifying and the heats. So when Riccardo Longhi and Jeremy Iglesias made phenomenal starts, it threw the whole weekend up in the air. Alex Irlando was also able to pass Denner's Intrepid, and so the battle began in earnest. Behind them, reigning KZ2 European champion Victor Gustafsson flew off the road at turn 3, learning about the intensity of stepping up to KZ the hard way. Moran Kramers would retire on the opening lap, out of the view of the camera crew. Behind the top 4, Adrien Renaudin was hustling Noah Milel as the two men tried to make an impression early on for the lead. Iglesias was pushing relentlessly to close on Longhi, but the Birilat driver had been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time and wasn't prepared to concede anything. Milel was now being caught by his teammate at Tony Kart, Simo Buhaka. The close nature of the field was staggering, proof that in KZ, it really is anybody's race to win. Irlando was getting impatient and felt that Iglesias didn't have as much pace under his right foot as he did. It didn't take long for a move to be created, and Irlando took second position away from his teammate, but in his insistence to defend and prevent Denner from passing too, the urgency of the battle caused Longhi to pull away. Renaudin wasn't far away either, but he wasn't able to pass for now. One lap later, and Denner knew it was essential to make an early move on Iglesias, and he made it through. Renaudin couldn't storm up to challenge yet, so would have to be content to pursue for one more lap. Renaudin wasn't backing down though, and on the next lap, he made his bid at turn 9, and without hesitation, he seized the place. And that was just the start of the misery and woe for Iglesias. As the Leclerc by Lennox teammates Pedro Hiltbrand and Matteo Begano closed in, Buhaka would be the next man to pounce on the world champion. Hiltbrand tried to take the same gap and was boxed in. Then he was blocked at the next hairpin. Enough was enough, and the Spaniard surged his way ahead, much to the Frenchman's surprise. Stan Pex was salvaging some of the honours for Kart Republic and racing in his own team's colours. He made his pass on Noah Milel in the final sector and set off to see what he could achieve up the road. It would be the start of an epic recovery drive. Mirko Tozzolini decided to be bold into turn 2 and take the position away from Noah Milel, leaving enough of a chance for Douglas Lundberg and Fabian Federer to make their own moves. Lundberg's was successful, whilst Federer's was not, and he ended up swapping paint with Lorenzo Complese to add insult to injury. Federer would drop to the back of the field, and both he and Complese would retire shortly afterwards. The latter couldn't quite make it back to the pit lane to do so. Denner had stepped up the attack and was now all over the rear of Irlando's CRG. Incredibly, it was in the final corner that the Frenchman dived for the move, and he completed an exceptional overtake. Victor Gustafsson wasn't giving up. and he made up ground by catching and passing Johan Sogel, and he wasn't the only one charging through the pack. Stan Pex had caught Simo Pohaka, and now he was up another position. This began a downward spiral for Pohaka, as next up, Hiltbrand would make the move into turn 9. But none of it made any difference to the Lenzo Camplese, a winner in 2019, sidelined already in 2021. Who knows what might have been? Vigano then decided to gang up on his teammate and overtook the former world champion Hiltbrand into the turn 2 hairpin. Pex continued to work hard and eventually caught and passed Renaudin for 4th position, but with 5 laps to go, he could do no more. Denner was pushing like crazy to catch Longhi to win on his KZ debut, but the Italian in front had been waiting for this win for a long time, and now that he had the lead, he wasn't going to lose it. One of the most joyous scenes in recent years, as Longhi finally claimed victory, having been 2nd and 3rd so many times before. The first win at this level is always the sweetest, and now Longhi can savour the moment, as it's been a tough wait for the top step. So Longhi wins from Denner and Irlando. Stan Pex fights back to 4th ahead of Renaudin and Hiltbrand, with Matteo Vigano ahead of Simo Pohaka, Jorik Pex and the reigning world champion Iglesias slipping to P10. Irlando and Denner have started their campaign strong, but for Longhi, the win has been well worth the wait.
I'm very happy for this victory because I had a very hard weekend with this tires in big condition. I improved the best in the race. I know Emilien was very fast. I stay in first in the first corner. Okay, and I don't look nothing, don't look my mechanic, only I focus for the pace. I push 100% all the race and look behind me only the last lap. I see Emilien 5 meters behind me. I possible to win, push, and arrive this victory.
Yeah, the goal was to win, obviously. We've been on top all weekend, so but I know Longhi had the great speed as well, and I had to make a better start than him and try to close a little bit the first laps and then pull away, but didn't go as planned. He had a little bit better start than him, and I don't think starting on the right on this track is the best. You have to turn a little bit, so you scrub a little bit speed on the start. He got a little bit better getaway than me. And then also the 2 CRGs got past me, and I lost a lot of time with them. And then I had to chase him, and I came maybe 2-3 laps short. But in the end, I have nothing to regret, and I made my race.
Quite good result for me and for all team. We struggled a bit in the first part of the weekend, but yeah, we were able to find the right way. I'm quite confident that we can do something very important till the end of the year. So yeah, just have to wait and see.
It's been a great team effort. Ricardo drove mistake-free in the final, so he did an amazing job. But behind the scenes, we've been working a lot, very hard to get him to this point. To be honest, we started off being very strong in the weekend, but we struggled a little bit finding the right setup, and that cost us in qualifying a little bit. I think we could have fought for pole position with Ricardo, but I think a little bit the struggle with the tires really made it difficult for us, but recovered very well in the heats, did a great job in the final, and yeah, the whole team's been working so hard for this, so it's a great enjoyment out of it.
So as the winners celebrate and their opponents consider how they can beat them in 2 months' time, in 3 weeks' time the journey of the OK and OK Junior categories will continue in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius at Sarno in Italy.
Well, it means a lot to us as a club, since we work very hard every year to improve our business and our racing and everything. So it means a lot to us, as I said, and mainly to get the trust from the FIA to host the World Championship is something we appreciate a lot. And since it's the third World Championship in 5 years, so we are very proud, really. We think it's because of the character of the track. We have sections of the track who is very technical, and that combined with all the high speed straights and the high speed corners, I think it's a good combination. It's an important part for us to have great shows during the events, such as our great fireworks and all that stuff. We always want to be remembered all over the world for our races. Everyone knows who has been here for a couple of times that we work very hard to improve ourselves. I always have a good dialogue with teams and competitors and everything. It's been proved that we are doing something right. For 8 years now we have had CIK events, 8 years in a row. So that proves that the hard work we're doing it right, for sure, I think. Otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here today.
The finale of the FIA Karting European Championship for gearbox racers comes from Adria in Italy, the scene of last year's season opener. And in the intense Venetian heat, nobody will be able to take things easy in this bubbling cauldron of a race weekend. With both KZ and KZ2 categories reaching their climax and the Academy Trophy continuing its 2021 story, there's plenty of action on the horizon and many battles to be won. Matteo Vigano will be our guide around the Adria Karting Raceway. Flat down the home straight, flipping the throttle through turn 1 to get the ultimate driving line, then an open apex for the second corner that tightens aggressively. Once back on the power, you're approaching a tight turn 3. The exit is crucial. Cut the course and you're either penalised or compromised. Most drivers keep a tight approach to the hairpin as it's a critical overtaking point, but a fast exit on a hot lap can make a massive difference. You need to maintain speed and control through the next right-hander as the circuit carries you further on that trajectory into the braking zone for turn 6. Line up the car well and you can nip up the inside of turn 7 and gain a cheeky place. Still accelerating through 8 and then into 9 with a big stop and a tricky exit point to master. You need to be strong into turn 10 and carry a lot of curb before a gradual deceleration in the final turn. It's one of the fastest circuits in the sport, taking place on one of the hottest weekends the drivers will ever face. The Academy Trophy is looking likely to be the most open and competitive the category has ever been, with drivers gathering from all over the world to claim victory. With multiple race winners so far across the heats, the battle will be very close in the final, and nobody is certain as to who will take advantage. The stage is set for an epic showdown, with the title contest heating up. Maciej Gledizh led Alexander Bondarev away at the start of the final, whilst Ivan David and the fast-starting Riccardo Iannello put themselves into a strong position, and Renault Franco fell back down the field to begin a tough fight back. Bondarev wasn't hesitating and took the lead from Gledizh into turn 3, and as the two duelled into the braking zone for the hairpin, David sensed his chance to claim the lead from both of them. He dived for the inside line and drew level, but didn't quite have the space to finish the move and elected to consolidate third position. After all, there was plenty of laps still to run. By the end of the lap, Gledizh was leading, and David and Iannello had both made their move to rise to second and third positions. The pole's lead was brief, however, as Ivan David picked his moment and soared ahead, having worked his way back from the 7th row of every heat during the weekend. Heading into the third lap, Gledizh decided to fight back and found the overtaking move into turn 3. But having taken so long to make his way back to the front, Ivan David wasn't prepared to give up so easily and fought back valiantly. He tried an identical move to his previous attempt, and predictably, it resulted in the same outcome. Iannello was stepping up to the plate on home soil and made his move instead, moving up to second in turn 4, a chance to score a podium in Italy too tempting to resist. It wasn't the only battle on track, as Luca Neuenschwander of Brazil and Denmark's David Walter pushed each other intensely for the place. But no matter how hard Walter forced his hand, the Brazilian wasn't prepared to concede. It was fairly inevitable that the move would occur soon, and as the Danes surged ahead, Leo Robinson behind them also moved forward. And that was just the start for the plucky Algerian. He soon made his bid for the manoeuvre on Neuenschwander, and it worked out through turn 2. That motivated the Brazilian yet further. He returned the favour within an instant. Behind them, the battle would continue between Slovenia and South Africa, as Mark Kastelic and Nicolas Roos were locked in a similar scrap. But it was game over for Argentine star Stefano Cagnolo, who joined France's Augustin Bernier on the sidelines. Gladys was keeping his lead constant ahead of Iannello and David, with Alexander Bondarev still safe in P4. But David was now under investigation for jumping the start. If guilty, he'd receive a 3-second penalty. Neuenschwander was still up against it, this time trying to fend off from Leon Zelenko of Croatia. And into turn 9, not only did Zelenko make the move, but on the exit, he ensured that there would be no retaliation. There was one last bid to close in on Gladys, as the home fans were hoping to see an Italian driver on the top step of the podium. Iannello was giving it everything he had. David wasn't far away, just in case something happened. The three drivers were so easily matched that they were trading fastest sector times to close up or pull clear, and it became a race of stalemate between the three young stars. It was at this point that it became apparent that David would inevitably face a penalty, as the report was already well underway, which would eventually drop the Sri Lankan to 5th position. Into the final lap, and Gladys had made it clear he wasn't going to make any mistakes. And as the Sauber Academy driver closed out the race for a deserving victory, there would be more trouble elsewhere. In the intensity of the midfield battle, Federico Al-Rifai and Leon Ochai would retire in the same place on turn 9 and end their chances of a strong points finish. With the Japanese fuming and unhappy at the side of the road, the marshals were desperate to clear the circuit before the leaders came through. They managed it with seconds to spare, allowing Maciej Gladys, the Polish youngster in the lead, to taste victory in fantastic fashion, to move to the top of the points standings with 1 round to go, and to become the first Polish driver to win a final in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in the current format. The joy was clear for all to see, and with a solid advantage heading to Sweden, there were plenty of reasons to celebrate. Riccardo Iannello claimed second at home, and David's penalty would indeed demote him behind Bondarev and Walter, with Robinson ahead of Zelenko and Neuenschwander, whilst Mark Kastelic and Romania's Darius Babiawana would complete the top 10. David would climb the podium before handing his trophy to Bondarev, Iannello would celebrate in front of his family and home crowd, and Gladys would savour the spoils of Poland's first Academy win.
The first few laps was very hard for me because two drivers passed me, and after I was stay calm, I overtake these two drivers, and I'm looking forward, and yeah, I will do my best in Kristianstad to win the championship.
The final is so hard because I'm starting in the P7, and the first corner I am in the second position behind the Maciej, and the last is 3 laps. I'm trying to do aggressive, but I'm not going to very well. I'm finished second, and I'm really happy.
In the final, I had a great start. I was in P2, but then I made a really early move on Maciej, and then he came back on me. Then Ricardo and Jevan came past me, and then in P4 I couldn't be faster. I was just trying to catch the top 3, but it wasn't just enough.
KZ2 will be a difficult battle to the final lap, as Senna van Walstein hopes to claim his first European title, and his opponents are hoping to close down the gap. The Italian heroes Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese have been the dominant men of the weekend so far, and coming into the final, their rivalry could upset the balance in the European Championship. From here on, anything could happen. Giuseppe Palomba led Danilo Albanese into turn 1 as the Italian pair renewed their rivalry. Senna van Waalstein had made a smooth getaway ahead of Giacomo Bellini and Paavo Tonteri, with the Dutchman looking good for the title. But there was mayhem behind as a couple of touches turned into a pile-up. Maximilian Paul, Marco Torman, Juho Valtonen, David Trevelov and Nikita Otomanov were eliminated on the spot. Slick work from the marshals ensured that the race could continue without a yellow flag period, but the 5 retirees were going no further. The duel between the Italians had ended in the Kart Republic driver Albanese's favour in the heats, and the Biralat star Palomba was in no mood to repeat the scenario. On lap 2, he defended with pure conviction, almost crashing in the effort to stay in front. Behind them, the CRG pairing of Bellini and Tonteri had passed Van Waalstein, and as the duelling leaders went into turn 6, they actually did crash into each other. Palomba continued, but Albanese was out, and suddenly Van Waalstein's dreams of the title had taken a huge hammer blow. Then Kaja Sixnelis had to dodge a pair of warring Birolats as David Levinsky and Alessio Piccini traded paint. With the CRG's first and second, Van Waalstein was looking unlikely to be able to score enough points over Bellini to maintain his advantage. Bellini was set for victory, and Van Waalstein was set for a long race catching Tonteri. Hubert Petit and Arthur Carbonell were catching Van Waalstein too, and they almost managed to slide past their teammate. Petit grew tired of staying behind his teammate, and it was clear there was no love lost between the Frenchman and the Dutchman. Carbonell eventually assisted Van Waalstein by passing Petit and giving Laurens van Hoopen his chance of staying in the title fight. This didn't please Petit, who was clearly riled up. Marcus Funder ended his season off the road to join an ever-growing list of spectators.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Yeah, it's just amazing, you know, to see all of the drivers here and in the different categories. KZ for sure is amazing to watch the races and everything that is happening. I'm sure we're gonna have an amazing final. But also KZ2, the Academy. It's always great to be here. The track is just fantastic. It's a nice track to watch the races as well, overtakings, and also the quality, you know, of the drivers, the teams. When we saw the lap time difference, it's unbelievable. Maybe in 1 second you have maybe all of the grid, more or less, you know. So it's just incredible to see the level, you know, of the karting, the drivers, the teams, and how competitive it is. So it's just amazing. And it's great to be here, good weather and good place to watch the race as well. For sure, it's a really sad situation that we are passing, you know, since 2020. But I have to say that 2021 is much better than 2020. The numbers of drivers racing, the possibilities, you know, to get in some of the countries, you know, easier because of the COVID-19. But I'm sure everything will improve, you know. It's already improved a lot from 2020 to 2021, but I'm sure, I mean, everything will get improving with many countries improving the situation in terms of the healthy problems, with the vaccines. So I think, you know, this is a big help that we have for the racing, not only in the karting, but we just watching this, we can the Formula One in Holland, and you know, a lot of people in the grandstand. And I think this is what we are missing. This is what the sport is missing. And 2021 is better than 2020, and I'm sure it will keep improving. Yeah, I think what's happened in the last in 2020 until now, it was just a wake up, you know, a call for all of us, you know, to understand how to improve things, to understand how to get together, even with the teams, even with the understanding the rules, how we need to improve the rules in so many different areas, including the cost. That is definitely a very important point that we need to fight massively to improve, to make cheaper, to make more possible for many drivers, but also improving the rules, improving the ideas, improving the direction of the championships. So we have some, for sure, very, very good ideas for the short future, I would say. Even some ideas, building some new categories, you know, also helping countries that doesn't have all the possibilities, you know, like building regional cups, you know. So this is a very important point, and is our future project, you know, short future project that I really hope starts already from next year. So we have so many new things, new ideas that it will definitely improve a lot, so many areas and so many mentality and so many races for the karting. I'm really happy for so many things that we are working in the FIA, because before, also when I arrived here, it looks like the CIK was a little bit different office than the FIA. So now everything is included. Every decision is together with all of the FIA professional people. So and for me this is really, really important, because I mean we can improve things in the much quicker way, you know. We can have a lot more help for so many things, you know, that is really, really important for the karting. We cannot forget karting is our school. So the way things are now, the way we are working now is much better than before, because you know, I think everything gets together, you know, with the FIA, and FIA is really, you know, pushing to help karting, which it makes the ideas and the improvements that we have to happen in the quicker way. And for me, this is very important.
Ring in Kristianstad in Sweden is about to begin. So without further ado, let's hand over to the girls from Starlight Cheer.
Good one, Jay, good one.
You go upstairs?
Yeah, because that's where the air show guy is. We'll talk about the, yeah, he's going to be upstairs. I still have the microphone.
Who is live?
Live.
Wow, what a way to start the weekend. That was absolutely spectacular, and they always put on a bit of a show for us here at the Asmring as we get ourselves ready, and that's just for starters, ladies and gentlemen. It wouldn't be a World Championship weekend in Sweden without a fantastic display from the girls from Starlight Cheer, so a massive thank you to them for giving us plenty to discuss and to talk about as we obviously get ourselves started. And joining me in the commentary box now for the next few minutes as we get ourselves ready for something very special indeed is Niklas Holtberg from the Swedish Air Force. Niklas, great to have you with us.
Great to be here. Thank you. Good day.
So tell us a little bit about what we're going to be experiencing over the Asmring for the next few minutes.
So we're going to see the JAS 39 Gripen perform an air show here. We're going to do some... well, it's actually Captain Martin Ramzin who's going to be performing a, as he says himself, high G maneuver turns, steep climbs and so on. He's going to do slow speed, fast speed of about 1100 kilometers an hour. And it's going to be just great. We're going to be seeing him at the south of the field. And we have perfect weather conditions today.
I was just going to say, this is absolutely spectacular for the planes to come over. This is going to get noisy.
Here he is. It's a bit early.
It is a bit early, but why not give us a little bit of a show to start us off with? So tell us a little bit about the planes and the personnel that are going to be taking on these displays.
The aircraft has a limit of, at low speed he does 180 kilometers an hour. Right now he is slowing down a bit to be able to perform his maneuvers here. This is just a welcome. He says hello and he wants to, he probably wants you to put your ear protection on. So right there he's at full afterburner and he's accelerating to, and a small roll, he's accelerating to be able to pull 9 Gs here in the steep turn. Just magnificent. A mighty roar.
Display worthy of a World Championship, Niklas. And these are the kind of training maneuvers that you guys are doing week in, week out.
Exactly. Bit of a fast roll there. And straight up.
That's quite spectacular,
Bit of rolling
isn't it?
there. The rolling capacity is 270 degrees a second. You might be feeling a little bit dizzy up there.
But this is bread and butter to the guys in the Swedish Air Force, isn't it? This is exactly what you guys live for. My goodness, that takes some courage even with training.
It does. Maneuvering down to 100 meters, going up to 1,000 meters in just a few seconds there.
You know what? There's not much in the world that can bring a karting paddock to a standstill, but you guys are doing a spectacular job. Everyone around the circuit stopped.
So that's a 9G turn over there. Okay. I think he might be coming up for the slow speed turn here.
Something straight out of a Tom Cruise movie. This is absolutely what you want to see.
Inverted flying there.
This would be 100% perfect for you if you were the guy that was up there, Niklas.
Absolutely. So Captain Martin Ramsden, as I said, he's 51 years old. He lives in Karlskrona with his wife and 2 children. And he's about to perform a low-speed pass for us here. This year he's been in the Air Force for 30 years. And he's been flying Gripen since 2002.
That is quite spectacular, I have to say. What an incredible performer.
Yeah. So I think he has a couple of years as an air show pilot as well. And here he'll fly by 180 kilometers an hour. That's pretty slow for an aircraft.
Must take quite some incredible dexterity to be able to keep the plane in the air at that speed.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Do you know what? I think they felt that all the way in Copenhagen, Nicholas.
They did. Sure they did. All right.
Truly stunning. Incredible scenes over the Asumring. Worthy of an FIA World Championship event. Here he comes. It's one of those rare occasions where I have lost for words. I don't want to talk over it. It's enough soundtrack as it is, Nicholas.
Exactly. Looks like he's preparing for a high-speed run, nearing the speed of sound at 1100 kilometers an hour. We're gonna hear a slight swish when he swishes past.
That is spectacular.
And a barrel roll.
Well, the fans are absolutely loving it here. Really enjoying the spectacle. It's a rare treat to get to see the Swedish Air Force at their best. So a wonderful display from the Swedish Air Force, really getting us in the mood to generate some noise.
So he's waving us off here. Pretty sure the fuel level is pretty low right now. And we're saying thanks to Captain Martin Ramsden.
We certainly will. Ladies and gentlemen, say a massive thank you to Captain Martin Ramsden and the Swedish Air Force as we start to get ourselves into the party mood here at the Asumring. Thank you, Nicholas Alberg, and to everyone at the Swedish Air Force. It's wonderful to have your company.
Thanks. So if anyone wants to talk to us, we'll be down at the exhibition area. We'll see you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Well, it's time to get ourselves ready, World Championship style, here in Sweden. Championship. Absolutely magic stuff from the incredible team here to set us up for a World Championship assault, Swedish style. The International KZ2 Super Cup, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy season finale, and the Championship of the World in KZ about to get us underway. We have missed you, Azemring. It's been amazing to be back, and what a spectacle as we now gear ourselves up, ready for the action here at Kristianstad. 3 fantastic races to come this afternoon. And all that's left is to begin the pomp and circumstance as the drivers will make their way to the starting grid.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
You have all been very patient long enough. It is time to bring the drivers to the starting grid. We will start, of course, with the International KZ2 Super Cup. It's time for the gladiators to enter the arena. So the KZ2 drivers are making their way to the starting grid, and what an exciting spectacle it promises to be. This is the 9th running of the International KZ2 Super Cup since its inception in 2013, when the Frenchman Dorian Boccolacci came through to win the title. Since then, there have been some incredible performers that have won this event on several occasions. And it is going to be the 9th running, as we mentioned, of this wonderful category. You have got so many stars to talk about on this field, and there is at least a dozen, maybe even 24 drivers on this field who could walk away from this race as a new FIA Karting champion in the International KZ2 Super Cup. Dorian Boccolacci, Ryan van der Berg, Thomas Laurent, Pedro Hilbrand, Alex Orlando, Matteo Vigano, Emilion Denner and Simone Cunati all know what it's like to taste victory in this event over the last 8 years. And now we will get to see what the drivers in 2021, one of which will become a new champion, will get out onto the circuit and show what they can do. And what a display it has been from the competitors in the International KZ2 Super Cup. They will make their way onto the circuit very shortly indeed, and we will present them one by one with their competitors' medals that will be presented by the FIA Karting president himself, Mr. Felipe Massa. What a brilliant spectacle we have seen here so far in the 2 weekends. There have been 24 races coming up to this point, and now the 3 races that count. This is what an entire season of hard work and dedication and development in each of the chassis have given us over the course of the season. And now we will get to see the competitors in their starting positions for the main event. 36 drivers will make their way out onto the starting grid. Fantastic Asam circuit. It'll be 25 laps of the course, the equivalent of 30.525 kilometers. And when they go racing, we will certainly hear about it. This is the next stepping stone on the ladder for many great racing drivers. For those who want to go to the likes of Monte Carlo, Indianapolis, or Le Mans, or for those who want to quest for next year's FIA Karting World Championship. This is the big step forward that these drivers will need to make. And what an arena to do it in. The Asam Ring, one of the ultimate karting circuits in the world. And what a brilliant show and spectacle we have been able to get from Kristianstad Karting Club. They really have been tremendous. They are led out by Starlight Cheer, and we are ready to greet the drivers as they prepare for the ultimate spectacle, the International KZ2 Super Cup, the precursor to the World Championship. So the 36 drivers will come forward and they will receive their participation medal and the handshake from the FIA Karting president, Felipe Massa. Here they are, starting from pole position, the Italian himself, Lorenzo Travasanuto, 2-time world champion in OK, and just one class away from winning his 4th major FIA Karting title in the last 4 seasons. Second position on the grid will be the German star, David Trevelov, for the SRP Maranello squad. He's been mighty all weekend long, and we can't wait to see if he can go one better. Third on the starting grid for Switzerland, Samuel Luyet for the Tony Kart Factory team. What an incredible performance he has given us over the course of the weekend. On Italy, it is Danilo Albanese for the Kart Republic squad. He's got a great opportunity to launch himself back to the podium, and he has plenty of firepower under his right foot. From Finland, it is Paavo Tonteri in the CRG factory machine. There's plenty of exciting battles to come from him in this final. Sixth on the grid, and the former vice winner of the Super Cup, Giuseppe Palomba for the Birolart Racing factory team. Watch him off the start. He'll be out of the blocks like a lightning bolt. Seventh on the grid for France, Thomas Imborg of the CPB Sport team, leading the charge for the Sodi Kart effort. Eighth on the grid, it is Victor Åberg, the Swedish charge. He's been mighty all the way through the weekend. He just needs one more impressive race. For Australia, in 9th position, young James Wharton, a member of the Ferrari Racing Driver Academy. This could be an opportunity for him to bow out of his karting career on the top. Alongside him, Jean Louillet, the other brother from the Swiss brigade, and it's going to be very exciting to see which of the Louillet brothers crosses the line first. 11th on the grid, Senna van Walstein, the Dutchman, who's been mighty ever since time qualifying, and he's fought himself all the way back. 6th on the grid, Fabrizio Rosati, ending his heats with a brilliant victory this morning. Can he continue that charge and get to the top of the table? 13th on the grid, Alessio Piccini for Italy. The Birolard driver has plenty of opportunities to charge his way back through the field. For Lithuania, it is Kaios Sixnelis from the Energy Course team. What an incredible display. He won the Academy Trophy 2 years ago. Now he's fighting for the Super Cup. Next up, it's Artur Carbonell from the CBB Sports Squad for the Sodi Kart team. He lines up on the 8th row of the grid alongside the Swedish charge, Rasmus Jansson, for the Leclerc by Lennox race team. This is a great chance for him to charge his way forward on the Charles Leclerc chassis. Chris Harnan, the youngest man in the field, the Dutchman, as he races for the KSM official racing team. And he lines up on the grid alongside his countryman, Joey van Splunteren, the man who's been here so many times before, but in the FIA Karting Brigade, his best chance yet to win a Super Cup. Giacomo Pellini, the new European champion, struggled in the heats yesterday after a front fairing came loose, but he has the power, the speed, and the tenacity to come back. Lawrence van Hopen, third in the European Championship this year, the Dutchman with every opportunity to fight his way through the field. For Parolin, Angelo Lombardo, mighty in practice, quick in the heats, and there's plenty more to come from him in the final. Jesper Sjöberg, the Swedish charge on his Birolard chassis. Watch him as he charges his way through the field, and he's got a massive fan club here at Kristianstad. For France, it is Jean Nomblot for the CPB Sports Squad on the Sodi Kart machine. Watch him as he continues to take names in the overtaking zones. From Valencia in Spain, Jorge Pescador on his CRG. It's going to be very interesting to see how many places he can make up over the course of the grid. For the DPK Racing team on the Alonso Kart chassis, Zenis Savico, a great transition from the OK categories. Now he's here in gearbox. Nikita Artemonov of Russia, a great chance for him to make progress through the field as he continues to take names out on the circuit. For France, it is Hubert Petit, the CPB Sport driver on the Sodi Kart. He was on the podium last time out at Adria at the end of the European Championship. Juho Valtonen, the man who's been in title fights many times before, the Finnish driver, almost won the World Championship in OK on home soil 2 seasons ago. Valentino Fritsch, the German squad driver, will be there for the KSW Birolard team, and he lines up alongside his teammate, Robert Kinderwater. The two drivers will be working their way through the pack, trying to make progress from the end of the field. Gerard Cebrian on the CRG, the Spanish driver, will have plenty of opportunities to make overtaking moves again through the course of the race. And he lines up alongside Markus Kayak, the Estonian, on his Tony Kart machine. He's been very aggressive over the course of the weekend and in all the right places. Brandon Nilsson flying the flag for Italy, but Swedish-born. He's there in the CRG as he tries to fight his way through. The Dutchman, Martin van Leuven. Let's see what he can do as he battles his way around the course in the Energy Course. Lorenzo Giannoni of Italy will be on the final row of the starting grid in 35th position. Alongside him on the Schumacher chassis, Matej Kukovski of the Czech Republic. Let's see what he can do. A very exciting battle as the drivers make their way into position. It will be an absolutely sensational race in the KZ2 Super Cup. The competitors will be putting on an excellent show and a terrific display. And of course, they will have some fantastic races to come as we battle away for supremacy. The drivers are gearing themselves up on the starting grid. It will be a truly spectacular display. Our karting president, Felipe Massa, soaking it all in, as are the fans here at Kristianstad. A reminder to all of them, please remember about social distancing. We are here at the grateful and cooperative work of the Swedish government. Let's all keep ourselves safe. We want to go home in as healthy a condition as we have arrived. So let's make sure we can conduct ourselves in the correct manner. But there will be some fantastic overtaking, some great battling, and some great racing in the International KZ2 Super Cup. Who is going to be the driver that will come through in victorious style? We will find out in less than 10 minutes' time. So as the KZ2 Super Cup drivers prepare themselves for the 9th annual running of this spectacular event, the pinnacle of the KZ2 Gearbox karting season, They will come together and they will race around the circuit in fantastic style. We are very grateful to the Kristianstad Karting Club and the nation of Sweden for allowing us to be here. And in respect of that, we are going to hand the microphone over to the fabulous singer Alba, who will guide us in the Swedish national anthem.
Du gamla, du fria, du fjällhöga nord. Du tysta, du glädjerika sköna. Jag hälsar dig vänaste land upp på jord. Din sol, din himmel, dina ängder gröna. Din sol, din himmel, dina ängder gröna. Du tronar på minnen från fornstora dag. Då att ditt namn flög över jorden. Jag vet att du är och förblir vad du var. Ja, jag vill leva, jag vill dö i Norden. Ja, jag vill leva, jag vill dö i Norden.
Thank you, Alba. A fabulous display and a wonderful spectacle awaits us as we gear ourselves up for the International KZ2 Super Cup. In a little under 5 minutes' time, the race of the season for KZ2 drivers will get underway. A spectacular build-up to the FIA Karting World Championship weekend, Kai, and what an amazing spectacle awaits the drivers as they prepare for action in the big show, the biggest show of their season.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest events of the season for pretty much the whole grid that we're going to see here. Now we have 36 drivers that have been taken down from all of the entries that we had for the KZ2 Super Cup. It was a brilliant entry, an amazing show that we had there for the welcoming into the finals for the International Super Cup here at Assenbring in Kristianstad.
Now, you've been here before, Kai, many times as a racing driver, building up for a final. The qualifying heats have a very different showcase and a very different feeling when you're there on the starting grid. There's so much more pressure, so much intensity, and you really have to be at the top of your condition to get ready for this.
Especially with it being such a big event and meaning a lot to so many of the drivers. The nerves are high on the grid, and you just need to try and condemn those feelings and get yourself in your own mindset. Don't worry about the drivers behind you or what's going to go on in the race. You just need to focus on the track ahead of you and do your best.
It's time then for the grid to clear, and what a magnificent display awaits us as we will take to the circuit once again for 25 laps around this glorious race circuit. We have definitely missed being at Kristianstad. Last year's pandemic definitely didn't give us a lot to smile about when we heard that we couldn't come back to Sweden. But now that we are here in 2021, the drivers are ready and we are pumped, full of adrenaline and ready to showcase the greatest racing weekend you're going to see here in motorsport worldwide. Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trevelov on the front row of the starting grid. This could be the start of an epic rivalry between these two. It was Travasanuto that beat Trevelov on the road last time, but if he does it a second time, it could be the biggest accolade of his career since the World Championships in 2019.
Well, if, as many know, if Travis Anuto wins this race here in Kristianstad, that's going to be his 4th FIA title. Now, that's a big thing that puts him in the history books in karting. So, Trevelov, you'll be trying to deny him that situation. He'll be wanting to take that title of the International Super Cup winner 2021. He is definitely capable of doing so. But don't forget, there are so many drivers outside the mix. Watch out for Samuel Luye. He's starting in 3rd position, and he's been putting up a fight over the course of the weekend. So, I think he still has a chance of winning it.
We also have to focus on the man who grabbed the fastest time in time qualifying. Senna van Walstein starts 11th on the starting grid, just a whisker outside the top 10. If he can unlock that sort of pace again, then he's definitely a contender for the victory. The 1 minute board goes up. This isn't technically a World Championship race, but as far as the drivers are concerned, it might just as well be. The International KZ2 Super Cup, the 9th time this event has run. And it's a great precursor to some phenomenal careers in the sport. You've only got to look at the drivers that have won this over the years, and we are going to get a 9th different winner here today. Dorian Boccolacci in 2013, Ryan van der Berg in 2014, Thomas Laurent in 2015, Pedro Hiltbrand in 2016, Alexei Lando in 2017, Matteo Vigano in 2018, Emilian Denner in 2019, and last year it was Simone Cunati. Now it's the time to find out who will join that incredible, phenomenal, sensational list of drivers as we quest for this International KZ2 Super Cup. A lot of talent has come across from the world of the OK and direct drive categories to gear up for this, as well as the celebrated and accepted talents in the world of KZ2. Now it's time to go to battle for 25 laps. This is the race that will give us a new International KZ2 Super Cup champion. And here is the starting grid. Lorenzo Travisanuto and David Trevelov, Sam Luye and Danilo Albanese, Paolo Tontelli and Giuseppe Palomba, Thomas Imborg and Victor Oberg, James Wharton, Jean Luye, Senna van Walstein and Fabrizio Rosati, Alessio Piccini and Kaya Sixnellis, Arto Carbonell and Rasmus Janssen, Chris Harnan, Joey van Spunteren, Giacomo Pellini and Lawrence van Herpen, Angelo Lombardo, Jesper Sjorberg, Jean Nomblo and Jorge Pescador, Jenis Savico, Nikita Artemanov, Hubert Petit, Juho Valtonen, Valentino Fritsch, Robert Kindervata, Gerard Sabrian, Marcus Kayak, Brandon Nilsson, Martin van Leuven, Lorenzo Giannoni and Matti Kukowski. 36 drivers, they've come from far and wide all around the globe, and now they will go to battle in the toughest race of their season.
36 drivers which all deserve to be on this grid. They've battled hard all weekend long so far to get themselves on this grid and get themselves pumped up for the final here for the International Super Cup 2021. We are guaranteed to be crowned a new winner of this title. Nobody on this grid has won it before, so that is amazing to see. But will it be Travis Anuto? Will it be Trofanov? Will it be Palomba? Will it be Umberg? We'll never know who it is until that checker flag falls.
Well, we certainly have a world champion on the starting grid. Lorenzo Travisanuto has won the world championship in the OK category twice in 2018 and 2019 when he won here in Kristianstad the first time and in Alajärvi in Finland the second time. He really does have a bit of an affinity with Scandinavian racetracks, but now it is time for him to do something even tougher than that. This will be his toughest mission yet. It's one thing to win a world championship. It's one thing to 1-2. But to do it in direct drive is magical. To do it in KZ2, the gearbox category, is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, well, that might even be the case for Travis Anuto. We know he's such a strong driver through his direct drive career. He's won so many titles, as you said, and he's looking to make it his 4th. But in the KZ2 class over the course of the weekend, he's been looking so strong in comparison to the drivers around him. Some may say he's even had the standout performance of the weekend to get himself onto pole position. He definitely deserves to be on that front row. But does he deserve to take the win? We'll only wait and see.
Well, David Trevelov has been absolutely mighty this weekend as well. The young German talent, he was always a bit of a Wackersdorf specialist with a couple of flashy performances, but this weekend he's really risen to the plate, and David Trevelov, for me, has been the most impressive of the competitors in KZ2 to really raise his game and go for a title assault. He has the opportunity to do it here, but then, as you mentioned before, Kai, so too does Samuel Luye from 3rd position on the grid. Danilo Albanese has been waiting for an opportunity like this his whole young career, and the man who's come closest to winning the title will start alongside Paolo Tontelli, and that is the Italian Giuseppe Palomba, who will start 6th position. He was 2nd last year to Simone Cunati at Lonato. Is this going to be his moment?
Well, he was so close to getting it last time round. Will he be able to get it this time round? That's going to be the question on his mind, and I'm sure it will be for the teams as well. You can see the drivers just sorting out any issues that they have with the car, getting themselves prepared for the start of the race, as this is where it all counts. You can't mess up now.
Lorenzo Travasanuto, two-time world champion, European champion, all of those in the direct drive category. This is the International KZ2 Super Cup. Next year, he would love to be able to carry this form into the World Championship, but he's got to get the job done here. And then, of course, the man alongside him, David Trevelov, wanting to take it away from him. Sam Luye, Danilo Albanese, Pavel Tonterin, Giuseppe Palomba. Let's go racing in the Asm Ring now! Great start from Trevelov, but it's a better start for Travasanuto. A brilliant launch away from Palomba as well. He's got a bit of fourth place ahead of Danilo Albanese. Sam Luye comfortable in third position as the field conflagrates through. There's a little bit of pushing and shoving in the middle of the chicane, but it looks to me pretty clean as a whistle. But it's Travasanuto from Trevelov. Then it is Sam Luye in third position. And a big accident further back. Looks to me as though we're going to have slow boards out on the course as we have a kart upside down. That is the 118. Unfortunately, it's game over for Jean Nomblo, but he is out of the kart, and that is very good indeed to see. So Jean Nomblo gets out of the kart and walks away. So there are yellow flags at 4, but because it's happened so far off the circuit, we might get away with that, and he has been able to walk away from the scene. So a big dramatic start as far as Jean Nomblo is concerned, and he will now get some treatment from the medical teams. But I have a feeling that we may go to slow boards here, as obviously the kart has rolled over up at turn 4. And we will wait to see what the decision is. But certainly at the end of the first lap, Travasanuto leads the way from Trevelov, Luye, Palomba, Albanese, Imborg, Tonteri, and Senna van Walstein, who's already made up 3 places, bring this race to a crescendo. He is definitely going to try to.
Yeah, brilliant start from many of the drivers throughout the field, but that was a big incident there. But obviously the medicals will tend to the driver to seek any medical attention that is needed.
Van Walstein's better place, sorry Kai. Van Walstein has come up into 7th position, so he's made the move there to get past Thomas Imborg. That's another place made up, and this is his comeback drive. He wants to get back into the hunt.
Van Walstein, obviously, he had a bad start to the weekend. Unfortunately, he did have, well, close to a retirement in one of the heats. He was down at the back, so he's making his way back through the field. 7th position for now, but I'm sure as the race moves on, so will he through the field.
Well, I can tell you that Nomblo appears to be okay. He's just getting precautionary checks. We know that he's okay because otherwise the race would have gone to slow boards. So that is good news. Travasanuto, Trevelov, Luye, Palomba, Albanese and Tonteri with Senna van Walstein now in 7th place in front of Imborg, Luye and Pacini. And there is already some great battles coming in as Tonteri has his look on the inside of Albanese, but it's not going to happen just yet. A big launch up the inside from Van Walstein. He really is making some great moves here as he gets up in a 6th place now past Paavo Tonteri. Senna van Walstein knows this is his best chance yet of winning the International KZ2 Super Cup, and he is not going to rest until he's got it in his hands.
There is no holding back at all there from Van Walstein. He'll go through any car, any driver.
Oh, Trevelov!
Travasanuto's lost the lead, but no, he manages to get it back there. Trevelov dives up the inside into the final corner, but on the switchback, Travasanuto gets the lead straight back, shuts down Trevelov and says, no, it's my lead now.
This is so close, and now that little bit of urgency from Trevelov has brought Sam Luye onto his tail. Albanese now trying to have a crack at Giuseppe Palomba, and watch for Van Walstein. He's going to make another move on the inside of Albanese, and Luye gets through Trevelov in the same breath. So Luye through in a second, and Van Walstein trying to pick him up around the outside. He's going to go side by side with Albanese. Trevelov holds off Palomba, and Van Walstein through in a 5th position. Terrific stuff from the Dutchman. He's now in P5. So it's Travasanuto, Sam Luye doing a great job there in 2nd place. Trevelov in front of Palomba. Then it is Van Walstein from Tonteri, Albanese, Imborg, Jean Luye, and Pacini with Rosati in 11th place, looking pretty frustrated. Oh! Conflagration in the final bend. That's Tonteri. Tonteri goes around, and he tangled there with Imborg and Albanese. So Tonteri is out of the race, or certainly down at the back. He's going to try and get started again, and it looks as though he's managed it. But Paavo Tonteri is out of this fight for the win for sure now, and that's also taken Albanese and Imborg down the field. That's promoted Jean Luye into 6th position. How did Senna van Walstein get away with that? He just avoided it. That was so tight, and now the top 5 are on their own to battle for the title.
let me just remind you, we are only 4 laps into this 25-lap race, and if this is going to set the pace for the remainder, well, I think this isn't going to be too bad from a spectator's point of view. But Travis Anuto, he's managed to get away from this one.
2 more issues. We got a broken wheel there. That looks like one of the Paralins. Is that James Wharton? Trying to look through the field. That might be Angelo Lombardo, or is that Wharton trying to get away from the... No, Wharton's got through. So it might be Lombardo. Lombardo's had an issue there with Bellini. So the European champion is out. That is Giacomo Bellini out of the race, out of the KZ2 Super Cup. He can't believe it, nor can Angelo Lombardo, who's been so strong. His teammate James Wharton has just set the fastest lap of the race. Their teammate Lorenzo Travasanuto still in the lead for now.
Travis Anuto dominating out in front right now. He's 7 tenths in front of Luye, but Luye is going to be chasing down the back of that Paralin as he'll be looking to take the International Super Cup title, and that will look very good for at least one of the Luye brothers. But watch out for the driver in 3rd position as we have battling going on from Van Weierstein. Van Weierstein has a little look up the inside, isn't able to make anything stick though as Palomba manages to hold on to the position for now. We go down into the 1st corner. Van Weierstein's going to look up the inside once again. Cannot just get there as Palomba shuts the doors. Van Weierstein just a little bit too far back. Sticks his nose into the corner, but it's just not enough.
We saw the fireballs earlier at turn 2, but I tell you what, Senna Van Weierstein is full of it at the moment. On the inside, going for Palomba. It's going to be tough to get by. Palomba's not giving him an inch, and so Van Weierstein's going to have to try a switchback maneuver on the inside of the next hairpin. He's going to cut across, but still on the inside will be Palomba. Brilliant racing between these two. Palomba versus Van Weierstein as they race for 4th position on the far side. Travis Anuto still leading. Sam Luye 2nd, Trevelov in 3rd, and then it's Palomba versus Van Weierstein. Can he make the bid into the final hairpin? The Dutchman has another look to try and launch in on the inside, but Palomba protecting that inside line very cautiously. Jean Luye is there in 6th position as well. The 2 brothers running in the top 6, and Sam looking like he could be on the podium in this one. But Palomba really is frustrating Senna Van Weierstein. He needs to make the overtake, and as soon as humanly possible, the Dutchman looking this way and that way, trying to get past the man who was the runner-up in this competition last year. Here goes Van Weierstein on the inside. That'll do. Brilliant overtake.
Van Weierstein was getting restless there behind Palomba. Palomba just not willing to give the position up so early on in the race. Only 7 laps in, so plenty of time for Palomba to return the favour if he does want to get his way back through the field. But Van Weierstein, he started all the way down in 10th position, but now he's up into 4th. Getting a move on is the CRG driver.
What a stunning drive this is from Van Weierstein. He's now up into 4th place, and he's got plenty of time to catch up to the podium. There goes the move from Jean Luye alongside Giuseppe Palomba, and they better watch out because Alessio Pacini's going to get alongside. Luye is through, and Pacini is through, and there's a gap opened up for Fabrizio Rosati. He gets through as well. Palomba going to come straight back at him, though. Well done from Palomba. So Rosati loses the place, and watch out for James Wharton on the Paralin. The Australian is right in the mix there as well as they come off the turn. Brilliant racing, and Wharton now going to try and hold off into the position as he now goes for the inside line. Rosati defends, but he's not going to get the overtaking move done as James Wharton, not while Rosati is covering the inside line the way he is. This is excellent racing from the front to the middle to the back, and everybody giving no quarter, none asked for, none taken, none given.
Palomba probably had one of the worst 5 seconds of his karting career there as he loses position after position. He's able to get himself back into his rhythm now. He'll be looking to make his way back through the field, but we pan our eyes to the front. Travis Anuto just controlling the pace of the drivers behind Luye on similar pace to Travis Anuto, but is not enough to be gaining time on the leader right now in the Paralin. The 107 looking strong out in front, and if he's able to keep this up for the remainder of the 16 laps we have of this race, Travis Anuto, well, he's going strong.
He is absolutely in his rhythm now, Lorenzo Travasanuto. He doesn't need to break a sweat at this point as he is on lap 10 of 25. We're not even at half distance at the moment, and this is where all of Lorenzo Travasanuto's practice, his development, his training comes into good effect. It's a long old race, but Travasanuto needs to control the pace of it. He has led all but about 7 meters of this race so far when Trevelov was able to put his nose up the inside line and get through, only for Travasanuto to get him straight back again on the switchback. So here is Lorenzo Travasanuto leading the way. 2nd place, Sam Luye, but David Trevelov is catching him, and this is what we've seen him do all weekend. He gets a reasonable start, and then he finds a little bit more extra speed, and obviously they will have been working their hearts out trying to calculate what the tyre pressures will do. You've got to remember there's very little wind here compared to what we had yesterday, so that will affect tyre pressures because the circuit will be hotter, so the tyre temperatures and the Brake temperatures are obviously going to be very, very tricky to manage, and the tyre pressures are going to come down a little bit.
Yeah, the only thing that they'll be really changing on the setups is going to be tyre pressures and maybe a gearing or two, as over the course of the weekend, mechanics will have been finding the best setups for the drivers and the best setups for the team, so they won't want to have changed much for the final if they are comfortable with what they had. Oh, and that's a big mistake there for the 1-2-6.
That's Giannone.
Yep,
Lorenzo Giannone is out of the race by the look of it. Now, where's that happened? That's up at turn 6. And I'm afraid it looks to me as though Giannone may be out of this one. He is pushing the kart off the road. So it's game over for Lorenzo Giannone. But there is the man in second place. That's the 1-1-2. Samuel Luye of the Tony Kart Factory team doing a great job in second place in front of David Trevelov. And in fourth place now, as we know, Senna van Waalstein trying to close them down. Yellow flags are out there, of course, for Lorenzo Giannone's kart. So no overtaking, but there's not overtaking to be done in the top 4 or 5 karts at the moment. A couple of drivers just slowing up as they get to that yellow flag zone. But a very interesting battle awaits us as these 3 drivers get close together. Sam Luye, David Trevelov, and Senna van Waalstein. And how about this, Joey van Splinteren going wheel to wheel there with, I think, Jorge Pescador. A great little tussle in the midfield here, as we've got a great squabble of drivers from about 8th down. Wharton, Rosati, Imburg, Oberg, Hanen, Sixnelis, Albanese, Carbonell, Petit, Van Herpen, Pescador, Van Splinteren, and Sjoberg. That's absolutely amazing, that long list of drivers as they continue to charge away. And that was Jenny Savico, I think they're trying to make up progress as well. In behind Sjoberg, Senna van Waalstein, here we go. He's cracking the whip, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race. He's trying to catch Luye and Trevelov.
Well, you may have thought that Sam Luye was comfortable in second position. Well, he isn't anymore, as Daniel Trevelov has arrived. David Trevelov.
Overtaking move, that is Hubert Petit. He's got past Albanese. Fair play to Daniel Albanese, who's still making himself a good race here, despite his earlier problems with Paolo Tonterri. Tonterri's still going, by the way, but he is down in 32nd place and a long way from the back of Robert Kinderwarter. Still trying to catch him, but he's obviously got the red mist and is not going to make as much progress as he would like. Lawrence van Herpen there battling away with Jorge Pescador in the middle of the field. Now here is the conflagration. Here we go. Luye, Trevelov and Van Waalstein. 3 drivers battling for second place in the hope that ahead of them, Travis Zanuto is going to have difficulties.
Yeah, give it a couple of laps and Van Waalstein will be all over the back of these 2 drivers. If Trevelov is not able to make the move on Luye, then I think he's going to fall into the clutches of Van Waalstein when he arrives onto the back of this battle. As Luye at the front of this pack, he clearly wants the 2 drivers behind, so does he tactically back up Trevelov into Van Waalstein, or does he just try to push as hard as he can to catch onto the back of Travis Zanuto right now? 2.1 seconds is what separates P2 and P1 right now. That's a big gap to close.
Well, the race is going to be won and lost here between laps 16 and 20 for me. When the tyres really start to cook up, when the kart is really starting to lose a little bit of momentum potentially in the mid part of the field, those teams that have got their setup right for the long game will be able to make big progress. And Trevelov and Van Waalstein are absolutely charging onto the back of Sam Luye. And look, Luye's already started defending second place. Trevelov has definitely got a chance to make mincemeat of him. Luye protecting the inside line. Here comes Van Waalstein to the inside of Trevelov. He was daring to make the move. Here from a long way back comes Trevelov, side by side with Luye. Can he make it stick? Round the outside. No, he has to concede. My goodness. So close indeed between the 3. And now Van Waalstein has a look on the inside of Trevelov. Trevelov leaving his braking as late as he dares to thwart the attack from Van Waalstein. He needs to dive on the inside here. Van Waalstein's going to go the long way round and get the switch to try and make the move on Trevelov down the main straight. Trevelov trying to keep the Dutchman second guessing into turn 1. And now they come through to the chicane. Luye's in trouble. Luye's gone off. Sam Luye is out of this race. I don't believe it. Heartbreak for the Swiss. Sam Luye comes to a stop, and that is heartbreak. As Senna van Waalstein gets into second place, side by side with Trevelov. This is for the second position in the International Super Cup. And here comes Jean Luye to salvage some pride for the family. But it's all gone wrong for Sam Luye. Van Waalstein in second. Third is David Trevelov. And Sam Luye, he gets out of the kart, and he is absolutely distraught. He falls to his knees. He is absolutely heartbroken. Oh, you've got to feel for Sam Luye. He finally is escorted away, but he cannot believe it. That is absolutely heartbreaking.
What a brilliant race that Sam Luye was having, and then unfortunately, kicks the barrier. You can see the frustration in his in the way that he moves, gets down on the ground and clearly not happy with what's ever happened with the car. But Van Warstein, this is perfect for him. He's went from 10th to 2nd in this race so far, but where is Travis Unuto? Well, he's nowhere to be seen. 4.5 seconds in the lead. Nobody's going to be able to catch Travis Unuto unless something happens, as Van Warstein just holds on to 2nd position in front of Trevlov and Jean Louillet.
We've got yellow flags up in the middle sector, and that is for Gerard Sabrian and Matti Kikowski. They've had an incident there up at turn 7, the tight part of the S's, so that's his race over, as well as Matti Kikowski's. But Senna Van Warstein has got into 2nd place here in front of David Trevelov, and now in 4th is Jean Louillet. So this is an incredible battle. You have to feel for Sam Louillet. He's only just got up off the floor, having collapsed in probably sheer exhaustion and frustration. But now he continues on his way, and he will go back to the paddock in a very bitter disappointment, I'm sure. But his brother Jean is still trying to keep the Swiss flag on the podium by trying to close up on David Trevelov. But at the moment, it looks as though it's going to be Italy from the Netherlands from Germany on the podium. What a sensational battle this is turning out to be for 2nd place, though. Van Warstein, having got into 2nd place, he's doing the best he can. It looks like he will be the vice champion of Europe and potentially the vice KZ2 International Super Cup champion. But what a battle it has been for him, and what a comeback from 11th on the grid. For me, it's the drive of the race. He salvaged something from this challenge. It was always going to be very difficult for him to fight back to the lead, almost insurmountable. But you know what? I'm going to take my hat off to him. He did himself proud so far in this race.
I 100% agree with you. Throwback to Saturday morning, and we thought that Van Warstein's weekend might have even been over at that point with that terrible result that he had in that heat with colliding with his teammate, unfortunately. But look at the comeback he has right now into 2nd position right now. Senna Van Warstein, there is no knocking this driver right now. He is under a lot of pressure from behind as Trevlov and Jean Louillet follow in behind. But with there only being 7 laps remaining of this race, all he has to do is keep himself calm and composed and hold on to the position for as long as he can.
Lorenzo Traversanuto has been here before, quite literally in the lead of a major FIA Karting Championship, at the lead here at Kristianstad in Sweden. But this is definitely becoming a very exciting moment for Traversanuto. He's just controlling the pace at the moment out in the lead of the race. Van Warstein is doing the best he can to chip away at that gap. But to be fair to the Dutchman, he's got a massive gap to make up. And I think Lorenzo Traversanuto is just taking it nice and easy at the moment. These karts are not the most reliable in the world. They obviously have to be looked after, but with the 3.7 second gap that Traversanuto has got, all he has to do is bring this kart home over the remaining 5 laps, and he will get his 4th FIA Karting accolade, having won 2 world titles and a European Championship in the OK category. But this is what he really wanted to do. Here's Senna Van Warstein. This is a hero's drive from the Dutchman in 2nd position to fight his way back to the front where he belongs. He may not get the win with 5 laps to go. He is chipping away at Traversanuto's lead little by little, so he hasn't given up yet. But this is possibly a combination of Van Warstein just doing what he can and Traversanuto just looking after the kart in the last couple of laps of the race. But Van Warstein hasn't given up yet.
You can tell from Van Warstein's posture and just the way that he presents himself in the kart that he is pushing the kart himself and everything to the limit. He is trying everything that he can to catch onto the back of Traversanuto, but unfortunately it seems like it might just not be enough. Van Warstein, though, even though he's trying his best, Traversanuto looking like he's going to take the win with just 3 laps remaining after this one. Van Warstein, he will take the heart of the crowd.
But this is going to be an interesting challenge for 3rd. David Trevelov is hoping to hang on in front of Jean Louillet, but it's not a given. Jean Louillet is doing everything he can to put the Tony Kart factory machine on the podium. But you have to say again as well, this is probably the best weekend of David Trevelov's career thus far, to be this competitive and be this far up the front when so far he's had his moments, he's had his brilliant drives, but it's been a really exciting battle throughout. Someone coming into the pits there to retire. It's one of the Birolats, I think, that has pulled in. That is Valentino Fritsch, unfortunately. So the German has just brought the kart into the pits to retire. So now we're down to 28. None of the retirements in this race, though, have been anywhere near as dramatic as Samuel Louillet's. From 2nd place, we have no idea what the issue was or where he would have finished in this fantastic race. but it certainly has been a cruel result and a cruel outcome. It has denied us the chance to see what Luye could have done in the battle with Van Waalstein and Trevelov.
Well, in the case of Sam Luye, he just looked like he wasn't able to turn into the corner. It didn't seem like a power issue. It wasn't a problem with the brakes, as he was able to stop, but he just went straight on. He wasn't able to turn into the corner, so I don't quite know what the issue was. It clearly was a technical issue, because it wouldn't have been the driver's fault, so I don't know what happened there.
Could he have lost gears, potentially?
May have been.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. That's a big problem, because when the gearbox fails on these karts, it's going nowhere, and it will just come to a stop. Oh, contact further back in the pack. I think that's KZ2 Final who's ended up in trouble with one of the CPB Sport drivers there. So that could well be Hubert Petit. So Hubert Petit, who's worked his way through from 27th on the grid, unfortunately has ended up in an incident with KZ2 Final in the middle of the pack there. So Petit has plummeted down the order, and I'm afraid he's out of the race as well. 2 laps to go, and Jean Luye is doing everything he can to put the Swiss flag on the podium instead of the German flag in 3rd position. We've also got Alessio Piccini being chased down by James Wharton. The Australian is doing everything he can to finish his season in the top 5. That would be a great return for his efforts as well. The Australian has been very convincing in this second half of the season. He's all over the back of Piccini. Can he make the launch? Piccini's protecting. What will James Wharton do? He's hunting Alessio Piccini down here. He may still get the chance to move into the top 5. Jean Luye is too far in front of them, but Wharton is trying to pick a beautiful overtaking move here. Can he go for it in the final turn? Alessio Piccini protecting the inside line, but watch James Wharton. He's going to try and sprint out of the final turn as we are on the final lap of the International KZ2 Super Cup. James Wharton into 5th position on the last lap. Beautiful from the Australian. Now he protects in the S's, and that is magic from James Wharton, saving his best till last.
Great execution there from Wharton on the final lap of the race. Gets himself into 5th position. Now he's just going to hold on to it for the remainder of the lap. Will he be able to defend? But he is our leader, Lorenzo Travasanuto. What a brilliant drive so far from the 107. Makes his way around the final section of the lap. And this is going to go down in the history books.
2018 World Champion, 2019 European and World Champion, and now in 2021 he will come out of the final turn, and Lorenzo Travasanuto does it again at Kristianstad. He is the International KZ2 Super Cup winner. What a brilliant result. He becomes the 9th driver to win the International KZ2 Super Cup. And for Marco Parolin and the whole team, it is a jubilant moment. And after such an incredible year of racing, what a podium. Lorenzo Travasanuto, Senna Van Waalstein, and David Trevelov, the new generation, swamps the podium.
I don't know many drivers that would be able to dominate like Travasanuto just did in such a competitive field at the International Super Cup. Great sportsmanship from the other drivers. Historic drive there from Travasanuto. Welcome to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, he was already long established in it, but that definitely adds to it. It's one thing to win a World Championship in direct drive, but to do it in gearbox as well in the International KZ2 Super Cup, that proves his worth, that proves his might. He is now amongst the pantheon of the greatest karting drivers of all time. What a result for Lorenzo Travasanuto, and now surely a chance for the World Championship in KZ in 2022. Lorenzo Travasanuto, Senna Van Waalstein, and David Trevelov will make up our podium. Jean Luye in 4th from James Wharton. What a final lap. Fabrizio Rosati and Alessio Piccini, Victor Oberg and Arthur Carbonell from Thomas Imburg, Joey Van Spunteren, and Lawrence Van Hopen. Chris Harnan, a great result for him in 13th for the youngest man in the field. KZ2 Final and Danilo Albanese, Jorge Pescador, Jesper Sjolberg, and Martin van Leuven. Behind them, it is Marcus Kayak and Rasmus Janssen. In front of Jenis Savico and Brandon Nilsson, Paavo Tonteri fights back to 23rd after his spin. Robert Kindervarta, Nikita Artemanov, and Hubert Petit. And then the retirements, Giuseppe Palomba, Juho Valtonen, Valentino Fritsch, Gerard Sabrian. Heartbreak for Samuel Luye of the Tony Kart Factory team while running 2nd. Matti Kukowski, Lorenzo Giannoni, Angelo Lombardo, Giacomo Pellini after an incident with Lombardo, and the last man who retired from the race on the first lap, Jean Nomblot. But what a dramatic International KZ2 Super Cup it has been. It's been absolutely mighty in terms of the racing, but Lorenzo Travasanuto has become International KZ2 Super Cup winner 2021. What an emphatic result for the Paralin team. And they have 2 drivers in the top 5 as well, with James Wharton in the mix as well. Second place for Senna van Walstein. What a comeback drive for the Dutchman. Absolutely sensational to watch him charge his way back through the field. And David Trevelov take a bow. That is his greatest race that he has ever driven to fight for the title. He gave it everything. All 3 drivers did their best. And for me, that is absolutely the right result and in the good order.
Yeah, and after seeing what happened on Saturday morning for Senna van Walstein, if I told you at the end of the weekend that he would be finishing in 2nd position, would you have believed me?
I would have given it a good bet, but I tell you what, they really have done it in style. Excellent stuff. So in a few short minutes, we will bring you the podium ceremony from the International KZ2 Super Cup, where we will welcome Lorenzo Travasanuto, Senna van Walstein, and David Trevelov to the podium. What a final!
Hi, I'm Mick Schumacher.
Hi, I'm Julian Alaphilippe. More than 1 million people are killed on our roads each year.
That's nearly 3,700 people dying in road crashes every day. Road users must work together to keep our roads safe.
Simple actions from all road users can prevent road crashes.
Obey speed limits and slow down in reduced visibility conditions.
Signal your intentions in advance.
Keep a safe distance.
Make sure you are visible. Wear a helmet and obey the circulation rules.
Be aware of cyclist routes and bicycle paths. Ensure safe passing distance when overtaking cyclists. Everyone has a role to play to make our roads safer for all of us.
Following simple rules can help save your life and the lives of others.
FIA Karting World Championships International KZ2 Super Cup. In just a few short minutes, they will make their way to the podium. What a sensational final it was. Some amazing racing, terrific racecraft from all of the drivers on the podium, and they have definitely given us a show to end our Gearbox season. I can't wait for the season to get underway again for the KZ2 drivers in the FIA Karting paddock. You can check all the dates on the website, fiakarting.com, and of course, like and subscribe to us on our Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter pages. It is definitely a great end to the season in KZ2, and in a few short minutes, the drivers will celebrate in style on the podium. It is time to welcome the stars of the International KZ2 Super Cup 2021 to the winner's podium. What an amazing race we have, and three very worthy drivers on the rostrum after a sensational battle. In third position for Germany, David Trefilov! What a race for the SRP racing driver and the Maranello chassis. A great drive from the German. In second place for the Netherlands, Senna van Watstein. What a heroic comeback from 11th on the grid to second place in the toughest race of his career. But on the top step of the podium for Italy, Lorenzo Travisanuto. He is back on the top spot where he belongs after some amazing racing this season. And welcome the winning team manager for Parolin Motorsport. Ladies and gentlemen, Marco Parolin! And in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium in the International KZ2 Super Cup, the national anthem for Italy. An amazing moment for our drivers on the International KZ2 Super Cup podium. And now we welcome our dignitaries to present the trophies to our drivers. First of all, we welcome the chairman of the Swedish Karting Commission, Joanna Axelsson, who will present the trophy to our driver in third position. Joanna Axelsson. And so to present the trophy, she will give the accolade to our driver in third position for Germany, David Trefilov. And now we will ask the chairman of the board of the Swedish ASN, Roger Engström, to come forward to present the trophy to our driver in second position. Roger Engström. And he will hand the trophy to our driver in second position after an epic drive from the Netherlands, Senna van Wastijn. And now we ask the president of the FIA Karting, Felipe Massa, will come forward to present the trophy to our race-winning driver. Felipe Massa! And what a driver he will give the winning trophy to. The International KZ2 Super Cup winner 2021 for Italy, Lorenzo Trevisanuto! And now we will ask the organizer of Kristianstad Karting Club, Magnus Hedman, to come forward to give the trophy to our winning team manager for Parolin Motorsport. Ladies and gentlemen, your winning team manager, Marco Parolin! And we will now ask our drivers to stand with the trophies. They will be given a bouquet of flowers as well, which they will stand with on the podium to give our photographers the perfect winning shot after an amazing weekend. What a display it has been in the International KZ2 Super Cup 2021. One of the most incredible and exciting races you could ever ask for. Ladies and gentlemen, David Trefilov, Senna van Wastijn, and your new winner, Lorenzo Trevisanuto! And now we will ask the dignitaries and the girls to make room because there is going to be a little bit of a party in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate! Fantastic stuff from our KZ2 heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, David Trefilov, Senna van Wastijn, and your new International KZ2 Super Cup champion, Lorenzo Trevisanuto! That concludes the 2021 KZ2 season. There will be more from them in the 2022 campaign. Get all the details on FIAKarting.com. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, our attention switches back to the season that has been going on since the start of the year at Wackersdorf, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy.
does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Well, it's time for the moment we've all been waiting for this season in the 2021 FIA Karting Academy Trophy. The drivers will make their way to the starting grid. It's been a sensational battle for all 36 competitors as they have been racing since the start of the year at Wackersdorf in Germany and Adria in Italy. And now we are here at Kristianstad in Sweden. And what a spectacular championship fight it has proved to be from the start of the season through to its conclusion. And we are going to have an amazing race that will determine the outcome of not just today's racing battle, but also an FIA Karting Academy Trophy champion. There will be a 12th different winner as we have started this incredible campaign since 2010. And now we will have a 12th different winner of this amazing accolade. Here come the drivers, escorted out by Starlight Cheer. And what a sensational race they are going to give us. The flag of Sweden flies high over the circuit as the drivers make their way through into an epic conclusion. And it will be wonderful to see what these young men and women are able to give us out on the circuit. A terrific season. They've come from all over the world on equal equipment, the same chassis, the same tires, the same engines, just one mechanic each, no teams, just pure racing. And it really has been a phenomenal competition every single year. This is our motorsport Olympics, if you like. And these young drivers have been given the opportunity to represent their country and carry their nation's flag on their suits and their karts in phenomenal fashion. And now these young stars will get themselves their representation medal from the man himself, FIA Karting President Felipe Massa. What an opportunity for these young drivers to put on a spectacular display. And now here they are, Singapore's Dion Gowder, who will start from pole position after a spectacular weekend that includes 2 wins and some brilliant racecraft throughout. In second on the grid, Poland's Maciej Gledicz. He came into the weekend leading the points and certainly has the great chance to get the title sealed. Alexander Bondarev of Ukraine, a phenomenal character, great tenacity, amazing racecraft, and he could win the whole thing. For Denmark, David Walter, fastest in time qualifying and a great chance to put on another spectacular show. Caleb Gafrara from North Carolina in the United States of America. He's traveled a long way to be here, and what a performance he's given us so far. For Romania, Darius Babiawana, one of the most improved drivers over the last 12 months. Great to see him at the sharp end. Leon Ochai of Japan, a great character and an amazing campaigner. Let's see what he can do from P7. 8th on the grid, Nicolas Ambiado of Chile. The quiet and very shy youngster has a great opportunity to charge his way forward. The Dutchman, Renaud Franco, dominant at Wackersdorf, one of the youngest men in the field. Let's see what he can do. Jevan David flying the flag for Sri Lanka on the international motorsport stage. For Sweden, it's Ludwig Fransson, the man who was the second fastest in time qualifying and now has a chance to fly the flag on the top of the podium. Riccardo Iannello of Italy on the podium on home soil a few weeks ago. For Monaco, it's Oscar Wirtz in his second campaign in the Academy Trophy. Could he end it on the rostrum? For Croatia, Leon Zelenko will be there on the 7th row of the starting grid. For Estonia, it is Mark Dubnitsky, who races from 15th on the starting grid on the inside line. Next up for Portugal, Noah Monteiro. What a superstar he's turned out to be this season. And the quiet, diminutive Portuguese driver has plenty of stars already on his name. Next up, it is Alexander Skelton, the very talented Latvian, who will be going off row 9 alongside the Frenchman, Augustin Bernier, who is following in big shoes and great footsteps. Let's see what he can do. Jaakko Lehtinen of Finland. He will line up on the 10th row of the starting grid on the inside line. For Great Britain, it is Bart Harrison. A tough season, but with his character and his fighting nature, he's always been at the sharp end. For Algeria, Leo Robinson, representing Africa in a fantastic international competition. For Germany, Maximilian Schleimer, a great result for him is incoming, and he could go all the way to the top. From South Africa, Nicolas Roos, what a great character and a fighting spirit. Great in qualifying, great in racecraft. For Colombia, Salim Hana, a great result this season over the course of the weekends. And then next up, it is Nando Weichselbaumer of Austria. Great to see him on the 13th row of the starting grid, alongside the Brazilian star, Luca Neunschwander. Let's see what he can do from his position on the grid. For Slovakia, it is Matti Koenig, an opportunity knocking for him as he charges his way forward. And alongside him on the grid for Spain, Lucas Fluxa, Sardinetta, as he is known to his friends and family. And let's see what he can do from position. Then it is Federico Al-Rifai from the United Arab Emirates. He carries the honor of the Middle East. Jinyo Kim from South Korea. Great to see him in the final once again. Let's see how many places he can make up. Next up for Argentina, it is Stefano Cagnolo, and he's been working very hard all season to make progress. Alongside him, Alberto Benitez from Paraguay. A great recovery this weekend after a difficult qualifying. For Mexico, Saul de Colombres. A brilliant weekend for him so far as he keeps working his way through. For Norway, it is Emil Gjerdrum who puts himself into a solid position at the sharp end. Then it is Mats Prus of the Czech Republic. He will line up on the 18th row of the starting grid. And taking up the last place, Alexandros Papathemiou of Greece. Great to see him in the final. So our drivers will put on a spectacular show here in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and they have been absolutely spectacular right from the start of proceedings. Beside me is the FIA Karting President, Felipe Massa. What a fantastic weekend we have had so far, Felipe, and obviously a great KZ2 Super Cup race and the conclusion of one of our most popular categories, the Academy Trophy. They really have put on an excellent display this year.
Well, it's just, first of all, fantastic to be here. Hello, everybody. It's also very nice to see the fans, you know, the people, you know, supporting the race outside. I think that's just amazing, you know, after this difficult time that we passed for the pandemic situation. And we are here in the very nice race event. The KZ2 was just amazing, the final. All of the races, I would say, you know, about all of the categories. Now we have the Academy, which is also one of the important category, you know, for all of the drivers, you know, to get experience, you know, to prepare themselves, to go to the junior, and then to the then also to the KZ2, KZ. So this is just amazing to see, you know, the level of the drivers, the level and how quick they learn. This is just the best, and we are here to support this important final, but also for sure we cannot wait, you know, for the KZ final, which I'm sure will be an amazing race to watch.
We're all looking forward to it. Felipe, thank you so much. It's always great to have you here.
Thank you, thank you.
So the competitors are getting themselves ready for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. In just a couple of minutes' time, they will make their way out onto the starting grid after a phenomenal build-up. There are some great talents in this field. They've been absolutely spectacular to watch through the season. Two different winners over the season so far. Renault Franco at Wackersdorf, and then last time out, of course, at Adria. A brilliant win for Poland's Maciej Gladys. They're both up at the sharp end of the field. It's tough to know who is going to take the win here this time. This is one of the most exciting races of a karting season, the conclusion of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Kai, we've seen some great racing this weekend and all through the season. Who's your money on for the title?
Oh, that's a bit of an unfair question straight away. I mean, there's been some outstanding action all the way through the field. Drivers taking wins left, right and centre, and some shock performances throughout the whole field. But if I had to put my money on somebody winning this race, I'd have to say it's going to be Dion Gauda.
He's definitely been looking good for the victory all weekend long, but we talk about the Virtual Championship coming into this weekend as well. That is mighty, mighty close. As it stands coming into this final race after the qualifying heats and on-dropped scores as well, Maciej Gladys has 50 points, 9 more than Alexander Bondarev, 10 more than Renault Franco, and 18 more than Jovan David. It's mighty close in the top 4 fight, but there are 9 points that separate the drivers in the top 3 positions on the podium. So there is an awful lot to play for. 25 points for the race winner, 20 for second place, 16 for third. So it's definitely going to be mighty close as the drivers battle over one of the toughest races of the season. We've just had the 5-minute board, so a lot of opportunity to talk us through the contenders as they get ready for brilliant race action. And they represent all of the nations from around the world, well, very nearly all the nations from around the world. They've definitely put on a spectacular show. And the partisan crowd here at Sweden would love to see their boy, Ludwig Fransson, get his way to the top 3. He's worked so hard over the course of the season as well. Great to see him put on an excellent display on home territory. It's always good to see the home advantage pay good. But for Maciej Gledicz, he leads the title standings coming into this one. All he has to do is finish second to get this race result done. He doesn't even have to beat Dion Gauda to win the title. He is in a very good position. He's got competition, obviously, from Bondarev and from Renault Franco. But it's great to see him fighting tooth and nail for a championship that he and so many other of his competitors richly deserve.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers that deserve a chance at the top of the standing tables at the end of this race. But I think based off the performance we've seen over the course of the weekend, and that he's starting on the front row, Maciej Gledicz, you've got to put your money on him winning the championship. He's been looking so strong, not just this round, but also the 2 rounds that we've had previous to this. So Maciej Gledicz, I think I'm going to say he's going to win the championship.
It's a tough one. It's a 9-point deficit that Alexander Bondarev carries into this race. But we've seen this time and time again when drivers are battling and fighting for the competition. You never quite know what's going to happen, and it's always going to give you a stunning competition. But what we are certain is that the drivers will be pushing tooth and nail all the way through. The air horns are going in the stands as well. It's amazing to see the fans back. They are obviously doing their best to adhere to the protocols and the displays. The track has been cleared as they have been given the 3-minute board, so it is time to clear the track. This is always the slightly nervous moment for the young drivers out there. They really have put on a fantastic display, and a massive congratulations to all of the competitors in this field. They have been phenomenal from the start of the season. And this is an end of an era, always in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Having seen them from the start of the season, put on a spectacular show, got to know them from the first weekend in Wackersdorf in Germany, over Adria in Italy, and then here in Kristianstad in Sweden. It's always a shame because this is the end of their season. But what we can do is we can wish them well for the seasons ahead and look forward to seeing them racing wherever they go.
Well, it's been great watching these drivers develop out of the course of the season. As, for example, one driver that may be at the back starting the season may not be so confident in the car. At the end of the season, they'll be right up at the front end. It's amazing to see throughout this field. Especially, it's easy to get into for somebody that hasn't drove proper championships or competitive racing before, because obviously in the Academy Cup, all the drivers have pooled engines, the same engines, same equipment, and one mechanic. So it's a fair playing field.
That's what we like about it. It gives us a chance for the drivers to race on their own terms in pure motorsport, in great competition and competitive spirit. And there have been a lot of friendships that have been built over this paddock over the seasons as well. They never knew each other coming into the season ahead. None of them got to meet each other really prior to this. Only a handful of friendships were already formed. But now these guys will be friends for life. I know there are competitors that got to know each other through the FIA Karting Academy Trophy years gone by. And they're still chatting away with them. They're still good mates. They're still bosom buddies. And you really get to see a nice spirit of community given with these drivers. The 1-minute board goes up over the circuit here. And so now it is time for the Academy Trophy drivers to get themselves ready for the start of the last race of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy season.
Especially as a driver, when you see that 1-minute board go up, you're focusing on the track ahead. You're not letting any distractions get in your way, as you're focused on the race and the race alone. As soon as you're on the track, there's only you, your own mind, and the car on that circuit. So the 30-second board is up, and we'll soon be underway with some more Academy action.
It's always one of the most exciting races of a karting season, an Academy Trophy final, where everyone's in the same machinery, and it comes down to how the drivers and their one mechanic have set the tone and got themselves into position. For Dion Gauda of Singapore, for Maciej Gledicz of Poland, for Alexander Bondarev of Ukraine, for David Walter of Denmark at the front end of the field, this is their last chance to fight for the title. Gledicz on 50, Bondarev on 41, Franco on 40, Jovan David on 32, This is definitely going to be the battle to end all battles for the 2021 FIA Karting Academy Trophy. For Singapore, Dion Gauda in pole position from Poland's Maciej Gledizh, then Alexander Bondarev and David Walter, Caleb Gafrara and Darius Babiawana, Leon Ochai and Nicolas Ambiado, from Renault Franco and Ivan David, Ludwig Franzen and Ricardo Iannello, Oscar Wirtz and Leon Zelenko, Mark Dubnitsky and Noah Montero, Alexander Skelton and Augustin Bernier, from Jaakko Leitinen and Bart Harrison, Leo Robinson, Maxi Schleimer, Nicolas Roos, Salim Harar, Nando Weisselbaumer, Luca Neuenschwander, Matti Koenig, Lucas Flusha, Federico Alrifai, Junio Kim, Stefano Cagnolo, Alberto Benitez, Saul de Colombres, Emil Giedrum, Matti Prus and Alexandros Papathimiou. 36 drivers from all 4 corners of the globe. This is their last chance to get ready for the big show.
This is their last and only chance in the season to put on a show and put on a performance that they themselves will be proud with. We see an early grid up in comparison to what we've seen over the course of the day. We've seen some very late grid ups by the leaders, but it's great to see everybody getting into formation and ready to start the race.
And this is the toughest race of their weekend. 21 laps of the circuit. It is the equivalent for the drivers of 25.64 kilometers of racing. And this is the race that crowns it all. The Karting Academy Trophy champion will be decided in 21 laps. Let's do it! To the first corner and a big sweep from Maciej Gledizh as he gets into second place, tied in behind Dion Gauda. They come through the first corners into the chicane for the first time. Will everybody get through okay? There's a couple of drivers out of position as they swarm around. They've just about got through without too much drama, and as they tuck their way through the first couple of corners, it's already a cracking start at the front from Dion Gauda. Maciej Gledizh had to tuck into the second, third position as they come through in a spin in the field. That is Oscar Wirtz. Oscar Wirtz has spun it. What a shame for the Monegasque. So I'm afraid it's Oscar Wirtz out of the race. That is unfortunate indeed for the 532, and that really does ruin his weekend. It's a total shame for Oscar Wirtz. The race continues on up at the front as the field tightens its way through the S's, but out in front it is Dion Gauda battling for position. Maciej Gledizh has dropped to third, by the way. The 517 is there in P3. It's Alexander Bondarev who is battling for victory with the man in front, Dion Gauda. Fourth position as they come through. That looks to me like Caleb Gafrara. It is indeed the young man from the United States. Then it's David Walter and Ivan David. He's done it again.
What an amazing start there from Ivan David. His starts have been world class.
Oh, and a move. Bondarev getting the move on the inside. Gledizh is getting there as well. That's shunted Dion Gauda down to third position. Gafrara is able to get through into third position potentially as well. He's certainly setting up the move, but Alexander Bondarev has got through. Here comes the move from Gafrara. He drifts out wide. Is he going to be able to catch that on the exit? No. Gauda manages to get back on terms. He has a look again on the inside line, and in fifth position there, that is David Walter. Renault Franco has now managed to get past Ivan David as he fights his way to come back into the championship fight, but as it stands at the moment, it's going to be Maciej Gledizh that will take the title by only a handful of points to Gauda and Bondarev, but with Bondarev getting through into the lead, that could well have changed things. So let's see what the order is as they come across the line. Who is it going to be? It's Gledizh looking for the title by 6 points to Alexander Bondarev. So Bondarev's victory will not be enough to win the title. He needs to be several places ahead of Maciej Gledizh for it to happen. So he's just got to battle and hope that the race comes to him, but he's certainly leading the way for the moment. For third, it's Gauda, Gafrara and Walter.
Yeah, Walter just made his way past Gafrara there, just missed it in the fourth corner, and that was such a shame there from Gafrara, just a little bit too optimistic, overshot his braking point, and then, overall lost another position there, so dropped down into fifth position right now was Caleb Gafrara, but we look at the front, there's Alexander Bondarev and Maciej Gledizh. These two will be battling it out to the last corners of the lap. I'm sure this will go very far forwards as Maciej Gledizh, if he finishes in this position right now, he is safe for the championship win. Alexander Bondarev, it doesn't really matter where he finishes right now, he'll be safe for second position as well.
But he doesn't want to be second, he wants to win the title. Here comes David Walter, having a look on the inside of Gauda, and through comes Gafrara as well, and the door is still open for Renault Franco. Franco is going to charge his way back into contention. Great move there, and he's not the only one. Darius Babiawana is going to get his move up the inside line. That is costly for Dion Gauda. That's going to drop him a long way down to 7th position. The next one to attack him is going to be Ivan David of Sri Lanka, then Ochai of Japan, and Ambiado of Chile. But what a sensational display it is going to be to the end of this race as the drivers continue to battle through. David on the move there as he gets through on Dion Gauda. So Ivan David into 7th position. Very close battle between the drivers as they come through on that far side. And now they come into the 3rd sector. So Dion Gauda really struggling. He's got Ochai and Ambiado for close company. Oh, Alexander Skelton's got a technical flag. That is so unfortunate. That is going to put the Latvian out of this race.
Yeah, that's such a shame there, getting a mechanical flag in the final race of the day. Why couldn't this happen earlier on in the weekend?
Oh, spin! That is a big problem. That is Renault Francote. That is Renault Francote. He's out of the cart and out of the race. That is the man who could have fought for the championship. Renault Francote is out.
That's such a shame there from Franco. Just made that mistake in the background as Ivan David's trying to hold on to his position. Ochai on the outside as David actually loses a couple of positions there. Is he going to be able to hold on to it? No, he isn't. He's going to lose 2 positions in the meanings of doing so. No, he only loses 1. So Ivan David is able to rescue that mission there as David. That could have went very wrong there if he just put his car in the wrong position. He could have even been off, never mind just losing a couple of positions. But David...
Oh, too much wheel banging there. Up on the inside comes Iannello. He tries to get his move there on Dion Gauda. And Dion Gauda just about lets him go. Ochai is in the mix there as well, with Robinson and Dudnitsky trying to work their way forward as well. So it's all getting a little bit messy in the closing stages of this season. But certainly for Renault Francote, his dreams of winning the title have taken a massive hammer blow. They are over. I think he has managed to get going again, has he? No, he is out of the race for good now, unfortunately, Renault Francote. So that is game over for the Dutchman. He's done so much hard work this year. He was brilliant at Wackersdorf, but sadly, Renault Francote will not win the Academy Trophy. It's going to be Maciej Gledizh or Aleksander Bondarev, and if it stays like this, or even if it changes, it's going to go the way of the Polish driver, Maciej Gledizh. He just has to keep it together in front of the rest of the pack. Nando Weichselbaumer is the man who comes away with a warning flag from all of that contretemps out on the circuit. 3rd place, David Walter. 4th is Gafrara. 5th is Babiawana. And 6th is Ambiado in front of Ivan David. But all of that toing and froing really has shaken up the field and spread them out a little bit in the top 6. It's 7th and 8th place downwards where the battle is really joined. But Ludwig Fransen is making his way back up the order now. He's into 8th place in behind Ivan David. So what if these two could team up and make their way through the field? David Walter sets the fastest lap of the race. He's trying to catch up to Bondarev and Gledizh. It could be a very interesting end to the race for them, as Caleb Gafrara runs in 4th from Darius Babiawana and Ivan David chasing after Nicolas Ambiado. There is Ambiado. He was running on the 536. Ivan David doing a good job in front of Fransen.
Dion Gauda's championship is going to scraps. It's just a shame to see him falling down the order. He was up in 4th position at the start of this race. Now he's down into 6th as Walter and Gafrara have been able to get past him in the championship standings. So great driving from the both of them to be in such a high position to score such great points. But 7 laps into this race, there's still a long time to go if Bondarev wants to hold on to this win.
So it is a very tricky end to the season. Renault Francote looks like he's going to hold on to at least 3rd position in the driver's standings, which will be a good return from his efforts after the tricky nature of the racing this season. It has been very tricky, but Maciej Gledizh looks like he's going to make it a very convincing title victory. Alexander Bondarev may get his first win of the Academy Trophy and will seal 2nd in the point standings as a result of doing so. David Walter with another fastest lap of the race as he tries to catch them, though it's not done. Caleb Gafrara in front of Darius Babiawana as they battle away. These are the 2 leaders, Bondarev and Gledizh, but look back and David Walter of Denmark is actually catching them big style. He is reeling them in, and this could be a furious battle. David Walter is still got a mathematical chance of winning this title if things go his way. He's got to hope that he passes Bondarev and Gledizh and they fall back down the order, but we're not even at half distance in this race yet. There is still a lot of battles to come.
Yeah, things would have to go pear-shaped right now for Bondarev and Gledizh if Walter wanted to win the championships, and that's the 5-4-5 off. If we look down to the bottom of the field, that's going to be Stefano Cognalo. So that's such a shame to see him off the field, and that'll be him out of the race.
And that's Sol de Colombres with him. So unfortunately, the Argentine and the Mexican have ended up ending their races together. So Stefano Cognalo and Sol de Colombres are off the track together. Look at how much Maciej Gledizh is pushing now on Alexander Bondarev, and that's because David Walter is reeling them both in. He knows how quickly he is catching them. He doesn't want Walter to mess things up for either driver here, and he certainly could do. Walter has more experience of this circuit than the other 2 drivers, so he can make a challenge for it. This is going to be a thorn in the side for Bondarev and Gledizh. Walter is catching, and he's doing it rapidly. It's going to be now or never, really, for Gledizh. He needs to make the overtake. Let's see what he can do through the reverse chicane. They come into the right, into the left. Hops over the curbs. Has he got a chance to go for it into the hairpin? No, he hasn't, but Walter is lining up an attack into turn 5. The way things are going, up and over the top of the crest, up towards the hairpin once again. And it's all stalemate from these three, but Darius Babiawana is now on the pace. He's now trying to catch up to them to get that 2.7 second deficit away. 3 drivers still at stalemate. I think Walter might make the bid for Gledizh before Gledizh gets the bid on Bondarev the way things are going. Bondarev trying to protect, but Gledizh and Walter are still all over the back of him.
For Gledizh right now, it's overtake or be overtaken as David Walter has arrived on the back of these 2 drivers. Alexander Bondarev just defending from both of them right now as Maciej Gledizh is going to get a little bit restless right now in behind Bondarev. I'm pretty sure he was happy sitting behind the leader for the time being, but now that Walter's arrived, I'm sure he won't.
If I'm Gledizh at this point and I've got foresight in the championship, I would let Walter go, because even finishing 3rd would be enough to win the title, and you don't know what's going to happen when those 2 battle away for position. So it's a tricky situation for Gledizh to be in, but it's all about how he deals with the pressure cooker of this situation. He wants to go for the overtake on Bondarev. He knows that Bondarev is not going to be too kind about letting him get through, but he also knows that Walter is very quick. Here goes Walter on the inside. That was sensible from Maciej. He needed to let him go. Once he was that far alongside, he can still win the title from 3rd position. So Maciej Gledizh does not need to panic. He may have lost the lead, but that's okay. He may have lost 2nd. That's okay too. He's still got the title in his pocket if he keeps this together. He will drop to 60 points, but crucially, Bondarev will still only have 58. It's still okay for Gledizh.
Well, you have to remember, Jake, these guys are racing drivers. Of course, they're not going to want to lose a position. Even if they are going to win the championship, they're going to want to win it in the highest position possible. But David Walter on an absolute charge right now. He's looking to take the win of Alexander Bondarev. It won't make a difference to Bondarev in the championship, but Walter, I think the highest position he can actually get in the championship right now, if these 2 drivers are 2nd and 3rd, he can only get 3rd.
He can indeed, but he's managed to move himself up into 3rd place now, past the rather sadly retired Renault Franco. So now they're going to battle away together as they race for supremacy. Battle still going strong. There's some good overtakes in the middle of the pack as well. It's Babiawana in front of Kafrara, but he's brought that gap down to just 2 seconds as these 3 now continue to battle. Salim Hana has got a warning flag. That's unfortunate for the Colombian. But is Maciej Gledizh going to get his chance back on Walter again? Walter's going to make the bid in the final bend as he goes for the inside line and takes the lead from Alexander Bondarev. Excellent move from David Walter. And now the Danish driver takes the lead. But here comes Bondarev. He wants it back again. He's been shut down. And watch for Gledizh. He's going to get through in a second. Great opportunistic driving from Maciej Gledizh. Now Bondarev wants him back again. But David Walter taking the lead in magnificent fashion.
Gledizh with nerves of steel to stick his car there in on turn 2. We've only seen, well, that was only the 2nd overtake that we've seen there in turn 2. We saw James Wharton earlier on in the weekend, and now we have Maciej Gledizh repeating that overtake there and getting himself into 2nd position. Now he's going to chase down the leader of David Walter.
Oh.
Walter gets a warning flag. I'm guessing that's from driving down the straight when there was contact between Bondarev and Walter. They went side by side, and then we saw Walter try to squeeze Bondarev. It didn't quite work out. But who's this in 4th position? Watch out for Babiawana. Babiawana's on the back of this battle now. He's coming to pose a threat. Can he get himself in a podium position? We can only wait and see. 8 laps left.
This is excellent from Darius Babiawana. He's been chipping away at these 3 all the way through the race. And now we come into the third, as it were, of this race. We're on the 14th lap of 21. So now it's all going to be about how much Darius Babiawana has been able to look after the tyres. Caleb Kafrara in P5. Jovan David, by the way, has fought himself back into 6th position. If he can pick up another couple of places, he can finish this season top 5. So that is obviously going to be on his mind. But Caleb Kafrara is the man he's tying with on points, along with Dion Gauda. And they're 1 point back from Riccardo Iannello. So this is obviously a very difficult mission now for Jovan David and Caleb Kafrara. They're about to get into a great battle for 6th, 7th place. Iannello's just lost the place now to Leo Robinson. The Algerian is charging his way through the field and looking to end his title fight on a high note. But here comes Alexander Bondarev over the top of the crest with Darius Babiawana reeling him in, and he could go for the podium here, the Romanian, who is likely to finish the season in the top 10 of the points. What if he can get through into 3rd position? He's having a look at him. He doesn't want to go for it into turn 4, but he might get a chance into the hairpin.
How about this? From 5th all the way down to 8th in the championship are tied on points. Now, how often do you see that? They're all on 32 points. So any change in the standings could have a drastic effect on the championship order right now. Here's Babiwana going to look to the outside. As going defensive right now is Alexander Bondarev. Bondarev not able to do anything right now. Can Babiwana get on the inside?
Well, Babiwana is only 3 points back from that quartet of drivers on 32 points. If he gets into 3rd place, he's going to leapfrog them all and get into 5th place in the Drivers' Championship. So this is a big opportunity for Babiwana, and he knows it. He's just got to keep pushing, and that's Augustin Bernier. Augustin Bernier with a technical flag now, so problems for him. He must have damage to his car, and that is a shame because the Frenchman, who is down in 18th, is now going to end his race in the pit lane. That is unfortunate. So here comes Darius Babiwana, breathing down the neck of Alexander Bondarev, up and over the top of the crest. Bondarev started to defend. He knows that Babiwana's there. Watch for the switchback maneuver, side by side. Babiwana making his bid. Alexander Bondarev protecting the inside line. Watch for Babiwana. He can't get the switch. That was well set up there by Bondarev. Now he's going to protect the inside line, hold it through the S's. This is well delivered from Alexander Bondarev. Babiwana will need something very smart to get past the Ukraine driver in this phenomenal form.
He just can't do anything about the driver ahead right now. Bondarev on a brilliant defensive drive, just pinning it to the white line, not letting Babiwana have a look to the inside, but talking about the inside, there he is. He's on the inside, but he has to slot in behind there. Alexander Bondarev just with a good enough run to hold off Babiwana for one more lap. So they go into the second corner, and look how close they are. Nose to tail is Babiwana and Bondarev right now. They go down into fourth corner. You can see the opposite side lean there from Babiwana. That's an interesting tactic which we see from just a handful of drivers in karting, and it's to balance out the kart, especially the rear end, to try and not lose it. Jumping forwards in the kart now, Babiwana, he wants as much momentum as possible. He needs to get into 3rd position.
I have seen drivers in Gearbox do this. I have seen drivers do this in the OK category, but never have I seen anybody use the opposite lean angle approach in the Academy Trophy. And Darius Babiwana now trying every trick in the book to try and get past Alexander Bondarev. It gives him a great exit speed, actually, as he now tries to get the undercut maneuver on Alexander Bondarev out of the final turn. But everywhere he places the kart, he's already there. Oh, he's trying to send him the dummy move into turn 1, and he might just get him set up into the chicane. No, Bondarev parks the kart exactly where Darius Babiwana doesn't want him to be. It's a great battle. Here he goes. Babiwana launches on the inside. Can he shut him down on the exit, though? Bondarev gets him straight back again. My goodness, this is a great battle for 3rd.
The question is, can Bondarev hold up this defensive form for another 4 laps, or is this going to tire him out too much? This is a race of stamina. Black flag for Bernier.
Well, he's obviously ignored the technical flag. That will be the reason. He's obviously still out on the circuit making overtakes. And unfortunately, if you ignore the technical flag for 3 consecutive laps, you will receive the black flag. So that is unfortunate, but Augustin Bernier will now have to report to the pits. So David Walter and Maciej Gledij, 1st and 2nd, battling for the title. If Walter can pick up 1 more point than Alexander Bondarev, he will be 2nd in the Drivers' Championship of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And for Bondarev, he is under massive pressure from Darius Babiwana. If Babiwana gets through, that's going to drop Alexander Bondarev a place, and that will give David Walter 2nd in the championship. Here comes Babiwana, and he's through! Brilliant run from the Romanian Darius Babiwana into 3rd position. Not good news for Alexander Bondarev. Excellent news for Babiwana and Romania.
And Babiwana gets himself some breathing room as well, so Alexander Bondarev not able to respond to the claims, but he is able to now as he goes up the inside. Will he be able to hold on to it? No, he isn't. They bang wheels as Bondarev picks up a warning flag. That must have been for an earlier incident between the 2 drivers, but Bondarev drops down now into 4th position, but Babiwana into 3rd. This is going to get fierce.
That was astonishing from Darius Babiwana. He reacted to that beautifully, saw that the gap was going to open up again on the far side, changed directions in lightning speed. Oh, and a spin! A spin! That is Bondarev! That is Alexander Bondarev! What has happened in the final turn? Alexander Bondarev is gone! Now, whether there was contact or not, I can't tell you. I couldn't see anything. But Alexander Bondarev has gone off the road there, and that has ruined his chances of being 2nd in the points. That is absolutely heartbreaking for Alexander Bondarev. It will not come his way, and that means that David Walter will now be 2nd in the championship fight if he remains in position in the lead from Bondarev, Franco, Gauda and Ianello. But my goodness me, for David Walter, this will be his greatest victory if he can just hang on in front of Maciej Gledicz and Dariusz Babiawana for one more lap.
Yeah, that's such a shame there for Bondarev on the penultimate lap of the race. Spins out, and that's his championship fights over. But what a race here from Walter. Gets himself into lead, and then no trouble from now on. Maciej Gledicz looks like he'll take a comfortable P1 in the championship, but it definitely hasn't been a comfortable race.
But what an end to the season, as there is David Walter hanging on in front of Maciej Gledicz. The top two drivers in the title fight are going to be the top two drivers in the race, but they will be in reverse order. Walter is going to take the title. Walter is going to take the victory. Maciej Gledicz is going to take the title. You are looking at the top two drivers in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy this season. There is the man who's about to take the title. He'll be second in the race, but he will win the title. David Walter will get the plaudits and win at Kristianstad out of the final turn. Walter wins the race. Gledicz wins the title. Absolutely majestic from Maciej Gledicz. He wins the Academy Trophy 2021. Well done to David Walter, though. What a drive. He deserved that victory. Denmark will fly the flag on the top of the podium here at Kristianstad, but Maciej Gledicz will be the Academy Trophy champion, and joining him on the podium will be the superstar Romanian Dariusz Babiawana. What a drive.
What a charge through from Dariusz Babiawana. You can see what that means for him. He is so... Oh, no, you cannot do that.
Dariusz. Well, that's a very tough end to the race if that's going to go the wrong way for him. But Maciej Gledicz battling to the victory and getting an exceptional run there in the title. Absolutely phenomenal from the 517 Maciej Gledicz. He takes the congratulations from the other drivers in the fray. But what an amazing result as Maciej Gledicz finishes second, and that is enough to make him the FIA Karting Academy Trophy champion. The 12th winner of this incredible competition. Walter is first, Gledicz is second, Dariusz Babiawana crosses the line in third. From Leo Robinson, Javan David, Bart Harrison and Dion Gauda, Ricardo Iannello and Leon Ochai, from Nicolas Ambiado and Caleb Gafrara, Maxi Schleimer, Leon Zelenko, Luca Neuenschwander of Brazil in front of the hometown hero Ludwig Franzen, and then it is Jaakko Leitinen and Salim Hanna, Federico Al-Rafai of Dubai, Nando Weichselbaumer in front of Noah Montero, then it is Mark Dubnitsky and Matti Koenig, and then Lucas Flusha from Junior Kim, Alexandros Papathemiou, Matti Pruz, Alberto Benitez, Nicolas Rus, and Emil Gjödrum. The retirements, Alexander Bondarev. Such a great race this season. He deserved so much more than that. Augustin Bernier, Sol de Colombres and Stefano Cagnolo. Renaud Franco, the man who won at Wackersdorf. What a shame for him. Alexander Skelton, and the man who spun out on the first lap, Oscar Wirtz. Motorsport giveth and motorsport taketh away. It's given to David Walter, and it's rewarded the title for Maciej Gledicz of Poland.
Yeah, a brilliant end to the championship, but Renaud Franco, it's such a shame to see his championship go out like that. The last two rounds have just not been going his way, but Maciej Gledicz, hats off to him, a floor slide victory to get himself the win in the championship.
And a great run as well, you have to say, from Alexander Bondarev this season. He was unfortunate to lose out on the championship after some exceptional racing too from him. But for Maciej Gledicz, he's been the most solid and the most consistent over the course of the season. He will take the title from David Walter and Alexander Bondarev, Renaud Franco, Dion Gauda, Ricardo Iannello, and Javan David. What an exceptional battle this 2021 FIA Karting Academy Trophy season has given us. And it's absolutely phenomenal. But it's David Walter who will fly the flag for Denmark on the top step of the podium in a few short minutes. So it is time to welcome our drivers in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy to the podium here at Kristianstad Karting Club. What a sensational end to the season and a terrific third final of the year. In third position for Romania, Darius Babiuana. A fighting drive for the young Romanian, and great to see him on the rostrum in the final race of the season. In second place for Poland, Maciej Gladisz. A terrific last race of the season, which gives him enough points to seal the deal at the top of the standings. But your race winner for Denmark, David Walter! What a way to end the season, and in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, for David Walter, the national anthem for Denmark. Congratulations to our drivers on the podium. In third position, we will welcome the dignitaries to the podium. In third, it will be Joanna Axelsson, the chairman of the Karting Commission for the Swedish ASN, that will come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, Joanna Axelsson. And she will hand the third place trophy to our driver in third position for Romania, Darius Babiuana. And now we will invite the chairman of the Swedish ASN board, Roger Engström, to come forward, and he will hand the trophy to our racer in second position. And what a fantastic driver it is as well. Ladies and gentlemen, in second position for Poland, Maciej Gladisz. And finally, we will invite the president of FIA Karting, Felipe Massa, who will come forward to hand our winning trophy to an exemplary racing driver who will stand on the podium for Denmark. Your race winner, David Walter! And now we will ask our three drivers to stand aloft on the podium with their trophies and their bouquets of flowers as well, of course. And they will have their fabulous end-of-season podium photograph. So they will have their flowers and their trophies aloft. They will need one hand each to get them lifted. So there we are, our trophies and flowers for the two drivers. They will need to raise their trophies as well. Darius and David, make sure you've got your trophies in your hands as well. There we are. So there is our wonderful end-of-season podium photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, Darius Babiuana, Maciej Gladisz, and your race winner, David Walter! And now we shall invite the dignitaries and the girls to run away if you wish to, because it's about to get messy on the podium. Let's get busy with the fizzy! Our drivers run away, and they've actually decided to shower their colleagues out on the racetrack. Fantastic stuff. Brilliant to see the party atmosphere from our three drivers. Darius Babiuana, Maciej Gladisz, and your race winner, David Walter! A terrific end to the season and a wonderful display from our drivers, and also a huge congratulations to our new Academy Trophy winner for 2021, Maciej Gledizh. Excellent display in 2021. What a way to end the season. There will be more from the Academy Trophy in 2022 when our racers, our new cast of competitors, will return. Follow everything on FIAKarting.com and we will meet the new cast in the 2022 season. For now, though, ladies and gentlemen, you've been patient enough. The next race is the FIA Karting Championship of the World.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2021 FIA Karting World Championship contenders are heading out onto the circuit. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Your stars are ready to rock. It's going to be an amazing battle for the World Championship. The greatest and most talented racing drivers in the world are here this weekend as they battle for the most physical, the most disciplined, the most toughest and physical motorsport in the world, the FIA Karting Gearbox World Championship. Let's welcome them one by one to the starting grid. Pole position, Matteo Vigano. So close so many times. He starts from pole position. Maybe this is the moment he will come of age and win the greatest race in the karting world. So as the Leclerc by Lennox driver goes from the front end of the starting grid, alongside him, it's Noah Millell, the Swedish star, on the front row of the grid, and he could become the first man for 7 years to win the World Championship on home soil. Lorenzo Camplese will line up third position on the starting grid, the best he has ever gone for the Karting World Championship. And in fourth place, it is Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the youngest man in the field. Let's see if he can go to the podium in his first KZ World Championship. For Italy, Fabian Federer will line up in fifth on the starting grid. The Maranello SRP driver having a brilliant weekend, and it could end in the podium. Victor Gustafsson, the 2020 European KZ2 champion, and he lines up sixth on the starting grid for Leclerc by Lennox. Seventh on the grid, Simo Puhaka, the flying Finn for the Tony Kart factory team. Let's see what he can do from P7. In eighth place, it's number 8, Adrien Renaudin, the Sony Kart factory team. He has always wanted the podium in this World Championship fight. The former world champion returns, Jorrit Pex for the Stan Pex Motorsport team on the Kart Republic chassis. And the latest winner in KZ, Paolo Ippolito, the man who triumphed at Adria. Can he make it 2 in a row by winning his first World Championship? For France, it is Emilien Denner after an excellent display so far this season. Can he put the Kart Republic on the top spot? The former world champion, Marijn Kramers, returns to the World Championship Cathedral. He's there for the Birolart factory squad and a great chance to return. And speaking of returns, Anthony Abbas, welcome back to the FIA Karting World, and he's right up at the sharp end in his comeback. Stan Pex waiting for his chance to go to the top spot in the World Championship. He lines up 14th. Alex Irlando, the man who's been here so many times before. He knows how to fight for the title. Let's see if he can get it this time. Douglas Lundberg will fly the flag for Sweden in the Sony Kart factory team. Then it is the reigning world champion, Jeremy Iglesias. Great to see him back in position again. The CRG driver will go for gold once more. The reigning European champion, Riccardo Longhi, who won the title a few weeks ago in Adria. Could he make it the double? Baz Lammers, everyone's favorite Dutch superstar in the world of gearbox karting. What can he do as he fights back? Mirko Tozzolini, the Italian star with a great chance to do something special for Kart Republic. Francesco Salenta is next up on the 11th row of the starting grid on the inside line. The talented German teenager, Louis Speck for the TB Kart team. Let's see what he can do as he makes progress through the field. For Mexico, Taylor Greenfield. Great to see him fighting his way in a strong position. Alongside him on the grid, for France, it is Craig Tanich having a brilliant weekend and a brilliant return to Providence on the Birolart. Then it is Jan Kuovi of Finland, the privateer, doing a fantastic job this weekend. And alongside him on the grid for Parolin, Mario Schettino of Italy, completing a phenomenal grid of racing drivers. Well, it looks to me as though we've already got drivers getting themselves ready to go and in preparation for a spectacular challenge. I'm not sure we're going to get any of the drivers to our place on the grid, but I'm going to see if I can talk to a couple of them as we get ready for the battle itself in the World Championship fight. This is going to be such an exciting race, and one man who will start it from the pole position, who is there ready in position. Matteo Vigano, you genuinely look cool as a cucumber coming into this race. It's been 3 wins from 3. How do you feel it's going to go from pole?
For sure easier than starting the last row. We will see. It will be a long final. We will see.
And everything looks pretty confident. You've obviously worked on the heat pace. That's looking good. But is that going to be able to sustain for the longer final?
Slow again.
Is it going to be able the pace to stay with us through the entirety of the final, twice as long as the heats?
Yeah, for sure. I will give my best. I'm very confident because in the heats we had a good pace, pretty much all the 3 heats. So I'm quite optimistic, but as I said, we will see after.
Well, it sounds like a good strategy to me. Good luck, and we'll see you later. Let's see if we can grab the man who is the hero of the circuit here in Sweden, and the man everybody wants to see do a spectacular job. I'll come around to the other side of the kart as we get him ready. I tell you what, let's swap positions so that the people on television can see you, Noah. Noah, this is going to be a really special weekend for you. You're here in your home country on the front row of the grid for the World Championship. A little bit nervous, or is it just another race?
Yeah, of course I'm a bit nervous, and with all the supporters and families here, and but I enjoy it, and I will do my best to achieve something good.
I suppose, obviously, there's a lot of fans here in Sweden as well. Have you got a message for them ahead of this race to thank them for the support they've been giving you all season?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all the supporters and who stay here with me, and yeah.
Congratulations for getting this far. Good luck. So it's going to be really exciting to see what he can do. But obviously you've got so many talented drivers in the field there as well. Lorenzo Camplese, Kimi Antonelli, Fabian Federer, and obviously Victor Gustafsson is another top Swede in that top 6 of the grid as well. It's really going to be exciting from the start end of the grid. So let's see what the drivers will give us as we get ourselves ready for the biggest race of the season in FIA Karting, the World Championship. Bring it on. There is nothing quite like the Karting World Championship. It's the toughest race, the toughest weekend, and this really does put you in the Hall of Fame of world motorsport. There's only a handful of drivers over the decades of the thousands upon thousands of racers that have come from all over the world that can call themselves a world champion. And Kai, this is special. Every kart racer in the world wants this title.
Yeah, this is the biggest event of the year for everybody in the KZ field, and this is what everybody looks forward to when they start the season. Kimi Antonelli, who would have thought at the beginning of his OK career, beginning of this season, that we'd see him on the second row of the grid for the KZ World Championship. What a run from him so far, but it's going to be an amazing race, and there is no telling who's going to take this one.
This race is essentially going to come down to who has set up the kart perfectly for the full duration 25 laps. This is a race that cannot be won in the first 5 laps. It can definitely be lost, but it certainly can be denied if the first couple of laps are not correct. And you've got to remember that these fresh tyres, they've got to be working on them fresh out of the box. The training they've done, the testing that they will have done on Wednesday and Thursday, this will all have given them a chance to go for the World Championship. But that's 25 laps out on the circuit. It is long, it is arduous, and these guys are really going to have the very best of forms if they want to become world champion. It is so physical, and there is so much at stake. These guys will never have worked as hard as they have for this race. 30.5 kilometers around the course, and the winner of this joins a Hall of Fame, the world champion. So the competitors getting themselves into position. Matteo Vigano will be pole position. The 1 minute board goes up. For the pride of Sweden, Noah Milell goes off second of the starting grid. Third is Lorenzo Camplese alongside his countryman Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Fabian Federer, 5th position on the Maranello for SRP. But Victor Gustafsson, last year's European KZ2 champion, goes off P6. There's a lot of honour for Sweden here on this grid. Watch out for Douglas Lundberg in the field as well. There's a lot of great Swedish talent to battle away around this grid. But you're going to have a sensational race ahead of you. 30-second board goes up now. And the championship of the world is about to play out.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting race. So only 30 seconds until we get underway with the KZ race here. And I'm sure all the drivers will be prepared for this race. This is what we've been waiting for since the beginning of the weekend. Some drivers have been over here in Sweden since Tuesday. So it's been a long time coming for this race to finally get underway. And I'm sure a little bit of pressure will get relieved off the shoulders of everybody here.
Green flags. Time for the moment of truth. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The FIA Karting KZ World Championship. Let's do it. Matteo Vigano and Noah Milel on the front row of the grid from Lorenzo Camplese and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Fabian Federer and Victor Gustafsson, Simo Pohaka and Adrien Renaudin, Jorrit Peck and Paolo Ippolito, Emilian Denner and Maran Kramers, Anthony Abbas and Stan Pex, Alexei Orlando and Douglas Lundberg, Jeremy Iglesias and Riccardo Longhi, Baz Lammers, Mirko Tozzolini, Francesco Celenta, Louis Speck, Taylor Greenfield, Craig Tanich, Gian Corvi and Mario Schettino. 26 drivers, the very best of the best of the best in this world of racing. And now it's time to see which of these superstars will leave Sweden as the latest world champion. Could it be Noah Milel or Victor Gustafsson to take the title home to Sweden? It's a very tough mission, but if anyone's going to deny Matteo Vigano coming into this one, Noah Milel is definitely best placed.
Yeah, Milel obviously has the fastest lap in the KZ2s around this track. He set that back in 2017. That was a 49.758 that was set by Milel that time around. So we will have obviously one more formation lap and then we will finally be ready for the start of this KZ race. But there is no doubting the talent of every single driver on this field right now. They all deserve this place on the grid.
The last man to win the World Championship on home soil was Marco Ardigo when he won the World Championship back in 2014. In Italy. Now there is a chance for Noah Milel to do likewise in the KZ category. So much excitement, so much intensity, and you're definitely going to see a majestic field of racers as they battle their way around the circuit. Every karting fan has stopped for this race. There is no bigger contest, there is no tougher race in this sport, and this is where the drivers from all over the world in the best teams on the best chassis will race for supremacy. And now it's time to see who is going to join the pantheon of amazing racing drivers from around the world that have tasted the honor of being world champion. There are so many exceptional talents in the gearbox discipline that have got the job done. And now it's time to figure out who is going to join them. It reads like a who's who of the world's best racing drivers, the karting world champions on gearbox. It really has been absolutely phenomenal to watch. Last year's champion, of course, Jeremy Iglesias. Before him, Maran Kramers, Patrick Hayek, Paolo Di Conto, Jorrit Pex, Marco Ardigo, and back to 2013, Max Verstappen, who won the title at Varennes in France. Now, it's time for the man in pole position, Matteo Vigano, to see if he will join the pantheon of great racers. Noah Milel alongside him, the Tony Kart factory driver, Lorenzo Camplese, his teammate in third, and the young star, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, hoping that this race could make him a world champion for the first time, not in OK, but in KZ. That would be a phenomenal result. Let's see what happens. The 2021 FIA Karting Championship of the World will begin now! What a start from Milel! He rockets forward. Noah Milel takes the lead. In home soil, he is already through into the chicane. And Noah Milel leads the way from Matteo Vigano. And then you've got in third position, Lorenzo Camplese. He's already trying to get himself through on the Leclerc. And it's not a great start, I'm afraid, from Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He's already fallen down a few places. Fabian Federer is fourth. In fifth is Victor Gustafsson. But the crowd are going wild as up into the lead of the race. It is Noah Milel, the Swedish star, on home soil. And that's a problem. It's Vigano! Vigano! Not again! Matteo Vigano! I cannot believe it! His chances die on the opening lap of the World Championship. What does this man have to do to cut a break? That is just agony. And now the man battling for the championship is Noah Milel in the lead. Second, Lorenzo Camplese. Third is Fabian Federer from Victor Gustafsson. But for Matteo Vigano, he just cannot break his jinx.
Dreams can be made on this track, but dreams can also be shattered, and that's going to be the case for Matteo Vigano. Unfortunate to be off so early in this race. As we see, going very defensive there, that's Camplese. Doesn't want to lose that position to Gustafsson. Gustafsson, no, sorry, that's Federer behind him. So Gustafsson actually losing a couple of positions there. But Noah Mileo, 1.5 seconds in the lead. There's a great battles going on right now. Around the outside, Jorrit Pex.
Jorrit Pex making a big launch there as he makes the bid on Adrien Renaudin. So Jorrit Pex now comes up in a P6. So Gustafsson has now made the move for 3rd position. We're going to get 2 Swedish drivers on the podium if it ends like this. Absolutely amazing as Noah Milel leads the World Championship from the Renzo Camplese and Victor Gustafsson. Oh, the big twitch there as Simo Pohaka tries to shut down Adrien Renaudin, and he manages to hold him off, but that was pretty feisty from the Finn.
Yeah, Renaudin just trying to switch up the inside there, just not able to manage to make it stick on this lap. Remember, there is still a long time to go in this race, so there is plenty of opportunities that will come the way of Renaudin. Doesn't need to push it there. There, you see it. That's going to be the warning flag for Hacker. That will obviously be for that incident. Well, I say incident.
We've got a spin. That is one of the CRGs down and off at turn 6. Now, who is that that's gone from the fray? That is Alexei Lando. Alexei Lando is gone. That's another World Championship denied from Alexei Lando's grasp. What a disaster for the CRG driver. He came so close last year, if you remember, and didn't get the chance even to start the World Championship final at Monato. He could have won it that day, and yet again, he is robbed. This is such a cruel race. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, by the way, is charging his way back into contention. He's just passed Craig Tanich into turn 1 as he makes his way. Oh, a spin! 2 carts together. And that is one of the Kart Republics. I'm afraid that is Emilion Denner. Emilion Denner out of the race there. So what a shame for the Frenchman. It's not going to go his way. They are dropping like flies, as is customary in the World Championship. The big names tumble and fall. And I'm afraid Emilion Denner is denied the World Championship as he was denied the European Championship a few weeks ago. The party is very nearly starting here in Sweden because Noah Milel is already 2.3 seconds clear of his teammate, Lorenzo Camplese.
Yeah, one driver that looks like it's not going to go wrong is Noah Milel. Look at the gap. He already has 2.3 seconds to Camplese in 2nd position right now. And fastest sectors, fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2 set by Noah Milel. He's just lapping faster than anybody else is able to achieve out in the field right now. And it's another fastest sector 1. Noah Milel setting the benchmark pace for anybody out there who wants to challenge him.
Dare we say this is the beginning of a fairy tale for the man out front. Camplese 2nd, Victor Gustafsson 3rd, and Fabian Federer in 4th position from Jorrit Pex, Simo Pohaka and Paolo Ippolito. Big lunge from Pohaka as he goes on the inside of Jorrit Pex. Nice overtake from the ferocious Finn. Excellent work there in the Tony Kart factory machine as he now climbs up to 5th position. So that is 3 Tony Kart factory karts in the top 5. The way Pohaka is going, they could do what they did in the OK category in Portimao last year, if you remember. They got a clean sweep. There was Bradshaw, Turney, and of course Hilprand in the Portimao World Championships of OK. In KZ, the way Pohaka's going, if he catches and passes Gustafsson and Federer, they could do it again.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a tall order there for Pohaka, but nothing is impossible here in the KZ World Championships, and I think we've seen that already. Vigano out on the first lap of the race. Who would have expected that one? No one was expecting that retirement to come into place, but unfortunately that is going to be the case. 5 laps in, and Noah Milel is just pulling further and further away from the rest of the field. A standout performance right now.
This is an absolute rout for the Tony Kart factory driver in the lead. Noah Milel on home soil. Everybody smiling from ear to ear around the circuit as their hero leads the way in the World Championship. If he can just keep this together, then he will become the first Swedish driver to win the World Championship for several years. And this will be a big moment for the country here in Kristianstad. They've been hoping that Noah Milel will get his shot at the World Championship, and look at him, he's just launching away. 50.24. He is absolutely in his element out in the lead at Kristianstad. This is what he's been wanting for a long time, and to be fair, he is one of the nicest characters in this field. It will be wonderful to see him be added to the list of world champions in the KZ category. This will be a satisfying result, and it will send a shockwave right through the karting world here in Sweden.
Noah Milel will be absolutely elate with this result if he's able to carry it through to the end, and you'll just be watching that lap counter go down and down. Well, I say down, it actually goes up to the final lap. So Mileo will just be keeping his eye on that lap by lap each time that he goes round. And I'm sure he'll check over his shoulder a couple of times to see if anybody's getting anywhere close. But I can tell you that is not the case.
I don't think he needs to. I don't think he needs to worry about what's happening behind him. He only needs to worry about what's coming up in front. Paolo Ippolito there chasing down Jorrit Pex and Simo Pohaka. Pohaka trying to drop the former world champion as Jorrit Pex is hustling all over the back of him. But Fabian Federer in 4th position is the man he's focused on. He wants to get up into 4th place to try and make it a Tony Kart clean sweep. But it's not going to be so easy. Lorenzo Camplese has got pressure from Victor Gustafsson still. The Swedish driver knows his way around this circuit just as much as Noah Milel does. And Victor Gustafsson would dearly love to become the vice champion of the world just a year after winning the KZ2 European crown. He was a hero back here in Sweden, following in the footsteps of his countryman Emil Skadas to win the KZ2 European title. This is his first attempt at the World Championship. Another place made up there by Andrea Kimi Antonelli as he's got past Louis Speck. So that has got him up another position. He can be very happy with that as the battle is raging behind. There is the other Swedish talent, that's Douglas Lundberg in front of the European champion of this year, Ricardo Longhi, as we watch Stan Pex run away from Marijn Kramers. Longhi tried to pass Douglas Lundberg there. Lundberg has the audacity to tap his helmet. Come on, Ricardo, work with me here. You just talked down the European champion. You can't get away with that. Well, apparently he can.
With there still being a long time in the race, I think for some drivers it might actually be a tactical advantage if they do work together on the track in the form, for example, of Longhi, if he manages to work together with ahead of him. So it's going to be a long time left of the race. It's going to be difficult for Mileo to maintain this gap. If Camplese is able to pick up the pace, he may be able to catch him towards the end of the race, but it isn't looking like that's going to be the case right now. But Jan Pex right now, he's in a big, sorry, not Jan Pex, Jorrit Pex right now is in a very good position if he wants to try and catch on to Pohaka behind, but he needs to watch out for Ippolito behind. Ippolito is putting down some great pace right now, but goes up the inside, doesn't need to worry about Ippolito anymore as he makes his way past Pohaka, and he'll be chasing down Federer now.
Stunning move from Jorrit Pex. He works his way up into 5th position now as he closes up on Fabian Federer. But the gap between Noah Milel and his teammate Lorenzo Camplese is now up to 3.4 seconds. He just needs to keep it together here. Lorenzo Camplese, 2nd place in front of Gustafsson, Federer, Pex, Pohaka, Ippolito, Renaudin, Stan Pex, and then Kramers in 10th position ahead of Longhi and Lundberg. So Douglas Lundberg has lost out in the end to Ricardo Longhi. Baz Lammers up to 13th ahead of Anthony Abbas. Mirko Tosalini, Francesco Salenta, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Craig Tanich and Jeremy Iglesias. A terrible start in the end, unfortunately, for Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Unfortunate, but hey, he's here and he's learning a great discipline, and this is going to carry with him for the rest of his career.
Yeah, this is not the best races in the book of Antonelli. Obviously, this is still his learning curve for KZ. It's only his 2nd race that he's done in this category, so he's doing a great job to be even in this field and battling at the position that he is right now.
And he's just gone purple in the 1st sector, so he's still got the speed. There's no doubt about that. So Antonelli still has the speed to race with the drivers at the top of the gearbox category. It's just the inexperience of the starts. That's where he's lost so much time over these 2 weekends. But if he gets that right, it certainly sets him up in good stead, ready for when he finishes off the Italian F4 season. But here is Jorrit Pex. He has caught up with Fabian Federer. There's a good chance now he could launch to the inside line. He won't go for him here in the left. He won't go for him in the right-hander. It's that signature move into the S's. That's where he's going to have his opportunity. Jorrit Pex looking for a chance to get through up on the inside. Here he goes, and it's absolutely textbook. That is Jorrit Pex with his signature move in the S's.
Just about to say, Jorrit Pex likes that position to make an overtake there, doesn't he? Fabian Federer just left in the passenger seat there, not able to do anything about that situation. Is Pohaka able to capitalize on the situation? He's surely going to have a look at it up the inside. Will he be able to hold it, though, as they make their way onto straight? Yes, he will. Got a much better run out of the final corner there, as Pohaka also makes his way past Federer. Federer was still vulnerable after that overtake from Jorrit Pex just a couple of corners ago, and it seems like that is going to be Pohaka taking advantage of that situation.
A very good move indeed there from the Finn on Fabian Federer, and Paolo Ippolito is not far away. Here is the battle between Marijn Kramers and Adrien Renaudin. 2 very motivated young racers who definitely represent the future of world karting. These 2 have already got a couple of titles each under their name. Marijn Kramers is the world and European champion from 2019 and 2020 respectfully, and then of course Adrien Renaudin won the KZ2 European Championship back in 2018. So plenty of excitement in these 2 young racers. as they will continue to battle week in, week out across the road racing seasons, and they have had a wonderful end to the year here at Kristianstad as they continue to battle away, having great fun at the Kristianstad Karting Club. It's as much great fun as it is great racing. That is obviously very high in the priority of the competitors here. They want to enjoy themselves and they want to really be satisfied with the exceptional battles that they get out here on the circuit. They come over the top of the crest at the exit of turn 4, up into 5, and then up towards the hairpin on the right-hander. But Noah Milel is just checking out. He's pulled out to 4 seconds clear now as into the pits comes Mario Schettino. So Mario Schettino, I'm afraid, the Paralin driver, is now out of the race as he pulls into the pits and joins the likes of Emilion Denner, Alexander Orlando, and Matteo Vigano on the scratch list. That's so agonising, though, for Matteo Vigano. Came into this race, pole position, had it all. The Leclerc by Lennox Racing team were looking so strong this weekend. It's heartbreak that it's all fallen apart.
Yeah, Noah Milel currently on what is quite literally a Sunday drive, just cruising around the track right now. This will be some great parts testing for Noah Milel. He'll be working out what's best with the car and also sorting out what he can do with his driving style, where he can improve. And it's all about just perfectioning what he can do around the circuit right now. There's not much more he can do.
Let's not forget about this guy that we're watching on our screens either, Lorenzo Camplese. He was a bit of a privateer, a bit of a little minnow in the KZ World a couple of seasons ago. Then he took the win at Salo in Italy, much to the surprise of many people in the field. And he's been able to really build himself since then. Joined the Tony Kart factory team at the beginning of last season. And now he is definitely one of the stars of the future for that squad. And he could definitely follow in the footsteps of Marco Ardigo, who became a true legend of the sport for Tony Kart over the years. He could well join that pantheon of racers as the field storms its way round. Jorrit Pex is closing up on Victor Gustafsson. He may be about to spoil Leclerc by Lennox's day completely here because they've still got one man on the podium. That is Victor Gustafsson, but Jorrit Pex, who has been on the World Championship podium several times before in all 3 places, he wants to get back there once again and give the Stan Pex Motorsport team something to smile about here in Kristianstad. He's going to go for the big launch on the inside and he gets there. Jorrit Pex, what a move!
He really does like making overtakes there, does Jorrit Pex. Secures himself a podium position for the time being, but watch out for Bahaka in behind both of them. Gustafsson is going to now be vulnerable to the Tony Kart drive behind him. It's not going to be into the final corner, but can he get a good run out and try and go into the first corner? It doesn't look like Buhaka's going to be able to do so, but maybe, just maybe, as they go around this circuit and round this track just for a couple more laps, will Buhaka be able to find himself an overtaking opportunity to get up into 4th?
This is not going to be easy for Simo Pohaka to get past these 2 drivers. They're no slouches. Jorrit Pex, former world champion, and Victor Gustafsson, former KZ2 European champion. These are not going to be easy drivers for Pohaka to pick off, but he's certainly going to have a look at it as they come into the S's once again. Left, flip the throttle, right, guide the kart back off the curb, and then into the square right-hander, leading up towards the 2 apexes towards the end of the lap, past the red line. You treat this like one long flowing apex, and then you come up to the final hairpin. Simo Pohaka still trying to line Victor Gustafsson up for an overtake. Behind them, Federer in 6th place from Ippolito. Stan Pex, Moran Kramers and Adrian Renaudin from Ricardo Longhi and Douglas Lundberg, then Anthony Abbas and Baz Lammers with Francesco Salenta, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Jeremy Iglesias 17th in front of Craig Tanich, Mirko Tozzolini and Taylor Greenfield with Lewis Speck and Jan Kuovi, the last 2 drivers in the field. Look at Pohaka, who's really starting to step up the ante to try and go for Victor Gustafsson. Watch him in the hairpin. Gustafsson knows he's going to try it, so he parks the kart on the inside apex, breaks the chassis very nicely there. He tries to keep it together. And here's the lunge from Pohaka. He's into 4th position, but on the exit, Gustafsson is not letting him have it at all. He slides back out. This is going to be difficult between the 2. Gustafsson going to try and hold on, and he does. A little flex of the front fairing as the rear wheel catches the Tony Kart front fairing. I don't think that will have loosened it off the bracket, but that was very close indeed between the 2 drivers as Gustafsson has so much pressure from Pohaka now.
Yeah, that wasn't heavy enough of an impact to dislodge the front fairing. But Pahaka, with the aggressive driving that he is right now, he is looking to be sorted for a 4th position. Watch out for Federer. He's now getting involved in this battle. Watch out for Ippolito, Stanpex. There's so many drivers that are now getting involved in this battle. Watch out for Kramers as well. He's arriving on the back of this train. And if one overtake goes in, I'm sure the rest will try to follow. It's all going to start to kick off as one driver makes the move.
This was a 2-kart fight a lap ago, and now it's half a dozen racing drivers trying to get 4th position away from Victor Gustafsson. This is not going to be an easy last 5-6 laps, as the race leader Noah Millell has gone into lap 20. This really is a fairy tale for the Swede. He is 5 seconds clear of Lorenzo Camplese. If you give him the Kristianstad Karting Club racetrack to play with and the lead of the race, do you really think he's going to fall back? No, he is not. Noah Millell is cantering to the World Championship, and this will be an emotional victory for Noah. He's had so much hardship. He has been one of the quiet men of the Tony Kart Factory team. Here he is. He's had his hardships. He's had his difficulties, and a lot of things have gone against him. Oh, that is the move from Paolo Ippolito on Stan Pex to continue to defend. So Ippolito trying to keep Stan Pex at bay. This is not going to be an easy battle for him at all, as now Stan Pex tries again. But Ippolito can't quite make it happen. So he's going to try and close up on Fabian Federer. But with 5 laps to go, Noah Millell leads his teammate Lorenzo Camplese by 5.3 seconds, with Jorrit Pex looking to return to the World Championship podium here at Kristianstad. And what a comeback drive it will be for a man who didn't look like he was going to be in the top 3 at any point this weekend. Jorrit Pex, he's such a superstar. He just knows how to bring it back.
An outstanding performance, to say the least. Jorrit Pex has shocked us all as he makes his way onto the bottom step of the podium, but it isn't the bottom step of anything. It's a great result there for the Stampex Motorsport team, obviously run by his brother, but looking for an overtake there. That's actually Stampex himself trying to make his way through on Ippolito. If he's able to do so, then he's just got Federer ahead of him, and a couple more positions. He may be able to get 4th position in this race if he actually gets a move on right now. He's having a look at the drivers ahead of him. Ippolito just holding ground for now, though. 4 laps remaining, and it's going to be a fairy tale dream here for Maleo. You couldn't have guessed you couldn't have hoped for a better situation.
Well, you may not have predicted the top 3 we currently have. Noah Millell in front of Lorenzo Camplese and Jorrit Pex. But be fair, is there going to be a more emotional and more ecstatic podium than the 3 drivers you're going to get on the rostrum here today? I doubt it somehow. It's a brilliant race that we are being treated to here. And with 3.5 laps to go for these guys in the mix, there could be 1 or 2 more positions to make up as Stan Pex continues to hunt down Paolo Ippolito, with the 2019 world champion Marijn Kramers still desperate to try and make that position up and get himself into 8th position. There's still a lot of racing to be had. 3 to go. Camplese is 5.5 seconds back. He's managed to extend the gap over Jorrit Pex enough to be comfortable in these closing stages. But here at Kristianstad, it is a wonderful end to the season in KZ. They've given us a brilliant show. We knew this was going to be the greatest race in the world for karting, and this man has definitely risen to the plate as well. Jorrit Pex, just when we think we know the best of him, just when we think we've seen everything we're going to see from Jorrit Pex, did you think he was going to be on the podium in this race? Because I didn't.
Absolutely not. Jorrit Pex has pulled something else out of the bag. This performance is nothing compared to stuff that he's done in the past.
Worthy of a world champion, you might say?
Well, I say give it maybe next year. Jorrit Pex is going to be one of the biggest contenders, and if he's able to put on performances like this race after race, and I'm sure he'll get the attention of somebody.
Well, he's already, of course, a world champion a couple of times over, so he doesn't need to fight again. He just loves to do it. Here is Lorenzo Camplese as he continues his battle for supremacy. This is definitely the standout performance of the season. Lorenzo Camplese in 2nd place. Again, he's a bit of an underdog within the Tony Kart Factory team, but they have relied upon his talent, his skill, and his dexterity, and he has really stepped forward. There's a new era coming at Tony Kart, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like this. Noah Millell, Lorenzo Camplese, and Simo Puhaka, some amazing talent at Tony Kart at the moment. And Millell and Camplese have been waiting for their moment to step forward. It is going to be a Tony Kart 1-2 if it stays like this. But what a victory it is going to be for the man who goes into the last lap Noah Millell of Sweden. There he is. That's how far ahead of Lorenzo Caplese he is. Nearly 6 seconds clear. There's no question, ladies and gentlemen, this is a fairy tale.
Noah Millell is going around the final couple of corners and he's going to take the win here. Looks behind him, but who does he see? Absolutely nobody. Caplese is so far back that Noah Millell won't even be able to see him on the circuit right now, and it's going to be an amazing finish around the final couple of corners. Noah Millell is going to bring home the KZ World Championship.
The first Swedish driver to become Gearbox World Champion since Peter Rydell at Kecskemét in Hungary back in 1988. Noah Millell wins the World Championship. The Swede is the King of Sweden. Amazing from Noah Millell. Lorenzo Caplese second, Jorrit Päks in third, and Noah Millell becomes the first Swedish world champion in Gearbox for 33 years. That is amazing, and all the more special, he does it on home soil. What a fairy tale. It's a brilliant, brilliant race from Noah Millell. He never put a wheel wrong. From the start, he led and he blitzed it. He is the worthy world champion. Noah Millell, the hero of Sweden. And ladies and gentlemen, the new world champion.
Noah Millell, take as long as you want to take this one in, because you're now the KZ World Champion 2021. How many people can say that,
look at
especially at their home track?
That's Maran Kramers. He knows what this feeling is like. Well done, mate. You deserve this. Excellent. Noah Millell is the world champion. Lorenzo Caplese second from Jorrit Päks. Victor Gustafsson so close to the podium. Simo Pohaka and Fabian Federer. Paolo Ippolito, Stan Pex and Maran Kramers. Riccardo Longhi in 10th place. From Adrian Renaudin, Douglas Lundberg, Anthony Abbas and Francesco Salenta. Andrea Kimi Antonelli fights back to 15th in front of Baz Lammers, Jeremy Iglesias and Craig Tanich. And then it is Louis Speck in front of Taylor Greenfield, Mirko Tozzolini and Jan Kuovi. The retirements, Mario Schettino, Emilion Denner and Alex Orlando, as well as, of course, spare a thought for Matteo Vigano, the man who started from pole position. He didn't get a great start, but it was clear something was wrong with the car. He splutters to a halt and retires. But what about this for the number 31, Noah Millell? Ladies and gentlemen, he is the new world champion. What a heroic entry to the pit lane for the Super Swede. Noah Millell has done it in style here at Kristianstad Karting Club. He is crying his eyes out in pit lane. Noah Millell, welcome to the Hall of Fame. He is such a popular world champion. One of the most amazing victories in the history of FIA Karting in the World Championship. What a hero. Noah Millell, ladies and gentlemen, the first Swedish world champion since 1988 in Gearbox, and certainly the first home champion for 7 years in the Gearbox World Championship. What a champion, ladies and gentlemen, Noah Millell. The FIA Karting World Championship of 2021 really has delivered a sensational result, and it's going to be a bit of a fairy tale podium. We are welcoming our dignitaries to the podium, and it is time for us to have a bit of a celebration, a very special one at the end of this 2021 FIA Karting World Championship here at Kristianstad Karting Club in Sweden. So, without further ado, let's welcome the three drivers to the podium. In third position for the Netherlands, Jorrit Pex. It's not his first time on the World Championship podium, and it certainly won't be the last the way he is returning to prominence. In second position for Italy, Lorenzo Camplese. The greatest result of his career so far, the vice champion of the world. But ladies and gentlemen, from Kristianstad in Sweden, Noah Milell! The first Swedish world champion since Johnny Mislievich in 1996. And we welcome to the podium the team manager, Giacomo Alibrandi! Ladies and gentlemen, in deference to our new world champion, Noah Milell, the national anthem for Sweden! Is there a better song to ring out over the podium here at Kristianstad? We will now welcome our dignitaries to present the trophies to our three drivers on the podium. First, to the chairman of the Karting Commission of the Swedish ASN, Joanna Axelsson. And she will present the trophy to our driver in third position for the Netherlands, Jorrit Pex. And now we invite the chairman of the Swedish ASN board, Roger Engström, to come forward to give the trophy to our driver in second position. And what a superstar he's been for Italy, Lorenzo Camplese! And now we invite the FIA Karting president, Felipe Massa, to come forward to present the newest world champion to the podium for Sweden, Noah Milell! And last but definitely not least, we invite the organizer of the Kristianstad Karting Club, Jesper Hackinson, to come forward to present the trophy for the winning team manager. Ladies and gentlemen, for Tony Kart Racing Team, Giacomo Alibrandi! And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will ask our drivers to stand on the podium with their trophies and their bouquets of flowers brought over by the girls from the Swedish team of gymnasts. A fantastic performance from the drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship podium 2021, Jorrit Pex, Lorenzo Camplese, and the new world champion, Noah Milell! So we will ask the girls and the dignitaries to stand aside. The drivers will have their moment on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the World Championship podium, and Noah Milell can now celebrate in style the way he's been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get busy with the fizzy! Ladies and gentlemen, your 1, 2, 3 in the World Championship 2021. Jorrit Pex, Lorenzo Camplese, and the new world champion from Kristianstad in Sweden, Noah Miller! Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you have been watching, thank you so much for tuning in. It has been a wonderful weekend here at Kristianstad. It's going to be a very big party tonight here in the Swedish countryside. We hope you have a wonderful off-season. We will be back, of course, for the World Championship of the OK and OK Junior category at Bidagui in Brazil and the first weekend of December. It's been a wonderful end to the season for the KZ World Championship. We hope you've enjoyed it. Keep up to date with everything at FIAKarting.com. And of course, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell for all of the latest updates. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook as well. We shall leave you with the party brewing. On behalf of myself, Jake Sanson, Kai Bacchini, the whole of the RGMMC group, and the Kristianstad Karting Club. Ladies and gentlemen, we say thank you, goodbye, and congratulations to the new world champion, Noah Miller!
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. Promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.